Okay. Oh, my back. Something is wrong with my captions. Why is this completely wrong? Actually, never mind. It's not. It's actually right. It's on point. What the hell? Okay. Yo, 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 yo. Hello. Good morning. Oh, yo, I am low-key tired. What's up, Chris? Oh my god. Good morning. Good morning, chatters. What's up, chatters? What is up, chatters? Hi, chatters. Hello. What's up, everyone? Good morning. Morning, Leadrog. Morning, Gabriel. Good morning, Night Rider. Good morning, Sailor. Good morning, Witherhide. Good morning, Rosso. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Dude Guy. What's up, Ainhog? Good morning. Good morning, Theo. Good morning, Snaffler. Hello. Good evening. Good evening. It's 10:37. Do you know Sentra? Yeah, I know him. What's up, Gabriel? What about him? What's up, Q? Hello. Good morning. Good morning, Star. Morning, the draw. I just diffed the entire chat. Who spammed claim first? Damn. W first. W first. Oh, so what's up, Victor MC? How are you, Potato? What's up? Good morning. Night Rider. Good morning. Hello. Damn, it's 10:30. Yeah, 10:30 a.m. for me. Have you seen the guy who trapped fruit berries? I have not. There's someone that trapped fruit berries? No way. I forget it's 10:37 for me. Yeah, it is 10:37 a.m. for me. 10:37. 10 p.m. Damn. That's right. I do have like I have people from all over the place around here. Are you doing? I'm doing solos. I'm doing solos. Theo, dude, look at this, bro. Look at this, dude. I don't play for 2 days. People are already above me by 10 kip, bro. I gotta lock in, chat. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in getting solos, bro. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. Let me also put my Twitch link in here. I didn't nick, but I'll just nick later. But chat, how's everyone's morning today? How's everyone doing? Yeah, we'll just jump. We'll jump there and then get the tower. I don't know. Does anyone know? Are the lobbies usually sweaty this morning or no? Congratulations on YouTube rank. Thank you. Appreciate it, Chris. Yeah, the only server I didn't get YouTube rank on, and I thought it would be easier to get it on, would have been oh, I got diamonds. Nice. I thought I would have gotten it on Hypixel, just way easier, you know? But no, apparently I don't have it there. Apparently I don't know. Apparently I just suck or something. Okay, well, I got 4 diamonds in his diamond sword. Well, I have it literally enchants already. Yeah, but I don't know. It's weird. What's up, Latrix? Lori Andres? That's me. What's up, Latrix? Good morning. Hi, Ali. Good morning. I got woken up early. Wait, how? What's up? What happened? How'd you get waken up early? I can low-key go for like I can make a TNT. I can make Artemis low-key. If I get what I need early on, if I get like it's what I need. Wait, I'm actually, yeah, I'll probably just craft an axe. I know, right? Every other server, like I got it on I got it on MCCI. I'm just waiting for them to give it to me. It's been like 2 weeks now, but I already got accepted. You know, like they gave it to me. Like they asked me for proof of my 30K, and I gave them proof. So getting on, I got it on Hoplite. I literally got on every server you can think of, but Hypixel. They wanted to see content from Hypixel. I was like, all right, well, I'm just not going to do content for you. You know what I mean? It's whatever. But I am doing content on Hoplite. I have one video. I think it's ready by today. My editor said. Oh, hi, Venu. Catkiss? Wait, where is Catkiss? We need Catkiss. Don't worry. We'll have Sanchi edit when he's here. When they're here. But Anders, I'm the guy who killed the Unbobbable event. Well, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to talk about it. It's for his recording. Hi, Venu. Oh my god. Hi, Green Adder. Hello, Green Adder. How are you? Dude, I forget that most of my viewership is all EU. So every time I'm live, like at 8 p.m. or yeah, 7 p.m., it's like It's like hella late for everyone in EU. Everyone's sleeping. Oh yeah, I should be getting shuriken. What kit is best in solo? To be honest with you, Sailor, or to be honest, Snowflare, I use stone tools just because it's faster. But okay. So what I'm gonna start doing is just start upgrading my looter kit, because apparently looter is like hella OP before game. Is what I heard. Yeah, I mean, like I'm not gonna upload just, you know what I mean? Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I mean, I have a video idea what I can do, but it's only be like one video, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't even know if I want it anymore. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know if I want it. Vio with a tier 3. Vio, thank you, Vio.
VOBO96.
Oh my God, Vio. Yo, chat. Can we get hearts in chat for Vio? Holy shit. Tier 3. Oh my God. Hi, Sanchi. Sanchi, could you add wait, chat, what's the email we wanted again? What's the, yo, Vio, Venu. What's the email you want? Cat Kiss. We want Cat Kiss. How are you, Vio? No, we don't want, wait, can you add Venue Sky back? Wait, Venue Sky is literally emo. What you mean? No, we have Cat Kiss? Wait, what? We literally have Venue Sky. Wait, do we have Cat Kiss? Wait, what? I'm good, how are you? I'm doing amazing. I'm doing great, actually. Doing great. I haven't. Okay. What I wanted to say today was my stream schedule might be all over the place, okay? So just bear with me, all right? I swear I want to stream more often. It's just like I want also, what the fuck? Okay, all right, okay. Anyways, I also want to record my YouTube videos still, right? So I don't know. I'm back on the grind though. I'm back on the grind. Just know that. Just know that I'm back on the grind, and I'm gonna be grinding a lot more on YouTube. Yeah, that was weird, huh? I was like, God damn. That's when you can literally keep it. Yeah, literally low key. I mean, I didn't want to say it, but that's literally what it looks like. It's literally just Skyblock that's active, huh? I mean, hey, I ain't gonna say it. You know, I have friends that are, you know, it's fine. We'll wish the best for Hypixel. Obviously, I just won't play it. Anyways, wait, this water, right? Okay, cool. Chat, how's everyone doing though? Everyone have a good morning? Everyone have a good afternoon? Wait, and Middle has message. Wait, Trapper Kit upgrades. Yeah, you literally get a TNT marker if you go TNT minecart if you go Trapper Kit. That's kind of nuts, no? Trapper TNT marker kind of can one shot someone. So I mean, okay, there's 6 people. Okay, everyone, no one voted. Okay, literally no one voted. I guarantee you, most of my NA people or EU people voted no, that they're not EU. Don't lose, bro. All right. Put Gorge Blocker. Nah, we're fine. No one's in the stream sent me, right? I'm about to get really angry, pal. Victor, stop it. No, you're not. Dude, it's Boostfur. What the fuck? Okay. All right. Okay, Boostfur. Like, literally, I'm on stream and you're kind of being a little sussy. Chat, is my friend sussy? My friend's a little sussy, no, chat? This Boostfur guy, bro. This Boostfur guy. When is Boostfur not sussy? I know. Boostfur was just born being sussy. What can I say? You should hear the things he says off camera. Yo, I'm killing. Chat, you know Boostfur one time told me he wanted a Civlator? Down. Never mind, I'm not gonna say what he wanted to do with me. Yo. Do you use snow overlay? No, I don't. Bro, why would I don't need a snow overlay, bro. Just kill people, easy. But yo, the song's fire. Yo, guys, actually, can you guys actually do me a favor? I need everyone to go to my Discord and put your favorite song on in general media, please, or I don't know, put it like in Twitch suggestion or something. I'm trying to add more songs to my playlist. This one, I don't know, I'm trying to like make a huge playlist with like a bunch of music. that you would listen to. What's up, Penna interview? How the game's Andres? My first game on, actually. My first game on. I got 5 diamonds already. I can make enchants. Probably gonna make a diamond sword. Maybe make a sharp 3 if I can. Maybe even sharp 2 if I can't. And then yeah, we'll just get enchanted and go up and kill people. That's the plan, of course. Oh, okay. What I wanted to say is I want to get a video for my second channel and invite, not like, kind of like a series, I guess. And like, I don't know what I'll name it yet, right? But I want to get like a bunch of like old Minecraft content creators and like just team with them in Civ. Like, essentially, I don't know. I feel like it'd be cool if I have like new age Minecraft players versus and like old, like, you know what I mean, 1-on-1. So I have like let's just say like Boostford and an old Minecrafter, like who's like someone old that used to play Minecraft back then and doesn't play anymore. Like, I don't know. Okay, not me though. Like not me though. Like someone else besides me. Okay, yeah, I can get Huawei. That'd be pretty cool, right? I can actually get Huawei. That's the funny part. Tapo, okay, maybe Tapo, yeah. But Tapo still plays Minecraft though. That's the thing. I'm saying like someone who doesn't play Minecraft anymore. Is what I mean. I might just get low-key. Huawei would be a banger pick, wouldn't it? Would you guys see Huawei and Boostford together? I could do like what? That's like 2. Dude, not even, dude, like what? That's crazy, no? It's like crazy to believe that Huawei and Boostford never knew, like they've never met. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's crazy just to think that them two did content. That'd be a crazy, I know, right? Crazy collab. How many subs are you going for? What do you mean? How big YouTuber? Oh, any size YouTubers. I think I can ask like maybe like a Dante and I don't know, like who would be like, ooh, I know a great idea actually. Dante and Mind Manor. Ooh, that would be a Civ 2.5, dude. Yo, hold on, bruh. I might be cooking. Do you guys know who Dante is? Anyone know who Dante is? I can get them too. That'd be a fire combo. Yeah, they're both like old gen PvPers. Wait, why wasn't it followed? Might have been because they're doing the Twitch thing, maybe for my channel. Maybe. My Wi-Fi refuses to let me watch without lagging. Don't worry, it's fine. Dude, I don't know. Give me some names, Shaq. Give me some names. Also, what's up, Sento? Thanks for follow, man. I'm sorry, I just literally egoed you. Calvin would be nice. I don't really talk to Calvin though, so maybe I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I can get maybe Calvin. Yeah, I use Huzini. I've actually talked to him. He was in an event recently. He was like in my teamish thing. You'll see when the video comes out. I can't. You'll see what I mean. He was in my call, and yeah, that's all I can say. Can't say anything else. Can't really talk about it too much. Don't want to spoil stuff. Cause then they're gonna play invite, you know. I just wanna. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'll probably do like a list, right, and just like make it who can match. What if we do like a little? Anyone here like know who my Doze is? Maybe we'll see him one day again. But surely you guys heard of my Doze. I mean, like if you haven't heard of my Doze, you guys are actually trolling. You guys have not been on YouTube long enough. He was like an old like Minecraft UHC player on Hypixel. Ooh, that'd be pretty fun. I think they're actually doing that already though for an event. I think they're like doing a non-sweaty Minecraft event. I think. I'm not too sure. Big on them though. Big on them. Try to make it. But I can see what I can do with that plan I have in mind. I don't know. And what I'll do is I'll probably just have like it'll probably just be like me talking to him, you know, like anyone else. Just ask him how life is and ask him where they're at now, what they're doing, you know, just like Q&A and stuff. I have an idea and I have a pretty cool idea with this project. Wait, Daz needs to be UHC. Did he actually? Didn't know that. I did not know that. Kind of like an interview? Yes, literally like a little interview. Yeah, yeah. Wow, look at that. What the fuck? Oh, that's the building, maybe? Wait, what is this? Wait, I make this. Time to interview, you got it right. Like a little interview. Yep. Okay, I can make this. Make that. Throw that out. Throw that out. Okay. Go to the end. That's not end though. That's the structure. And I think it's looted already, probably. Yeah, it's looted. It's looted, right? Surely? It's not looted, huh? Wait, who hasn't looted this area yet, bruh? Okay. Someone just did not want... There's probably a diamond up here. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Who didn't loot this, bruh? Okay, and there's an enchanted... Should I go for it? No, already been enchants. Do I want to get it? What is my luck, by the way? Okay. Okay. All right. Looks like I'm going this way. Should I go for Midas? I just need to go nether. That's it. Someone mind the diamond. Someone really didn't mind the diamond up here. Fuck. Fuck. What am I doing? Okay. Here, I'll just put the water there and then just go up. My gimmick is being taken. Sorry. Is mine OP though? It's like... I guess I can go nether real quick. What are the chances I get it's bed bomb though? Or I can make do I want Midas though? I swear last time I made Midas I just died. Okay. I have a better idea. We just keep that god apple for later. And we literally just need Obby right now. Look at that. Can you get lucky with Midas? I mean, I can get lucky. Look at that. I see I have lava here. I see another water bucket. And I think there's water over here. All right. Yeah, I think I'll just, I don't know. Hi, Spectre. What's up? Just go nether? Ah, dude. Something's stopping me from going nether, though. I don't want to get bed bombed anymore. Here, let me just, hold on. Let me just focus up. Chat, lock in. Everyone in my chat, lock in, please. I got this. I got this. Please tell me they made it stackable now. Oh, no. Still broken. Oh, no. I hate this. Okay. Maybe just power 2 flame. I feel... I need a crown table. Fudge. Okay, I'm here. Okay. Dude, don't worry. I'm not going to get stream snipe. There's just no way I get stream snipe, right? Actually, you know what? I kind of want to get stream snipe. Wait, come after me. I don't think people are going to come, though, I'll be honest. I got you. All right, 3 levels. Easy. You just give me something to enchant. I need to enchant these, though. Prot 1. All right, give me 3 levels, and I can make this into that. Why did I throw that out? All right, cool. Yep. We'll go 0-0 now. I don't think they should snipe you because you joined at 660. Yeah, literally. And I mean, I put my Twitch link in chat, but it's fine. Hi, Joker. Good morning, Joker. How are you, Joker? Hi. Hello. How are you doing today, Joker? Oh, wait. People are fighting here. What's up, King Super? Hello. Always vibing. You're a W, King. King. Or a king. King. Wait, what? Were they fighting and they just like left this area? Or what's going on? I don't have any... Okay, so this person was here and it's right there actually. What do you mean boots though? Okay, he's turning. He's unenchanted. His name is Affirmed Cone. He looked at me. He saw me. He fights me, right? Come on. Unenchanted diamond sword. I don't know. I mean, I fight this, right? Diamond armor. You can make prot 2 with those boots he has. Enchanted boots. Okay. We'll do predictions after this game. How about that? Oh yes, please get in the hole. 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 He's gonna lava me in 3, 2, 1. Uh-oh. Oh my god, this guy's clueless. Okay, W strat. I need your head though. Come here. Girl on the train. Come on. There we go. Free pants. W. Okay. Bro, my inventory management's... Oh, I hate it. Yeah, no arrows. Where'd he go? All right, bro just left. Okay. Wait, where'd he go? You see him? Oh, I thought I saw him. You guys said blood is up there. Oh, the satisfying noise. Okay. 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 Bam. What emote is that? People, please. The hell? Why is it so cute? Okay. I saw that flame. Thank you, Power 2 flame. Can it be precise? Yes, it can. It can indeed. Tap out real quick. I need to make sure this is set to disable preview. Bet. Yeah, we're chilling now. I only have a sharp 2 diamond. That's not good at all, bruh. Eat a gapo now. Azolfi, good morning. It feels like a Reaper's Eye better than a Dragon Katana. I mean, I feel like when you get a I mean, shit. Getting Cryombi is already hard enough now, right? Because it's either like you get it from a Bastion, or you gotta trade for it, or you can like get 3 diamonds and mine it. But I've never seen someone mine it. I don't know. The speed nerf became yeah. Yeah, the speed nerf actually went crazy. I kind of like the speed nerf. I don't like the people having speed with that sword and just insta win. Plus, it's like a netherite sword, right? That's kind of, I don't know. Venu and Vio make me blush so hard. W? Wait. It's this way. I still don't have a fucking arrow. I need an arrow. Oh, chestplate boots guy. Or chestplate legging guy. What's his name? Parker? Okay, Parker, I see you, bro. Parker, you're blowing me, Parker. Wait, I need your... Oh, it's punch bow. Yo! Antio, what the fuck gifted? Yo! Antlo, thank you.
Gummies.
Yo, thank you, Antlo. I appreciate that.
Antlo20204006 has gifted a sub to Porgy Next.
Thank you, Antlo.
Antlo20204006 has gifted a sub to Remo Wolf.
Thank you, Antlo.
Antlo20204006 has gifted a sub to Sniffler.
Oh no, he's gonna get a gap. No, can he get a gap off? Is him hitting? Antlo, you're crazy.
Has gifted us up to Skyhawk 586.
It's on 4. I'm taking. No way. Jesus. Okay. We had gap still. What? Okay. GG's. He had a Clown Pierce thing. Okay. And okay. Protection. I can make Prot 2 now. What is that bow? Oh my god. Wait, you can make. Wait, we're actually. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Oh my god. Bro was stacked. Wait, why was bro stacked? Okay. We're about to make a crazy bow. How many levels? 15 or 19. Okay. Wait, bet. Power 3, punch 2, flame. Okay. We're gonna make this. Yo, Atlo, thank you for the fight gifted. Appreciate you. You're a W. Thank you so much. Chat, give me a heart in chat for Antlo. Getting 5 gifted subs. Wait, did we hit a... Wait, how many subs are we at? Did we hit our count already? Or our goal? I don't know if we hit our goal yet. Did we? If we did, W. Someone check for me. Someone do extra subs. Oh, I need 7 more subs to hit my goal. W. For the month. That's crazy. Jesus. We're about to hit 300 again, chat. Oh my god. Oh, I need one more. Wait, can I get this for level? Wait, no. I need to get like this right here. Come on, give it to me. Okay, 15. Wait, is a power... Is that actually worth it? Power 3 punch. Vio with the 7 gifted. Oh my god, we hit our sub goal. Thank you, Vio. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Vio. Oh my god. Let's go. Hell yeah.
96 has
wait, we're actually about to hit 400 now. Chat, we are currently what 100 from 400 now. Let's go. Any 100 gifters in chat? Any 100 gifters?
96 has gifted a sub to Crick.
Thank you, Vio. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. WVO. You guys are amazing, bro. I love you guys. Appreciate you guys.
Yo,
we're low-key a small community, but y'all go crazy, bro. Y'all go crazy. Bro, the hype train isn't here. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
96 has
for those 7 subs, I will gamba. W gambling. Yo. What's up, Sook? Wait, someone gifted me a sub? Yep. Yep. I think you just got gifted a sub right now. No troll.
96 has gifted a sub to Cadenbo 1.
Wait, when did you get gifted a sub? Wait, wait, what the? Huh. Stop. Okay. No way we're still counting that. I see someone right there.
Viobio96 has gifted a sub to Latrex Twitch.
Thank you, VO. Oh my god, VO, so amazing, VO. WVO, WVO. What is this book? Aqua Infinity. Oh, he's not dead? Dead, right? He died. I killed him. Let's go! I killed him! Oh, he had healing. Nice. Okay. Get a pouch. Okay, sharp 1 diamond. Oh, hit a flint. Okay. Ew, what is this inventory management? Oh, hell no, bro. Oh, diamond. Oh my god, he had diamonds on him. He had 9 diamonds on him. Okay. I see someone coming. I shot him. Digion Mustard. Oh, and he's... Okay. I think he quit. We can Gamba. My favorite. My favorite part about Hoplite UHC. It's the gambling. I love gambling. Okay. Bam. And we do a bam again. Cool. W Gamba. I'm getting shot at. I still don't like how my arrows go like up to space. Oh, this bow is actually annoying. Fiend, fiend, fiend. Got him. Okay. What's up, Adon? Welcome to the stream. Fiend, fiend, fiend. Fiend, fiend, fiend. Throw that out. Prot 1. I like checking what's in everyone's bag. Oh, I can make 2 more. Get that right there. Bam. Wait. Let me try 3. No. Come on, bruh. Okay, I'll take that. Oh, it's absolute loot goblin. Am I a loot goblin or am I like a PvP god? Okay, 12 gaps. Gamba, gamba, gamba. I love gambling. Okay, what was that sword? Sharp 2, damn. Okay, well, I guess that's it. Wait, what was this guy's thing? Power 1 book? Prot 1, ahead. Bam, bam. Wait, that's a silk touch shovel. Couldn't I get... Wait, I'm just gonna keep that shovel. Because I can get... Wait, I can actually, yeah. I can still get the thing. Yeah, I can get eyes with that shovel. Fiend, 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 fiend. Okay, and then we just put the rest of the gold in there. Sharp 2, some bones in there. I have a head. All right, well, like low-key look for ice. That's all I need now for the thing. It's fiend and not find. Same thing, though. How much money did you lose in Vegas? Be honest. Wait, me? I didn't go to Vegas. I stayed home. I saved my monies. This guy's a perfect cannon. Give me a perfect cannon. I want that. Sentinel? Zental, I see you. donkey. Wait. Give me this. Oh my god, this horse is on fire. Wait, don't bow it. It's punch too. Wait, it's just a regular punch bow. Okay, all right. Okay, hit him. He pearled. I hit him though. W. No, he's not sniping. It's fine. It's fine. He's not sniping. Don't worry. He's not sniping. He was fighting someone. Wait, what? Who shot with the pufferfish cannon? I bet against a team today with 2 Midas, Tronic, Crossbow, Lit Staff, Dragon Katana. Jesus, they had the whole inventory then, huh? Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're good. You're good. You're not sniping. You're good. We're reverse sniping. Exactly. We're sniping him. Wait. Okay, finally. Wait, what the f... Okay, my horse just doesn't tame right away. Oh, I see a lot of PvP happening right here. I see a full demo that I want to kill. Wait, this is not the horse that I found earlier. Shot him. 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 Hey! Hey, you killed my horse! Got him. He killed my horse, chat. That's not nice. Prot. Bo wanted a bow out game. Oh, Prot 2? Okay, we'll take that. Okay, bet. I still have like heads here. Okay. Damn, he really bowed my horse. Sag. RIP horse, I guess. Put my apples in there. Okay, low-key can buy my stuff for Prot 2. Not that. Wait, make sure those behind me. I'm getting backstabbed here. Make sure one's here. Pot 2. Okay, we're full pot 2 now. Why do you have a color code in the tags, bro? What do you think, bro? What do you think, bro? That was Zaxxon. What the fuck? That was a horse. You know, yeah, GG's. Sorry, I'm sorry, yeah, I forgot. Gray is not a color, I'm sorry. I'm part of the shade crew. The shady crew. Yo, where's the horse that was fast as fuck? Where'd it go? Oh, someone has emerald sword. I don't like that. Let's put some lavas in there. All right. Okay. Am I part of the shady crew? Who else part of the shady crew? Yo, this is like, what happened? Okay, I'm just saying tame the source, whatever. Thank you. Where my saddle go? Right there. Okay, just my horse decided to fly. Cool. What? Can I join? I have cookies? I mean, what kind of cookies? What kind of cookies? I don't like one type of cookie. If you ever like give me this cookie in real life, I'll literally give you $100. No cap. Like, no joke. I actually will. Like, I'm in love with these cookies. If you give me like a 12 pack of these cookies, oh my god. Double chocolate? No. It actually does not have any chocolate in it. No chocolate in these cookies. You know what I had today too for breakfast? I had a everything bagel from Dunkin'. And they sure I can hit his horse, right? Oh, I'm gonna catch up to his horse. I actually might catch up to his horse unless they're like the same speed. Oh, his horse just jumps like crazy. Hey, you ditched your horse, bro. That's not nice. Hey. Come back here. Wait, why are we running? I have the horse. I'm sorry. Oh, what? I got the shot here. Bam. Fuck. Oh my god, I thought he like went down a cave. How am I not hitting this? Someone bowed me. From where? I see you. Come here, Zento. You bowed me. What's up, Gracie? Hello. Hi, Gracie. He pearled. What? He did pearl. That shot hits. Oi. Hey, that's my kill now. Yo, that, by the way, that bow shot actually hurt. What the hell? Where's that border? Oh, get a gap. He might fight me here right here in this jungle, whatever this is, a forest biome. Oh, I shot his foot. Come on. I shot him. Nice. That water just pulled him back a little bit. How am I not hitting him? Dude, no way. The hits? I actually hit him. No way. Oh my god, I hit him. Not gonna catch him anymore. Okay, well, we'll just get my heads out. And that's it. Well, wish me luck, chap. Wish me luck. Okay. I got this. Surely I don't get strength on, right? Hey, I don't want this. Hey. All right. Here's an ender bow. Okay. Hello? Okay. Let me check that the emerald sword. Oh, it's only a sharp one. Ew. Okay. Okay. You can do it. I know. I can go 1 for 1. Blue Thunder, I'm sorry, but you're dead now. No, surely we're not staircasing up, right? He actually got on top. No way. Is there like someone else that's like... So I'm just gonna leave me to this guy. Yo, Craft Man, thanks for follow. Appreciate it. I'm sorry I had to kill you there, man. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Wait, why are we... He doesn't know, chat. He doesn't know. Oh my god. Please. He's like, oh, he hit a jihad. Time again. Okay. He's like on 1 heart. I'm so okay. Dude, when you're fighting me, please like at least fight me back. Oh, sharp 3. Oh, power 1. We'll have the whole lobby out. Attack. I am so sorry. No, not that freaking pufferfish cannon. Hi, Evan. Good morning. It's still 11:22 for me. Yo, first game on, first win. I'll take it. Low key. Sorry. What? Oh, bro has a bow, huh? I'll fight the other guy first, and then this guy's gonna, he has an ender bow. I didn't realize who the person was attacking me to deathmatch. Sorry. Oh no, this is nothing. Trust me. I've seen worse marathon runners. I've seen someone that's run like across the border from me. Like, all right. So someone here definitely has a lot of stuff still. Where is he at? So we're gonna hide, or what's the situation here? I have to. Give me Gapples and I'm gonna snitch on him. Yo. I'll find him. I'll find him right now. I think so. W Evan. W. Wait, what time do you start now? Sleeping. Oh yeah, I do have a notch. See this guy. But he's gonna ender bro. Where is he? Alright. Where is he? Or I go for you right now. I'm gonna go for you regardless, but where is he? Okay. Don't Hello, Doge. Well, this guy was running from me earlier. He's an ammo Geoff. The moment hits. Come on. Oh, what? Oh, he can't water himself. Oh! There we go. GG! Okay. Okay. All right. Well, wait. There's still one person left. Fair fight? Wait. Yo, bro. Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Wait, what? My voice chat's not connected. No pufferfish, but I give you armor. Thoughts? Okay, I'll give you armor, but you can't. You have to like, yeah, fair fight. Yeah, I'll give you like 3 gaps. Sure. 3 gaps. 1, 2, 3. Take those diamonds. We have a fair fight, okay? There you go. Take that. There's some more diamonds here. Take that. Fair fight. Very, very fair fight here. Take some heads. We'll have some fair fights in chat. Chat, we gotta make this like intense, you know? Like, we gotta give this guy a chance. He's enchanting. Wait, how much lowers do I need for what I need here? All right. No one saw that. I use it. Am I a great guy, chat? I have 2 sharp 2s. You can make that if you want. We gave him up to 1v1. I'm just a nice guy, right? He made a diamond helmet. That's not good. But he actually knows how to build a game. No bow? No, I have to use the bow. Come on. Fine, no bow. Wait, actually, no, I have to use the bow. Okay, that's fine. Everything. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Gapple up. Gapple up. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right, power forward. You see, it's fine. Use it. Use it to your advantage. Use it to your advantage. Use it to your advantage. Let's get it. Let's go. My dog's attacking him. Well, I wanted to eat my... I didn't want to eat that. No. Perfect. Wait, what? Oh, well, what's up, Pim? Hello. Chat, GG's. GG. We're 1 for 1. We're 1 for 1 already. GG, chat. GG, 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 GG. Hey, I gave him a fair 1v1, all right? I gave him a fair 1v1. It's all good. GG's, chat. GG's. 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. Hi, Copper. Good morning, Copper. All right, 1 for 1. That's good. We go again and we just queue again. Yeah. All right. Go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. I can talk to y'all for a little bit now. Oh, I can hear myself in game. That's not good. Okay. Okay. Anyways. All right. So what am I getting? VIP? I just gave it to the wrong person. I just gave it to Sank. There you go. And then I also need to do this. There you go. All right. I think that's good for now. Yeah, that's good for now. There's still one more person that deserves VIP, but I'm still like picking. I'm still picking. Oh yeah, by the way, we also modded someone else. What's up, XP Chan? Good luck, bro. Good luck out there. Good luck out there. Oh, a snow biome. Please give me so touch. Can I be RNG carried and give me so touch in this freaking thing, please? Okay. Bro, definitely got some diamonds in here. I deserve 100%. Who actually deserves it? Be honest. Yeah, good luck, XP Chan. Yo, XP Chan, you should definitely lurk in my chat. Thanks, appreciate it. I do for letting you win, brother. What do you mean? Okay, bro's trolling. Yeah, you just got outbowed. Like G freaking G. It's hard. Yeah, literally. There's a lot of people that deserve it. But I will say I VIP Sanchi because Sanchi, it's literally I mean, bro was active like everywhere. Like, dude was giving me like tips on how to speedrun. Bro was giving me 7 TV emotes. Bro was doing everything for me. I'm honestly, bro was a streamer. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Had sharp 4 fire and sharp 4 damage act. What? Yeah, flame, bro. It's just like I just outflame you, you know. Oh, the bow sounds right. It sounds like I'm doing something good, right? Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, I'll give you the Discord role on Discord, Tenshi. Hey, by the way, not too many people have yeah, your mod, by the way, the job, by the way. Yeah, I liked your mod application, just FYI. That's why you're mod. I need to give you a mod on Discord too. I'll give you a VIP on Discord as well, Sanshi. You see what I mean? Like, I'm a goat, okay? I'm the goat. Don't make that or make an axe. I'll make a bucket. You should give me an admin on Discord. I should actually. You're right. No, you're actually like no troll. You're actually. I should have given you VIP. You're actually really active on Discord. By the way, just if someone gets like VIP, don't feel like I'm not like, you know, don't feel like you don't deserve it. Obviously, I feel like everyone like that's active deserves it. It's like just like the people that go above and beyond, you know, that are just like crazy, like active in my streams. Like they just helping me out when I need some stuff. And yeah, they're just always here. They're basically like mods, but not mods, you know? Yeah. What's up, Pim? What's up? I think, is it Ali or is it Pim? What do you want to call you, Pim? Or Ali? Also, what's up, Evan? How are you? Pim, bet. Bets Pim. B-E-T. Wait, no way. I made a poll earlier and no one said that they're EU, bro. No, that's the cap. Can we run that poll back, please? Surely we have more EU people than NA, right? That's why I'm streaming at this hour. I thought I had more EU viewers than NA. Nah, like, y'all are making me lose sleep because I thought I had more EU viewers. I guess I have to go back to my 5 PMs then. Oh, wait. Okay, put yes if you're NA, put no if you're EU. Wait, no. Put yes if you're EU, put no if you're NA. There. Poll. No, okay. No, in the poll, chat, in the poll, bruh. In the poll. Wait, I already forgot what I told y'all, bro. Yo, my brain's small, bro. What did I say again? I said yes for yes for EU, no for NA. No, okay. How about everyone just put like NA if you're NA and EU if you're EU? There you go. That's better. EU, NA. Yeah. Okay. Why is Joker saying yeah? Hey, where's everyone from? Yeah. All right. You're EU? Okay. EU. You see what I mean? It's mostly EU. I count like 3 NAs. What is NA? North America. You think I get a flame bow this? I don't think so. Will I even find diamonds here? I don't know. I thought I had more EU. I mean, yeah, I do have more EUs. What? I'm back by. Would let me chat, but I was trying to say, did you want it? The last game from your stream? W. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I think you fell asleep though, huh? You might have fallen asleep. But yo, thank you for the 5 gifted though. I appreciate you. I think you should give me your Minecraft account. Wait, Pim, you're actually like low-key cooking. Chat, should I give Pim my? Yo, I probably should, right? Wait. What's the reason though? You gotta give me a good reason. I'll give it to you. Oh, that's right. NA probably still at school. Y'all should just like not go to school, just watch my streams. What are your thoughts? Ew, thorns. I fell asleep. It's all right. Don't worry. I won the game. And I was like, oh, I forgot. I was like, yo, hey, Antlo, hello, Antlo. Send me the MC account so I can flex on my friends. I bet I got you. I got you. Yep. Real and not fake. Giving you my details. Yep. Giving the details of everything I own. Wait, I actually do have something to say on stream. Yo. Anyone that follows my Instagram, yo, do not like Okay. I didn't think I was actually gonna say this, but can you like not stalk me and like find my my private account? That's actually weird. Someone, okay, like 3 people followed my private Instagram, and I was like, okay, well that's kind of weird. Like, because I don't even follow it in my main, right? And like I was like, okay, how? Because, and by the way, I know that they're definitely like, I saw my private, right? I was like, oh, like who is this? Like their profile picture is a damn yellow picture. I was like, bro. I was like, okay, well, first of all, how and like what? I don't know. It's just weird, you know. I was like, bruh, it's called a private Twitter for a reason. Like, don't follow it. Don't even try to like why are people weird on Instagram? Like what? I don't understand. Like, okay, bro, just can't have privacy anymore. I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah, Instagram is very weird. Very weird. I only like it because when I was posting active on my Instagram, like it was actually getting sent out to like newer people. That's the only. Why is there a trap door here? Why is there someone swimming here? Okay. So someone's in my cave. Yeah, IG comments are kind of nuts. I'm not gonna lie. They're kind of cringe, bro. Actually weird place. No cap. Is there like just no moderation on Instagram or something or what? All right, bro, went this way. Oh. Okay. I'm just not getting pushed. Okay, so someone's in this cave. Where'd it go? Went this way. Wait, what? No one is in your cave. It just naturally spawned. Right. Naturally spawned at strip mine. Okay. Yep. Well, are you stalking a player? No, it's like, you know, I'm just like making sure that they miss no diamonds. Like right here, watch. Diamonds right here. All right. Maybe I was gonna be slick enough. It's chronic. Probably shouldn't stalk him. Okay, just okay. I don't know why I'm so high up. Okay. Watch him as diamonds. There's no diamonds to be found. Meow. Bye. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Bye.
What's up?
Nothing. I just saw you in my cave, and you know, I just wanted to see who it was, and it turns out to be you.
No, I was trying to grim rush this game. I'm not gonna obby trap you, by the way.
You're good. You're
I don't
good.
even have lava. No, but I was trying to grim rush this game because Looter 3 grim rush is actually super OP. I won't steal this.
We can grim rush.
Yeah, you can grim rush with Looter 3.
Yeah, Looter 3.
Yeah, it's not too hard. I think it's pretty consistent. It's just that I'm an unlucky person.
Yeah, you gotta be real lucky. Did you go nether ready for the magma cream?
No. You can make the magma cream with nether reactor. Because
you got gunpowder and slime balls.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
So really I see. Yeah, I'm definitely not looking for 4 diamonds right now. I'm just like casually gaming and caving and gaming and looking for diamonds and caving and diamonds and caving diamonds.
That's
I mean, what?
Too. I thought I like was in a separate area than everybody else, but I guess you thought the same thing too.
Yeah. Did you see a mine shaft? You're in a mine shaft earlier, huh? Yeah. I was in there. Yeah, I was in there, and then you're just like, GG.
Yeah, I have not gotten much this game. I only have like the basic snow.
Yeah, I need some diamonds right now. I'm not gonna lie. I need like 2 diamonds. I don't want to just rush with full iron, you know?
Yeah, but that might be me. I'm gonna get my lava bucket and just try and drop somebody.
So you have 0 diamonds, huh?
Were saying in chat. Yeah, no, I have 0 diamonds.
Huh.
I'm absolutely broken.
Okay. I'll go the other way. Yeah, you good luck with that cave, all right?
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, chat. We left him. Wait, are you trapping, bro? No, don't tell me you're trapping. Okay, low key. I wanted to go this way anyways. I need to go away from that player. We're gonna. Okay, yeah, there's a cable up here. Cool. Have a good stream. Bye, Ivan. Yeah, okay, we're trolling. We're like, watch me find diamonds right here. Why is it so big? Wait. I think I was already here. Bro, I was already here. Oh, fuck. What's up, Rem? How are you, Rem? But yeah, chat, no, as I was saying, yo, don't follow my private account, bro. Like, it's private for a reason. Like, not like, I got no privacy now. GG. I mean, I blocked all the accounts that followed me, but still, it's like, bro. It's like, I don't know, like, how am I supposed to prevent that, you know? Can I even prevent that from happening? How do I get like my own private Twitter without like, I don't know. I just understand. I don't understand how they did it and how they found it, but I mean, you know, they found it. The scary part is like, it's like my last name. It's like, you know what I mean? Ugh, it's just scary. Told making my real name, bro. It's my private, and it's like I follow like everyone there. You know, I follow like all my friends and family there. It's fine though. It's whatever. I mean, they're not. It's not like I post on there anyways. What's up, sour gummies? Hello. Yo, Spanish music was crazy, chat. You guys should get on Spanish music. This is new. It's not new. Might just go up with what I have. Yeah, it's already private, but like, you know, I wanted not to make it. Here's someone. Am I getting stream sniped? Okay. No diamonds. Wait. I could get lucky. No diamonds. All right, I'm going up. What's up, Crumble? Oh, where have you been, Crumble? Long time no see, bro. Okay, I will just go this way. I need to get copper since I can't get diamonds or anything. Please, bro, just give me 2 diamonds. 2 diamonds and I'll be more than happy. Gold? Wait, maybe? Wait. Nope. No gold, only diamonds. I mean, only gold. Okay, cool. Pretty good, just chilling. Nice, bro. Have you been playing Hot Plate? You've definitely been playing. I know that for a fact, right? Yeah, I don't know if I can find any diamonds before. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up. 0 diamonds game. Wow. What? Okay. I'm enchanted now. That's chill. Okay. Right. Okay. I don't even know what I just experienced, but I got 2 gats from that. The fuck? I'm waiting for Oh, that's right. MW does drop tonight, right? My friend was talking to me about it today. Look on you. Wait, did I make all of them? Yeah, I did. Wait, that was actually like low key a kill I needed. Okay, then. At least I'm enchanted. I might buy it. I'm not sure. I am not too sure tonight. If it's cool, I'll buy it. If my friends are buying it, I'll probably buy it. So can you follow? No. They requested a follow, and well, before it was unprivated, right? So like people can see my account. I don't know. It's just weird that they just like found it. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like not that I didn't even advertise my account anywhere. They just found it. It's fine. I'll find out. I'll find out how. What is it? Is that parasocial, right? That's actually parasocial. Finding out your content creator's private profile is crazy. It's all right. That's all right. Despacito. That was the Despacito. That song was just not Despacito. Oh, but I mean, like, yeah, the Spanish song Despacito does go crazy. I'll put you guys on some more Spanish songs. I'll add more to the playlist. Like, that song was like, that was a pretty good song. Something strange out of my brain. There's like a lot more Spanish songs that I can put you guys on. Bam. And I'll probably just make a bow. Maybe even make the power 2 later. What's up, Ibby? How have you been, Ibby? Why did I throw my cobwebs out? Like, what? I know. What am I doing? All right, bet. That's better. I got so much hot plate. I forgot I was eating something. Wait, what do you mean? What? Wait, that was like low-key me day 1 when the hot plate server came out. Oh, fuck. Just take some crazy damage. Okay. Is there a lava pool over here? Good, you? Honestly, I've been pretty fine. Pretty good, pretty good. I won my first game already. This is my second game. I think I got... I'm not going to call it out. But that felt like a stream snipe. I don't know. I don't know. I already forgot his name. Why is there yellow here in dev? That's literally the yellow key in dev. He said, bruh. Okay. My hog place crashed. GG. How many wins you got? How many wins you got? Interview. I have to work, unfortunately? No. Wait, just don't go. Wait, thoughts? Wait, listen to my comments. Are you ready? Listen, don't go to work. Call off. Play Minecraft. Easy. 8 wins. Okay. Okay. So 2 kills in my hot bike career venue. Wait, go. W advice. Chat, was that W advice? Thoughts? Oh, that's a guy right there. What the fuck? Holy fuck. Okay, we can make another gap and just heal. Okay. That works. Holy shit. You play any PvP servers at all? No, I don't. Okay. Let me get making a perfect cobweb here. Okay. Well, he's actually fucking... Wait. Wait a second. I don't have any enchants. He's doing really good with that. I'm gonna head to get away from him right here. Done with that. There we go. Get the water down. Get another water going there. He's still like right behind me. It's not good. Wait, how do you even make a lucky rod? Don't you like fish for that? Like 4 different kind of fish or no? I got you, Copper. I got you, Copper. I got you. See a guy right there I can run into. Oh, this might be like another new. Oh, they're fighting. Yo, bro, I'm giving you people right now. I need you to turn around. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Notice me. Oh, nice. 5 gaps. Okay. Bro wants me dead. Thank you for that boost. Oh, fuck. All right. We lead him back to this guy over here. Oh, it's another guy. You're right behind you, bro. You gotta turn, bro. You gotta turn, bro. You gotta turn. Thanks for lava. Appreciate it. Oh, it's another guy right there. Yo, that guy's a sharp 3 diamond. Oh, fuck. Oh, GG's. That guy just wanted me dead the whole game. GG's. What's up, KH? 2 salmon, 2 cod, 4 seagrass, 1 rod. Rip. Well, that guy did not stop going for me. He got nothing. Well, I guess he got 5 diamonds from me, but yeah, because I found no lava. I should have just gone down and got lava. All right. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay. GG's to that guy. What's up, Narc? Hello. Thank you for the follow. All right, we win this game. Lokio / sub and / Nick. Rejoin. There you go. Oh, not that one. Can I / up? What's happening? No way it's gonna like me join another game. Fuck. It's fine. We'll / Nick now. And I can advertise in this lobby. Fuck. That's fine. Emerald Sword is so fun. I mean, is it though? Because I feel like you're mostly just in the village the whole game. Because you're wanting to get sharp 5. You don't want to go. I mean, I guess you can just sharp 3 rush, right? But still, it takes up a lot of time. It's like what, a stack and a half of emeralds. Mobs give it. Wait, what? Oh, you can? Okay, well, that's actually crazy now. Wait, what? How many emeralds? Wait, what? Did they actually? Wait. Wait, does every mob drop 2 to 5? Oh, 0 to 4. Okay. Huh. Okay, maybe that's crazy then. If it's 2 per, you kill like 10 mobs. You just kill everything in your way. You literally kill everything. Damn. Wait, that's actually might be meta. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. We will see. I want to go to like. I want to see snow, bro, so bad. Try and go for this game? Bet. Oh, but it's just like, it's not that it's boring. It's just like, I don't know. I just feel like it's too time consuming, no? Because I like going for kills. I don't know. I just like, I like eliminating the threat right away, you know? Andres. The shameless Twitch plug every game. I hope no one's here that's live. I only do when I don't say YouTuber because I don't want them to be live and I'm live and then, you know. Andres, no, so promo is not allowed. It is with YouTube rank. It's so hard. I'm so hard. Bro, I left. Wait, why'd you leave? Wait, Pim, what'd you do? Wait, what? Back in testing, me and Duzum had Emerald Sword Sharp 18. Eh. What were you doing then? Wait, what were you? How was that happening? Wait, what? Bro, it's still in queue? Wait, what number in queue are you? I could give away a rank. Low key? Nah. No giveaways. No giveaways. No giveaways. Wait, this spawn's actually horrendous. What the fuck? What did I just spawn in? What is this? I just spawned in the freaking jungle. Yeah, I'm not going for the thing of this game. No giveaways equals not goat, bruh. All right. Apparently I'm not the goat because I'm not giving away anything away. Nice. Used to make fun of you. Oh, lagging? Emeralds? Wait, I actually might go for... Never mind. Thinking about going for the Emerald Sword, not anymore. Did it from the back while Uzi standing in front of you. Do that. Okay. Civ Royale later? Yeah, I think I have some friends that wanted to play some Civ later. Probably play like a little more of these and then play some solo, play some teams. Okay. I'll probably come down mine here. Bro, you smell what's up, Dugan? This guy. No promotion in the server. Yo, actual Discord mod. Dwagon. I thought it was Dugan. I swear to God, I heard someone say Dugan one time. He responds to that. Wait, actually a mod? Wait a second. Are you actually a Discord? Are you actually a chat mod? Oh, okay, I was gonna say, bro. I actually might disguise this game low key. But yeah. Hey, apparently, not apparently. I've heard that it's you're only allowed to promote if you have YouTube rank. That's it. And whoever else is like tries to promote, that's actually mutable. Yo, what is that emo combo, Pim? The fuck? Is that a freaking, is this SpongeBob? What is that? Ooh, apple on the floor. Take that. We got Christopher right here. You're modding when you're not a mod. Oh. Wait, so you're pretty much a what is it called? Can we get a Dat Son Pog? No. I miss Christopher. L. No Haley, what? You know Haley Love? I know of them, yeah. Heard of them, pretty sure. She was like the one that was uploading Hypixel, right? Or no? Only good things? Then no. Okay, then no. Why? Is it bad? Wait, what? Oh, I don't know. What the fuck? Huh? What the fuck am I? What is happening? What is this? Okay, I saw Speed Server do it. See, oh, my bad. My fault. That's actually weird, okay. Anyways. I don't know, bro. This Minecraft community is actually insane, bro. And someone loot this already. Wait. Someone loot this, right? Yeah, they did. They get the arrows you do? They didn't get the arrows, though. Ooh. killed somebody. All right, well, I'm gonna go down. I thought that was a lodestone. Okay, bro, just want my cave. Yeah, take that iron, bro. All right, 2. I need 1 more. If I see diamonds, I'm mining them. See gold. I don't care about the gold. You have the gold. What pog emote? Where's he? I didn't know that, Spectre. Badge. Or Sniffler. I didn't know that. I'll be honest with you. I kind of just like stopped caring about the UHC community when I quit UHC. I'll be honest with you. I barely know anyone that's new about this UHC community. Like the last person that I knew of before I you know left UHC, I guess you can say, was like Floaters, but he was like a 1.8 player. I didn't know he was like a 1.9 player as well. That's, yeah, I'm telling you, I don't really know anyone anymore. My dog's barking at me. Duzin is crazy. Yeah, I heard Duzin was also like, yeah. Duzin was actually only a Greninja viewer. That's all he was. And then apparently he's like creates a player, 1.8, 1.12 player. You remember? One sec. Sorry, my dog wanted to get in my room for some reason. All right, she's in my room now. But yeah, I know you're talking United UHC. Yeah, that was like ages ago, right? That was like hella ages ago. Yeah, my dog is behind me now. W dog, I guess. Yo, my dog is like actually greedy, no troll. Like, I don't even know. Like, I thought I've never met a more greedier dog. Like, yo, does your like anyone here in chat have a dog that just barks and like gets whatever she wants? Like, I don't even know. Like, my dog barks and she gets what she wants. I don't know. I'm allergic to animal fur. Damn, I'm allergic to like. Well, it's weird because I'm not allergic to like cats or anything, but I'm allergic to like. I don't like. What's the cat litter? I'm allergic to cat litter. So, I mean, it's just like, well, GG's, you know, might as well just be allergic to cats. What's up, Zyke? How are you, Zyke? How are you, Zyke? Okay, there's just no diamond. Oh, there's iron there, though. You can't be allergic to cat litter and say right now. Okay, I'm sorry, right now. How are you? I'm chilling, bro. Playing some Hoplite. Bro, I saw you in a Not Vixio's short. W, bro. W. So when are you moving to shorts, huh? When are you moving to shorts? Yo. Taking my time. Since what? Wait, really? Are those like from months ago or what? Bro, someone died to a warden. What? GG's. Bro, did not realize? I didn't know. No, I did not know. Okay, yo, Pim, bruh. What are these emotes combos you're doing, bro? I don't remember the last time I played 1.8, 1.7, but it was definitely somewhere around this year. Yeah, I don't know. Trust me, this community, it just drives me crazy. Like, it's actually full of weirdos. Okay, not all of the UHC community. Most people are like pretty cool, like pretty chill. Like I think like most of the Reddit community is pretty chill. Like Djo and like anyone that's like Arctic staff is like chill, you know. But like you have like your sweaty players that are just like hella toxic and probably like racist, probably. Most likely, what am I saying? And then you have like your normal play. I don't know. It's just like it's all over the place. This community is actually cringe. But I like how Hot Play is like a mix of everything. Speedrunning community, 1.9 community, 1.9 PvP community. It's everything really, which is really good. I like this. It also has like some MCC community in it as well. I've noticed. What's up, NQ? No diamonds again, bro. Like what? Surely I get 2 diamonds, right? This game. Surely, right? Surely. Can you get diamonds? Like, hello, diamonds. 2 diamonds and I'll be happy. Okay, no diamonds. Hi, Bear Louise. What short did you see? It was one that says like 2023 shorts of the year. Some I don't even know. It's like some like one of those. It was like this is the video of 2023 or something like that. Top clips of 2023 maybe. I don't know. I forgot exactly what it's called, but I saw you in it. How are you, Bear Luis? OG Andres or OG Andres? Like, what is that, bruh? Like, what the fuck? What is that? Easy choice? You bandits. Like, what? Probably me. Oh, dude, I wish I could just get the name Andres, bro. A-N-D-R-E-S. I don't like Q-N-D-R-E-S. Ugh. I feel like OG Andres is just weird. Okay, like I've literally been here already. Have I? Yeah, I have. Am I just gonna have to be rushing Nether again? Or rushing 0-0 with plain iron? I might have to do that. It's looking like another iron rush game. I hate it like this. I hate these rushes. Man, I can go for like a crazy kill. Crazy kills. Yeah, Pim, you're just spamming emotes, bro. I know, right? Just imagine Q-N-D-R-E-S. Just like, that's it. Just Q-N-D-R-E-S. Diamonds. And they duped 4. No fucking way. It wants me to make enchants. Cool. Okay, we'll go up now. Bet. What's up, Mr. Woo Woo? Hello. How are you, Mr. Woo? Also, what's up, Yartsa? I'm sorry if I say your name wrong. Forgive me. Diamonds on me. Want to make sure there's no diamonds down here. There's none. Okay. Okay, we'll go up now. Get diamonds now. Yeah, cats though. W. Hell yeah. W cats. You can say yar like a pirate. Yar. Okay, yar. Come on, bro. I'm gonna go faster. Why are you laughing, Sanshi? Why did you say lol? Come on. If I get 10 kills here, can everyone sub, please? Thanks. Wait. So actually, though, can someone do exclamation point subs real quick and take a picture of that? Oh my god. Woo. Barry, I have 300 subs, Barry. W. Okay. We'll go this way. We'll get a water bucket and then just go crazy. There's a guy right there on me already. He's going straight over there though. Okay, well, he's just dodging me. Why is it like the same thing as yours? Wait, what? Oh my god. Shh, chat, clear comms. Server die? There's not fighting. Oh, bros. Okay, we got bro just going straight for me. Okay. It's not good. Wait, why is bro going for me? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. They're fighting now. Omega Craft. He's on 22. Got him. Diamonds on him. Arrows, obsidian. Two hobby. An Artemis bow. Okay, we need water. I gotta get water now. I get water and make a bunch of healing. Okay. I'm sorry for the clean. Okay, listen, it was worth it. I got diamonds from it. Okay. Now I just need water. Thanks for the alert sector. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was a whole squad on me, huh? Jesus. Yo, can I get water though? Please. Okay. Craft obsidian. Okay. Got 2 water buckets now. Throw that out. Holy fuck, that beat scared me. Gamble the head? Should I gamble the head or do I use it a G head? You guys are little gambling addicts, huh? You know what? Just because I have no gold, might do it. I can make boots as well. Okay. We'll go for that sharp sword now. Okay. Bam. Sharp 2. I'm gonna do it. Let's just make it Pro 2 boots. Okay. Hoplite gave me a gambling addict. Okay, to be honest with you. Be honest with me. It was not Hoplite. You always had one. I'll try to gamble when I can. Yo, can I pick up this glass? Like, where'd it go? Yeah, bro's blaming Hoplite. Let's be honest, it was not Hoplite. You already had one. GG. G freaking G. How? A pearl? Huh? Yo, these kills are just coming from me at this point. Like, what? Okay, it's like sharp 2. Okay, diamonds, like diamond boots right here. Protects, I'm guessing. Yep. Okay, well. Yep, diamond. Okay. Okay. Amethyst 2 now? Like, okay. All right, amethyst. Look at this cobblestone a bit. Bam, sharp 2 or sharp 3. Okay. Okay. Wait, I can low-key rush Grimoire, no? What do I need for Grimoire? Oh my god, wait, what? Wait. I need 5 diamonds? Wait, where are those quartz at? Wait, I can low-key just get that right now. Give me that quartz. Give me that redstone too, why not? I can Gampa. If I get 5 diamonds, I'm making Grimoire. Let me Grimoire somewhere where I can actually Grimoire. Okay. Bet. Come on, give me diamonds. Give me 4 literally 2 diamonds. 3 diamonds is all I need. I'm making 1 jihad, by the way. If I can. Yeah, I can. It's like I'm asking for it, bruh. Okay. Okay, so gambling is OP. Okay. Right on. Wait, what do I need again? Diamond sword? Wait, let's recipe. I need... Made that already. Diamond sword. Okay. And then I just have everything for it. Wait, that's it, right? What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing this book and quill, but okay. Fuck, did he have a glow squid ink? Surely he did, right? He didn't have a glow squid ink? It's fine, I have a book. Okay, we just save it. Where do I get a glow squid ink fast? It can be normal ink? Okay, how do I get a squid? It's just normal? Okay, bet. Bet. Just give me a feather and a squid, right? Look in the water. Probably just spawns here, right? In the water. Do they spawn here in the water? In the river? Surely, right? I swear I've seen them so many times just spawn in these water pools. We'll just like look around this ocean here. Because that fire 2 can be like literally game changing for me. For fish cannons and full damage transfer to the 2 teams. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes I feel like people just like I don't know, bro. It sucks because like it's happened to me, and it's just like I just like you can't really rage because it's like, you know, they're probably like newbies to UHC or like newbies to Minecraft. So honestly, as much as it hurts to say just go next, you just got to go next. Like, but blame your team for that. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's no squid though, chat. There's no squids here. Wait, unless. Yo, hello? Like, no squids? Like, in the water? I thought they spawned here. Okay. I have not, no. The one dude that acts like an 8-year-old and traps people? No, who is it? Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't care about this game. I just want squid now. Like this game can literally be downhill for me, but I want squid so I can get fire aspect and I win. What did you make a bed? I mean, you're kind of cooking. Bro, there's no squid? I just went to the border. There's no squid. Okay. Don't mind me. You're fine. You find an ocean? True. Throw that out. I see. Is there someone burning, bro? Oh my god. Hold on. Bro, who is this guy? He's on 16. Shh. Dude, your dog just... Yeah, I know you dropped your sword, bro. I know, chat. I saw a sword. I'll get it right now. Trust me, I saw a sword. I saw a sword. Oh, die. Okay. Bro just dropped his sword. Power 3. I feel like this guy went another. Oh my god, bro went another. What did he have for me? Oh, stack of arrows. Okay. 7 diamonds. Okay. Like, what do I throw away? Like, I'm literally... Just like so many arrows. So much gold. Redstone. Okay, we'll just keep everything I need for Grimoire in here. I need that. I need XP bottles. We need the magma cream, 2 magma cream. We also need a bow, so we'll just put that bow in there for now. Okay. Okay, I'll go get this katana now. And no ink sac. Nice. Everything that I needed but an ink sac. W. We love it. Okay, wait. So katana sharp 3, right? I mean, katana sharp 2, fire 2. If I get it, of course. I'll use this for now. What's up, whiny mosquito? Oh, it's already sharp 2. Okay, cool. So we'll make a sharp 3. Okay. And I still live with my parents, you know. What was bro doing, by the way? Bro was just there AFK? Wait. Wait. All right, we can P-box one more head, or we can gamble one head. Yeah, I know. We're making sharp 3. I know. But let me just find it first, so before I can do it. Oh my god, this sword's broken. Like what? Has no TPs. Come on, just give me a squid ink, please. Oh wait, surely there's like squid here, right? Oh my god, please, please. Okay, I have my book. Oh my god, he had so many books too. Surely there's a squid here, right? Dude, boat? Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, it's like... Oh my god, dude. I killed him for his freaking sword, bro. You think he's mad? There was a squid behind you? Yo, if you're actually being serious, I swear to god. Tintin, I swear to god. Chat, is he trolling or not? There's no way. There's no way. I would have seen it. Yo, Tintin, are you trolling? Swear to god, there's actually a squid. If bro's actually smart, bro actually saw a squid. Nah, bro's trolling. Either he's trolling or he's seeing things. Nah, it probably despawned. Ain't no way, dude. Wow, just no squid. All right. Okay. Oh, someone else has a freaking katana now. That Daniel guy has a... Oh, yeah, a second. Okay. Now, what if I go nether and make a sharp for katana? Nah. You know what? We'll gamble another head right now. We'll gamble another head. Maybe. What if we get sharp 3 sword or a book? Swear to God, there was one. Maybe I was just trolling. Maybe I'm just tripping out. Maybe I spawned it in. I don't know. I see a squid every time you go into the... I know, right? There's just a guy right here, bro. Weller hide.
That's not good.
Yo, it's not good. Yo, okay.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Nah, Weller hide. Nah. Why is it? Okay, that's not good at all for me, actually. Okay.
Actually, you know what? We should fight. We should fight. I think this would be a good fight. I like this fight. Okay, well, not if you shoot my horse though.
Bye. Oh my God, Witherhide. The Witherhide's... Oh. Okay. Yo!
Oh, I didn't mean to launch you so close to me. What?
All right, get away from me, bro. Get away from... I will go for you, bro. Yeah. Back up, bro. Yeah, okay, he's coming back for more. Wait, no way I kill this horse.
Listen, Andres.
Back up, bro.
Take all your stuff. Take all your stuff.
Trust me.
I spent the whole game getting this crossbow, man.
Yo, you gotta hit your shots if you're gonna try to go for me, you know?
Alright, you're right.
All right, but I'm gonna have to go, bro. I'll be honest with you.
We're good.
I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna go. Oh, I'm at 0-0. Oh, shit. All right. I'm dipping. Trust me, I'm dipping. Dude, am I not gonna fight? Nah, I'm waiting for this guy now. It's I think that was squid? Nope. That Daniel guy, it's on 32. Come on. Come on, please. TP away. Please. Please, bow me. Oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. He's on 1 heart. Got him. Obsidian for days. I have an idea if he does it again. Bow me 1 more time, I dare you. All right. Oh, it's trolling. I don't want you to bow me. Yo, where's his katana at? Hello? Yeah, just fire. I will bow on your horse. I will. Oh, just a regular katana. Okay, you're dead. Yo, W horse movement. Okay, you still bowing me? Do I like fish sticks? I don't actually. I hate fish sticks. So much batter. If I'm gonna eat fish, I just eat fish. Okay. Okay. Squid, please. Okay, I gotta actually like. Thanks for follow. Appreciate it. Omega Quake. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Okay, please have a squid ink in here. Oh my god, nothing in here. Oh, power 4 though. Why does no one have a damn squid ink? Like, okay. No, I actually need a squid ink though. I'm gonna put that Dragonton in here now. I'll gamble once I find a squid ink. That's all I need, bro. Just give me a squid ink, bro, and I win the game pretty much. I feel like most top players are spell spammers or runners, and I hate it. They're just like, what is it called? They're just high pixel bow spammers. Make gaps more on? Okay. Oh, poor. What does that mean? What is it? What is that? I think it said moron. I'm like, oh god, okay. I got no wood, bro. I do. What does that word even mean? Okay, 5 gaps. Happy? Make diamond chestplate? W chat. Yo, good comms, chat. Good comms, chat. Good comms. All right. Now, all we need is a damn squid. Oh my god, there's just no squid spawns. Like, GG. G freaking G. There's a river. I know, but there's just no freaking squid in here. Okay. What if there's like a glow squid that just spawns in? Wait, I okay know how to spawn a glow squid in. You can just make that a big like a ravine thing. Do the squid dance? How do you do the squid dance? It's a thing. Did you walk in a circle? Yes. All right, I feel like you guys are just capping now at this point, saying stuff. Hi, Kai. Hello. Enchant chestplate. Yo, chat, can we like... Wait. Just trust me. Wait on this, okay? Let me find what I need, because I have 10 minutes to find it, or I guess 5 minutes now. And if I don't find it, I'll be very mad. You son of a... No, I'm getting it. No. Please. Let's swim this way, bro. Worth it. Worth it. Yo, so worth it. Okay. Okay, oh, fuck, I don't want my bow, though. Yeah. Okay, with those sword out. Okay, perfect. God damn, bruh. Okay. All right, now we gamba. Here you go, gambly addicts. Here you guys go. Redstone heads. Okay. There's one. There's 2. There you go. Okay. You see what I mean, chat? Trust the process, bruh. I'm telling you, like, you guys are like complaining. No, trust me. Trust me, it's worth it. Oh, there's just a guy here. Oh, no microphone. What is his name? Yo, disconnect, bro. Or DevCraft. Yo, Dev. It's Dev, chat. It's Dev. Oh, bro's panicky now. Has no water. No Bev. No Bev. No Bev. Oh, GG. Some gold for me. Yeah, that's all he had pretty much. That was Dev, chat. That was Dev. Real Dev. I actually might play Dev with Dev today. Little Dev boost for action, maybe. We'll see. Maybe. It's a maybe. It's a maybe. It's a maybe. Okay, bam. Bam, bam, bam. But now we just go 0-0, right? Yeah, I feel like having a lot of heads, honestly, just enable more gambling, but add more like else stuff, you know, like add more crappy stuff to the pool, just for people. Yeah, just so people can like gamble their heads. Maybe like 6 Hoplite highlights. This might be another Hoplite highlights. Yep. Wait, 7. I can get like 14 kills this game. Wait, I can. We'll do that. Will the hide? I know you're here. Will the hide? Yeah. Well, how are you elite? Nah. There's no way you're elite level 10. Nah, it's cap. Nah, it's cap. It's cap. Nah, we're actually dead if you if there's a pots person. Like 10 legendaries total. I see Willerhide. Nah, you're. Hey, Eggman's mine, Willerhide. Get away from him. Got him. Ink sack. I don't need that. Anything else? Okay. Bro is just okay. Okay. Dedge. Nah, that. You pull my stuff up. Nah, you're done for that.
I got multi-shot.
Yeah, you got multi-shot.
It's just not fair. It's just not fair.
Yeah, it's not fair when I kill you in 2 seconds. You got 2 seconds to run away. 1, you're dead.
Okay, I'm gone.
You're running now. Oh, bro's in a cave. You gotta aim with that. Willerhide. You gotta aim with that. Come on, let me shoot this horse once. There it is. Oh, baby, that's a shot. Fuck, okay. Yo, what's up with everyone's inventory not having a single thing? For pro here, and then I'll probably. Okay. We have a lot of gold here. I got 9 level shot. What do I do with 9 levels? I guess just like make my stuff prot 3. Destroy him. Okay, yo. All right, chat. Like, what do I even make? I mean, okay, that was an accident. Okay, apples. Don't even come close, bro. Oh my god! Come here, Willerhide. Yeah, that's right. But better run, bro. Better run. You just killed like all of humanity right there. Wait, you're actually right, Rick. Dude, I'm actually Katniss out here. Sheesh. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. Don't bump. Nah, there's no way this is a get. Nah, bro. Where you think you're going, bro? Oh, nah. Nah, you got so lucky. So, how are we doing here, chat? What's up, chat?
This isn't a great spawn. This
is not a great spot, my man.
Wait.
Nah,
I think I can boost myself. I think I can boost myself.
Bro.
Yes! A boost!
Oh my god, disconnect.
I got a G.
Hey, whoa. Sorry, disconnect. Wait, how's bro hitting me in? Willer Hyde, come here. Now this Willer Hyde gonna be like, yo, so much gold though. Ant, I'm loving it, dude. Look at my gear, Ant. I'm just like loving it. Okay, this guy's gonna do. Nah, Willer Hyde. Nah, dude.
Nah. I don't want to take this, man. I don't want to take this. I'm gonna be real.
Sure?
I'm gonna be real. I don't want to take. I just don't want to. You know,
well,
you can fight
you're gonna have to take it either way.
Fight the other people.
Yeah, fight
the other people.
You're the last one alive.
Fight the other people. Fight the other ones.
Bro, you're the last one alive, bro.
Fight chat.
What do you mean fight chat, bro? You are chat, bro. You're my chat right now. Like I have to
I'm
fight
not,
you,
bro. I'm literally having your stream is not even. It's on the tab. I'm looking.
Nah, look at this. Look.
Bro. How are you so fast?
All right,
I'm gonna die.
Dude,
I can't do anything. Bro, I'm actually dead.
Uh-oh.
No, GG's. No.
No, okay, you can't do that, bro. Okay. How about this? Okay, I will tax. Okay.
All right.
Okay, I tax your crossbow. We have a fair fight. How about that? Okay, I'll give you stuff.
Wait. All right.
Take that. Take some heads.
That actually sounds fair.
But I'm taxing your crossbow. That's the tax, you know. That's the Andre's tax. Here, I'll give you some more stuff. Take that.
Okay. Wait, you're using the crossbow?
Yeah, that's the Andre's tax, bro.
I mean,
make
that
yourself
fair, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. It's fair. I'm giving you fair 1v1s, you know? Here, take another head. No. That's another part of the Andre's tax. You can't get bow. Okay. Hey, you know what? I'll give you this. You
That's
make your own.
Very useful.
You can make a bow like that, right?
Hang on.
Okay, what are you making? Sharp 3 diamond. Nice. Okay, I see you.
Wait. Sharp diamonds.
I did drop you diamonds.
Oh? Wait, I'm actually kind of geared now. Like,
oh, really?
I think this is kind of fair. Okay,
all right, bro made a freaking... Okay.
Wait. Let me make a G-head real quick.
Okay, bro made a G-head too. Okay. If you win this, I'll gift you some my chat. Okay, what did you just drink?
Nothing.
All right, bro drink too. Okay.
It was a beverage.
Oh my god, my chat's being... Okay, my chat wants me to give you this. Okay, wait. Okay. All right, we're starting. No, we're starting.
Oh, wait. What is chat? Wait.
I think that's like
the
same.
Sounds sharp.
Exactly. Enchant it.
Bro, I don't have an E-table.
Oh my god, bro.
Or lapis. Don't even. No, it's not.
No, just take. Okay. You can only enchant it one time. Here, take this. No. Enchant it.
Bro, it's gonna be sharp 1.
It's fine. It's worth it. It's very better than a sharp 3 diamond. I'm pretty sure.
Is it? Oh, wait,
I don't know.
Netherite. You're right.
Yeah, it's Netherite base.
Bro, I can't even make this. I have Unbreaking and Knockback 1. Okay, well, I'll take Knockback. Wait,
you forgot that I got the bow now, didn't you?
Yeah, I forgot about that. Wait, but I have a flame bow.
Oh, wait, I have a flame sword.
Yeah, it's kind of even. Oh.
You're destroying me.
I have sharp 2, man.
Yo,
it's not that deep.
How much damage does this thing do? What?
It's ridiculous. I was shredding people without.
Wait, it's like close range? Wait, close range is crazy.
It's like 20 blocks. It's like 20 blocks, man. It's crazy.
But you're in 13 again.
To be fair, they balanced it to not have multi-shot, so you know, that kind of makes sense.
But you can add multi-shot on it now, right?
Yeah, I got it from the deep dark.
The deep dark? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. I get close to you though. I want to see how much damage
I think you're dead here.
Oh, I think okay.
I think you're dead here. I think it's an easy GG's here. Like you're pretty low.
Wait, what's your healing? You still have healing?
I have the heads you gave me.
Eat up!
Oh no, I'm gonna.
Okay. Bro forgot to eat the heads. Like, okay, I gave him like so many heads. Okay. Oh, GG's. Okay. I'm addicted to this game. Let's go! Wait, is my dog sleeping behind me? My dog's sleeping behind me. I'm so sorry. My dog just woke up from that. Yo, Witherhide. Oh, I thought you just weren't eating them. I thought you just forgot. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Look at my sword, Witherhide. It's actually busted sword, dude. I killed someone for it too. It's insane. It's insane. Gotta upgrade the thing now. I'm gonna do that. 2 wins, 1 loss. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. And how many wins do you have? And oh my god, bro. Feinberg is loving it, dude. Nah, it's crazy. Stats. Fruit, berries. I can't stats them. I can. How many hours? Oh, okay. Never mind. 80 played. Yeah, I'm actually loving it more than Jesus. That's bad. I only play Civ. Oh, wait. Let me see. Are you on leaderboards? No, but wait. That's kills and he wins. Okay, there you go. Wait, what happened to Stuart? Is he Esteban Farmer? Is Stu Esteban Farmer? Alright, bro, changed his name. Okay, well, guy changed his name to Esteban Farmer. Wait, is he on also like... Yeah, he's up here, right? Who's this? What's up, Yeti Gang? Okay. God damn, he's loving it. Yeah, nicknaming is actually weird on the server. Like, what? What is that name? Okay, dude. Okay, wow. All right. Yo, Pimptus, Odd Fraud, and Puppeteer. Thanks for the follows. Appreciate it, guys. Oh, there's no servers alive right now. Guy. Slash Nick, Grandpa Gamer 78-bit. $87. Wait, fuck, no. Oh, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I think next time you're at peak, they should definitely make it so we can change our skin too. Because I'm tired of being freaking Donkey Kong, One Punch Man. I swear to God, there was a Caillou skin one time. I was a Caillou skin. Also, what's up, Azuf? Bye, Vio. Bye. Can we have like more skins? Yo, petition to add my skin for the random Nick, please. Thank you. Go into the PvP arena. Well, let me try and get to a game first. You got bro just standing there. I'm gonna personally deny that. Azuf, please. We've been like, wait, throwback Azuf when we were like teaming that one game and that one UHC on the Arctic. Do you watch the NFL? No, I don't. But I do watch football. Wait, there's literally a game going on right now. The Champions League is right now. There's literally a Champions League game going on. I should be watching that right now. It's fine. All right, we'll see if we can rush this game. There's no structure yet. We'll go this way. Apparently, it's easy to rush Grimoire now. I don't know. I'll play season only with 21 days. Is it gonna be like a huge update? Is every season like a big update? Azuf, do you know about this? Are you allowed to say anything about that or no? You took a year to find a squid, I know. Well, I think you spawned with the squid. Play this game while using a trident. So that'd be my challenge. I heard it's fun. I heard you can just fly. Say what? Repeat it. I said, is every season like a big update, pretty much, or no? Or do you not know? Like, are they adding like bigger things every season, type of deal? You know, kind of like Fortnite. You know, every season's like different. That's what I remember. I had petitioned it to be like every season they bench certain like extra ultimates, you know, and like just add something new. Can't say it, generally don't know. Okay. Like, wouldn't that be cool though? Like every new season there's like a new something gets like rotated out of the extra ultimate shop. I wonder if they're ever gonna add like armor into like extra ultimates. That'd be pretty cool. Bench Dragon Katana for the love of God. I think they should bench the Ender Bow. I feel like it's power. I guess like the power to just use a pro anytime you want is fine, but I don't know. I still feel like that TP back is pretty cool. That Tracer Rewind. That should be like I don't know. Like I feel like Rush Down was crazy cool. Bench floatives. Wait, +1 of bench floatives in chat. Yo, chat. We bench floated, so he only plays tiered like 1 games with everyone that's like above 50 stars. We'll see what they added. The fuck? Okay, bro, just scared the shit out of me. I'll be honest with you, I don't think they should add skill base, because I mean, I've already seen it happen with like, I mean, I guess it was a manhunt server, but still, like, they had added skill-based matchmaking to manhunts, and it was just like, it died because there was just like not enough people to queue, you know? So I don't know. I don't think it's a smart choice to add skill-based matchmaking. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they do it correctly, but I feel like that just splits everyone in half. Like, people won't have games to play. If you're like really, really good, you have to hop on an alt and stuff. Oh yeah, and then that just like, people are still gonna hop on alts and play, you know? I feel like a game is winnable without the perks. Which reminds me, I probably should upgrade my perks more. Yeah, there's really. I mean, I guess like the only perk is like obviously upgrading your perks, but that's just like little things, right? Like more gold, more. I guess the more gold really helps, right? I don't know. We'll see. I'm wondering. Like, I wonder how far they're gonna take the server. I wonder. Should a rank mode, the casual. I know. I remember was testing their practice server. I can't say too much, but it's really good, bro. I actually like it. Like, it's just really good. We'll probably do like stuff on there too, on the practice server, low key. You'll see what I mean when it comes out, but it's a really cool practice server. Really, really cool. The server's booming. It is. Does that have more players than MCCI right now or no? Oh, and then like it's also booming more because like obviously you have RecRack promoting it. Yeah, like a bunch of like big YouTube, big names like promoting it. You know, it's pretty cool. Didn't Parrot just make a video on it? That's pretty cool that Parrot made a video. Where you get better is sweaty lobby. Oh. Yeah, I don't know then. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really good at UHC, but you know, I'm over here getting wins. I would definitely like, I'm definitely like a C player for UHC. You have like Floatives and Duzum that are like S tier. Actually, I wonder who would win in a fight, Duzum or Floatives. I don't know who would win that fight. Has it been tested before? Has there been a Duzum versus Floatives 1v1? I know they're both pretty good. I know Duzum has like a lot of like hoplite experience, right? Like a lot of hoplite crafts down and everything. I don't know. I really don't know. The tester. I don't know. We'll see. I remember teaming with Duzum and Floatives at the same time. But I don't know. I really don't know who's better. There's literally glow squid here. By the way, that's what I was gonna do earlier. Why? What the fuck? What is this? Is this a ship? Bro, what? Huh? Wait, there's treasures up here. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna make anything with this, but okay, I guess. All right. Dudes and Flo, the same team, should be banned. Yeah. Like, well, wasn't Dudes and Murdy in his team? That's why they got like the kill record. Complex, right? I see. I don't know. I'm just like, I wonder what the future updates hold. I wonder. So don't beat Stu's 40? Yeah, Stu didn't beat it. Stu tied it. Pretty sure float is still, it's still 49. He just tied it. I think. I'm not too sure. I don't really know. I haven't played it in like a long 3 days, okay? I play like one game here and there, but like I don't know too much anymore. Like, why did Booster get off? Why did Booster get off? This guy's actually trolling. Get more iron. Team was 49. Oh, Stu got 40. Oh shit. Wait, so does he hold right now with 40? To be honest, I didn't expect Top Lane to get this big. Dude, I'll be honest, I thought it was gonna do way better. Not way better. I thought it was gonna do like at least like 500, 600. But dude, 2,000, like 1.5, 2,000 is crazy, you know? About 30. Oh, so stupid. Okay, cool. What's solo? Does anyone know solo kill record? Or nah? I don't know what solo kill record is. I mean, I'm assuming it's like 28, maybe 30. I don't know. I don't know what solo kill record would be. Yeah, I know. Hoplite is becoming huge. I mean, like I said, like you see like creators literally promoting the shit out of it. And it's like, it's just like endless content. I don't know. Speedserver did a really good job promoting it. I like it. I don't know. It's like other servers have the chance to like make a better server. Like Hypixel have like crazy amounts of like, you know, I feel like Hypixel could have made like their UHC way better, but they just didn't care. Like they just let all the cheaters just infest it, and GG's like it just killed itself pretty much. Can you Hoplite on Bedrock? You can't. You cannot. That would be cool though. You know what other server's coming out soon? And you guys actually might not know about it. It's actually the Lifesteal beta, the Lifesteal server. That server's gonna be crazy. That server's actually nuts. If you guys like factions type of beat of things. Because Hypixel Inquisition, yeah. But I feel like they're just focusing on like obviously the bigger game mode, which is Skyblock, but I don't know. Also, what's up, Dantney? Hello. You should, I know, I feel like, I don't know the reason why you can't Bedrock on Hoplite on Bedrock. Bedrock on Hoplite. Yeah. Yo, Cow Sand Cookies, what's up? Hello. Thanks for the follow. I'm playing the beta of Lifesteal. It's very good. I know. It's really good. I played it for like literally 27 hours, no troll. Wait, you played Cosmic Prison's Edge? No way. Wait, so did I, bro. Wait, what planet did you play on? Wait, what? Fuck. Wait, you know, like a lot of like Skyblock players are on here too. Like a lot of Cosmic Sky players are on here. Pretty cool. Most of my friends are on here playing. You got like Dan Jeff, Victor, Provinsky. Pretty cool. Pippi. Played on that server? Yeah, he did. Bro, I swear, I used to play that server like, oh, a lot, bro. I actually, that's like where I started Minecraft. I started on that server. Damn. Memories, bro. Memories. I remember like hopping on at like, well, I got my laptop in 2016, and I was just like no-lifing the crap out of factions because I saw T-Bin our frags on there. Crazy. I was a massive. Wait, were you actually? I played Ice Planet back in Factions. Pretty cool. Wait, let me do this real quick. Oh, you know what I started craving right now? Some Dave's Hot Chicken. Oh my god. Wait, you played on Ice too? No shot. No shot. You played on Ice as well. What's your faction name? A P guy? Oh my god, yeah. P Ice. I mean, didn't he have like a mod pack with like Mr. Wolfos or something like that? Yeah, I watched that season. I watched that all, dude. Is there a problem with back then? Oh shit. You're playing pirated factions, W. I mean, not W, what? I would never promote pirated accounts, what? In the... I'm gonna go up right now, just with the iron sword. Might actually go with the iron sword, wow. Life I cannot change. My brother? Well, crazy story. I used to have a Minecraft account that I stole from my friend. And yeah, I just stole from my friend. So GG, like I stole his Minecraft account and then I think he like found the password again or something and he locked me out of the account. So I never got access back to that account. But that account, I had like a lot of like top rank on every server. It was crazy. Cosmic Prisons goes hard, I know, right? Like throwback. Like at least 2017, 2018, right? Minimum, at least around there. I'm getting DMs right now. Booster, are you winning? Yes, Booster, I'm winning. Okay. Sorry, I just respond to this DM. Oh shit. Okay. In mid 2018 is where I got an actual copy of Minecraft. Wait, really? I got my Minecraft account back in 2016. I don't know, I just bought it. I had like leftover money from a Christmas, I think, and just like 30 bucks. And I was like, damn, okay, well, I'm playing what was I playing on my freaking on my PC back then? I was playing, what's that one game? Not Sims, but it was like Sims pretty much. Oh, I forgot the name of that damn game. See you guy right here. He's enchanted. He's unenchanted. Did he get the diamond up here though? Yeah, he definitely did, right? Oh, didn't get the diamond up here. Okay. Yeah. Well, I didn't go for this guy because, I mean, why not? I just felt that emoji. I'm probably gonna die here now. Yo, I'm actually hella low for this guy, but I'll fight him. Who is this? Omar Pro. Yo, Omar, bro. Oh, PvP's in like a minute. Wait, I thought PvP was on now. We got Dark Rider and Omar. Yo, Omar, bro. Got a village here. Okay. Oh, good posture check. Good posture check. Good posture check. My posture is actually horrible right now. Yo, bro, Omar, where are you running me to, bro? Yo, Omar, what are we doing, bro? Oh, someone's trying to go for the damn bow here, or the damn sword. Omar, bro. What's up, Omar? Omar! Watch the chat. Ready? Watch. Come here. Come here, Omar. Wait, Compro? Wait, bro had healing. Wait, bro's like literally eating healing on me. I thought he had no healing. I thought he was a new. Oi, 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 oi. Okay, alrighty then. I didn't see this guy. I'm dead. No. Oh, okay. All right. No one noticed that. No one saw that. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. Right. Okay. Win one, we lose one. Just toss an emerald blade. Is that you? I come back to you dying. Azuf, that guy was cheating, bro. Get on him. Get on him, bro. Get on him. Yeah, was cheating. Like, actually, like, cheating on me. Like, you just, like... Wait, tab? I'm tabbing. I think he might just be a noober. Okay. Well, getting called a noober by Hypixel Staff is crazy. Or by Hoplite Staff is crazy. Bread? I guess get this bread. Apples? W? Oh, what song's banger? Okay. I'll get these books here. Okay. Oh my god, bro. All right, bro's better pinging than me. Hope no one got this just up here. Okay. No one got that chest up there. I just like failed that jump. Like what? Okay, I'm just failing this jump too. Cool. What happened, James? No one saw that. Dude, random numbers, you stop calling and then hey, you go without. Yo, nah. Same thing happened to me yesterday. Look. United Kingdom. I can't say the number, but someone calling for the United Kingdom. I answer. No number, like nothing responded. Just like NPC. Like I don't know. All right, I was like, okay. At first, I thought it was a friend from like, you know. But then no, I remember having no friends in the UK. Like, okay. I actually have one friend, but that's it. Like, but there's no way he had my number, you know? I was like, nah, like, all right, I'm getting called by literally a nobody. Like, okay. Wait, when you answer, does it make like a little, like a little noise? And then you're like, what the fuck? Or just me? I swear, like, mine makes a little noise and it just doesn't answer. Yo, AZ, if I get 10 kills here, you got to give me like a YouTube plus on this server. Okay, cool. Cool. Chat, if I win this, AZ is getting me like the best rank on the server. But nothing, yeah, same. Yeah, but the thing is, like, it doesn't even say likely scam anymore. It's just like nothing. Watch out for my. I'm just gonna get color crew rank. Imagine? Nah. Bum, 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 bum. That's cool. That's cool that everyone like experienced what I experienced like back then. Like old Minecraft nostalgia with prisons, factions, and Skyblock. Bro, I was everything. I was literally everything. I played everything in Minecraft. Skyblock, factions. Even like Hypixel Skyblock I got into for a bit. Was it prison sweat? I know you told me like Archon, right? Archon and some other server, Munchie, maybe. Nah, come to find out, back then, I don't even know, back like 2020, I used to play Skyblock with like an actual, like, it wasn't famous, but like he played with like famous people in basketball. It's kind of crazy. Like, do you guys know who Bronny is? I had a friend that played basketball with Bronny, like LeBron James' son. Iconic. Hello. MC Mayhem. Damn, W, dude. Actual W. W. Let me be in Mayhem. Wait, what? The fuck? I mean, let me be in Mania. Well, please. I want to be a Mania somehow. Diamonds. Please be like more than 2 so I can make like a sharp 3 diamond. Okay, it's more than 2. Nice. Okay. Hello, I just stole your diamonds. Sorry. Okay, look, what I'm gonna do, if I get like enough, if I have water and stuff, I'll get like the enchants and just go nether instantly. Oh, there's amethyst here too. In the mine shaft. There's just like no diamonds though. All the gold. A lot of one veins. Get diamonds is the plan, yep. Also, I'm not surprised you aren't in Block Wars. I mean, I want to get in Block Wars. I don't know how to get in though. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And I don't know. Like, I want to ask, but I don't know. I feel like I'm too afraid of asking. You know. I understand. Probably like a bunch of people have already asked, and it's fine. I probably should get amethyst now, huh? I was looking for the diamonds before this guy gets it, though. I'm probably gonna find diamonds right now. Watch. Dude, acting like someone. Wait. I don't know. I hate asking, bro. I don't know. Get obsidian. Well, I need to get another water bucket. See, now everyone's here. Everyone's in this cave. Okay, it's like asking everyone to come to this cave. He's dupe. There we go. Huh. Aura. Wait, I think wait, what that like wait, what? Why did that filter out as you're talking another language? What the fuck, Nightbot? Or Fossilbot? Alright, apparently Aura is a Spanish word or something. Okay. Alright. Okay, just lost some water too. W. I'm scared to even like go anywhere. Who's below me? Oh, I thought that was someone I knew. This is already explored, isn't it? I don't see a single diamond. It was oh. Acrylic? Was that like a new, like, was that like a different font or something? I'll play. It feels impossible for me to record a video. Nah, just like, I mean, do you see Redcard's videos? He loses, so uploads them. It's about the consistency. Even if you die, it doesn't matter if you die or win or lose. Just post them. If you just keep trying, you know. Eventually, you'll probably just win. There's definitely diamonds over here. This cave is too huge not to have any more diamonds. Do you watch Recrap? I watch Recrap, yeah. I mean, all his stuff just comes on my recommended and I just watch it, you know? We played Phasmo back then. Like a year ago, we played Phasmo with me, him, and 5up. It was pretty cool. We probably should do another one of those. That was like a fire stream too. Ooh, 4 herbs for lava just for me. All right. Don't stack it. Okay. Chat, what's on the menu today, huh? What should I eat? Someone give me suggestions on what I should eat today. I already ate what did I eat this morning? Oh, I went to Dunkin' Donuts with my friend, and we got like I got this nitro cold brew coffee. It was good. It was mid actually. It wasn't really good. It was all right. Wait, why is every piece like blast pro? Like what? Okay. All right, I'll just bring down my boots. Okay. More iron. What's up, dude guy? Make a chicken quesadilla, that's fine. I mean, I could. Rice, beans, and chicken. Oh, I do have a meal prep that I made on Sunday. I could eat that. It's in the fridge still. I could eat that. And today's Thursday. I could just low-key just wait for the Friday. Oh, diamonds. W. Oh, I'm burping. That's ill. Diamonds too, please. I don't even know why I go miner anymore. Like what? Yeah, no dupes. Yeah, yo, Azoof, yo, Azoof, yo, Azoof, 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 Azoof. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, Azoof, ding dong, Azoof, ding dong, Azoof, 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 Azoof. Wait, is the playlist on repeat? It's not, but I think you just finished the songs already. Yo, Azoof, if you're in chat, Q, Obby doesn't stack, thanks. I can make boots. I'll make boots. Bam, bam. Azoof, dink donk, Azoof, dink donk, Azoof, dink donk. Do that. Ooh, okay. In what levels? Okay. All right. Azoof's just not responding. Azoof, ding dong. Okay, 2 levels. I forgot to get a bow. Fuck. I was in a mine shaft. Yo, Felix, thanks to follow. Appreciate it. I hear zombie. Oh, wait, what? Machic? I got smoked by Yo. GG? Okay. Might have been me. Yo, imagine. Oh, fuck. I got really lucky there. It's probably Witherhide. Nah, he's in my lobby. I got 1 dub. Dubs. Nice. I'm gonna try to go for like my 3rd dub maybe today right now. Hopefully I can get it. I wanna be liberated. Okay, well, I'm gonna go up. Wait. Go this way. Right now? Oh my god, no way, I said right now. Wait, it's actually becoming good now. Nah, I've been stopping myself because, yeah, I don't want to keep saying it. Like, I started cringing already. I almost right now. Raining out. I don't know. I just like, no, I just gotta stop. I tell myself it's cringy and I just stop doing it. Easy. Would you wait, what would you do if someone came to you and gave you a giant katana? Well, first of all, you know, I would probably be like, well, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I would tell you to 1v1 me because, you know, that's not allowed. You can't just give me items. And yeah. That's it. I'll probably just tell you to 1v1 me. Normally, you know? Because I don't want to get banned. Can I get like prop? No, I need prop. Can we just enchant this with prop? I can. It's fine. We'll just prop to it. Okay. Bam. There you go. Let's get your bog. Thank you. Oh my god. Wait, Joker. How are you, Joker? How was your day today, huh? What did you eat? Joker, I'm trying to take food recommendations. My chat said make a quesadilla. Or some of my chat said make a quesadilla. I don't know if I want a quesadilla. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I'm feeling like a quesadilla right now. Make pizza. Wait a second. Blaze Pizza thoughts? Blaze Pizza kind of sounds it. This guy right behind me. Nah, it's Willerhide, bruh. Nah,
bro. What is wrong with you? Why are you a grandpa, bro?
Okay, I'm not a grandpa, bro. I'm literally Andres. What you mean? You're seeing things, bro.
You're a grandpa gamer, man.
Wait, that's a strat.
Don't ask why I had that, man. Don't ask why I had that.
Oh, okay. Why'd you have that?
No, I luck.
Okay.
You know, the fate.
It's not like you're trying to make a certain legendary, are you?
No. I would just fish for it if I was trying to do that, you know.
Oh, right. Fish for it and get really lucky and get a puffer fish from that.
Yo, so why are you chasing me? Like, what do you want? What do you want out of this, you know?
Well, you scared the shit out of me. That's one. Two, you know, we can chit chat while I chase you, you know, because like I need more content. You like my content right now, you know, like you're technically giving me free content while I'm chasing you.
We can keep the retention up, bro. We can
Facts, for real. Exactly. Imagine this. You don't have to kill me, run all game until, you know, thoughts.
Yeah. No.
We could do that.
Keep up the combat. It's like, oh no, you're gonna hit me, and then you know.
And then oh no, and then I get banned on server. More content there. You know what I mean? Like it's just endless content, you know.
And then you can like make the
video and then wait. I'm not sure what the exposed part. All right, bro. Okay. You have fun. Thank you for Pufferfish. Maybe. Right. Yeah, you have fun with the Pufferfish, bro. Okay. I just left roll. Oh, nice. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. That was not it. I'll fight Will later. I'll fight him later. Nah, I wasn't chasing forever, but nah, it's fine. Oh fuck. I don't have any blocks in my inventory. I'm not gonna lie, by the way, that actually scared the shit out of me. I need to kill the next stacked person I see. I have a sharp 3, so I could just shred through iron armor. Okay. You should make poutine? Yeah, let me just get a Canadian to make a poutine. You're right. Oh, someone just got out of that port, I'm pretty sure. Let's find out who it was. I'm Canadian. Are you actually? Is poutine good? Do you like poutine? Oh, hello.
Do you? All I have is an iron sword, so you better. Oh, wait, who's this?
Bye.
Wait, that's Andres.
Ow,
wait, Andres, that's you. I can recognize your voice.
That's not me, bro.
How? Where did you come from?
Where did I come from? Okay. Where did I go? Wait, where did I come from?
I'm being harassed by like all sides. Wait, who's attacking me with what?
What you mean, bro? What you mean, bro?
I just got pufferfish cannon. Was that you?
No, that wasn't me, bro. Someone just pufferfish at.
Oh
you know?
Gosh. I'm not sure if I should taste you or the frag who's bowing me from the behind. But you have diamond boots. Those are very shiny. Ooh.
Oi. Oh, we got
this fight.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I feel like you have a pufferfish cannon.
Uh-oh. Oh, you slithering slime. You slithery slime. You slithery slime. All right, bro. You have fun over there, bro. I have good enough for healing more. Need more healing here. I was doing damage, though. Oh, it's a slithery slime. Nah. Just wait. Just wait. I'll kill him in a bit. Surely no one's going for Emerald Blade in this village, right? Surely there's not a single soul in this village. Surely. Okay, bro definitely got scared. Bro's definitely scared. Oh my fucking god, that scared the fuck out of me. Oh my, I just literally just jumped. Food. Water bucket. Is all this stuff going on here? There's nothing on there. Okay, cool. Okay, yo, Chronic, I don't like you getting kills, bro. Okay. Ooh, more heads up here. Oh, just endless golden nuggets. Okay. Okay. 2 G heads here. Make the G heads, W. I can make a dispel real quick. If I have arrows. Okay. Clear comms. Who can hear me in the game? I forgot. Power 2. Make that. Make the boat right there. Put that coal out. Iron out. Cool. Yep. Literally. Souls! You're addicted? Hi, Souls. Souls, I may be addicted, but you're also addicted to something. You know what it is? Being bored. Bro's bored every day. Oh, more golden nuggets up here. I think, wait, they're actually trying to go for the thing. The bell thing, whatever it's called. Look at that thing. This Souls guy, bro. This Souls guy. Okay. There you go. I wish there was not a UHC variant of Hoplite because natural. Wait, what? See, I mean, I already suggested that they should just disable. Wait, that they should just disable natural or enable natural regen. But once PvP enables, natural regen turns on. I feel like everyone would like survive at least, you know, before PvP. Because, you know, what if there's like a go PvPer that can't PvE but can PvP? You know what I mean? Wait, there's a guy here. He doesn't know I'm here. Okay, like what? Nah, the supply drops are crazy. Okay, like, and the supply drops, I guess. Just a bunch of gambling now. Oh no, do this. Okay. We love gambling. Oh, they killed Chronic. Rip. Somebody killed Chronic. I don't know who it was. Come on, give me something good. All right. Well, I think I'm going to good on healing now. A bunch of stuff here. I can make more healing too. Oh, rip Chronic. Someone killed Chronic. Anything in here I need? Can I like somehow... I made all my enchant balls already. How many levels is it for... Hold on. Try this real quick. I wanted to get that other diamond so sharp too. You got it? I did get it. How many levels do you think it is, chat? I'm thinking like... I don't know. Fuck. Let me try it. But 7 to combine that, and then it's... Okay, 10. Okay. Cool. So I need like 3 more... Oh. Yo, zing Matt. Come here, bro. Come on, bro. Shot him 18. Get a gap. Jeez. Oh, 11 levels. Cool. Okay. Oh, diamond sword. Okay. Yep, that's a sharp 4 now. Okay, just want to go for kills now. Like, I don't have, you know? Can I even like... I use the head for something right now. All right, Wilderhide, where you at? Wait, did I get those boots? What do we have? Play had Prot 1 boots. There they are. Prot 1 boots, yep. Okay, now I need full levels to combine that. This guy here, it's Wilderhide. Hello, Wilderhide. We shall fight, Wilderhide. We should fight. Wilderhide, we should fight, Wilderhide. What's up, Doubtless? Yo, Wilderhide, I have a sharp 1 diamond, bro. All right, bro, plays a cobweb. I have a sharp 1 diamond. Let's fight.
I'm out in it.
Wait, really? You want to fight?
Man, listen, I've been spending the whole game trying to get obsidian.
Oh, that's crazy.
And this one lava pool in the middle is just every time I go.
All right, bro's talking to himself. Bro's yapping. All right, bro's yapping himself. Bro thought I was gonna chase him forever. Like, no, bro's just talking to himself now. What's up, dude guy? What's up, Doubtless? How are you, Doubtless? Bro was just talking to himself. Yo, I'm not gonna lie though, I am definitely in need of more diamond gear. Wouldn't mind someone coming in right now. 4 kills. Am I like... Oh, I see something right there. That's a horse. Never mind. This is Fortnite. What's up, Angel? This is not Fortnite now. I mean, yes, it is. What? It's basically it's Fortnite. This would be a crazy trap, wouldn't it? Imagine it just like opens up and just kills me. TNT marker falls from the air. Oh, I see someone. Friend or foe? Friend or foe? Friend or foe? Oh, I see 2 people. Want to meet up? Oh, he's on 1. You get the gap off. Oh my god, it's literally a X-Wackle. X-Wackle. X-Wackle, get the kills. my god. Got the kill. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. In danger, danger, danger. You at the head. Uh-oh. There we go, there we go. You know who to get. Oh my god. Yes, you're gonna hit right here. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Nice. Okay, GG's. Any diamonds on them? Only 2 diamonds, bro? Yo, nobody has diamonds for me, bro. Sharp 2. Sharp 3, okay. Wait, hold up. Might be a cook. Chat, if I somehow get another sharp 3, I will go another make sharp 5. Okay, this guy just had a lot of pot stuff. And a free head. Okay. Okay. Like, what do I throw away at this point? I mean, I don't need iron anymore because I have that. Okay, I have a bundle. I can make a Prot 3 iron chestplate. I'm going another. I said it. Oh my god, but I hope I don't get, you know, what's up, Dan Jeff? I will go another. Fine, fine. I will go another. Fuck, it's gonna be, oh my god, what the fuck am I doing? I just, yeah. Okay, it's boring if I don't go another. I'm going another. Get scythe? I should. What's up, Dan Jeff? Hi, Dan Jeff. What's up, Kitten Dan Jeff? Bum, 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 bum. I mean, I have a sharp 4. I think that's on Name Underground. I'm not too sure. What are you saying? I don't know. What? What's happening? I have a lot of heads. Yeah, you know what? I could just go... Actually, make a Prot 2 boots first. UNC boots first suck? How? What? Bro, we literally carried your ass. Like, what? You guys died. You guys are the first ones to die. No time? Bet. Actually, yeah, you're right. There's actually no time. Fuck it. Should I just do it in case? No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. Call me a bitch. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. I don't care. Oh, look, I can make more healing though. Getting a phone call. Muting that. Do that. Okay, well, I mean, surely there's not a single full diamond, right? Sec. There you go. You just gotta go in real quick and get quests around the portal. Nah, but it's like I need like 30 levels total probably, because to combine those 2 sharp 3. Okay, look. It's like what? 12. And then that's like another 15 just to combine the sharp 3s. And then I had like 2 minutes left. That's not enough time. And then I have to risk getting auto trapped. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. Now, might die to a leopard or panda warlord. Might die to one of them. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. One of them might have like full diamond. We'll see though. We'll see who's stacked. Willerhide has leggings. I need his leggings. I'm not gonna lie either. Yo, Willerhide, bro. I need your leggings. At least 21 gaps though. I'm not gonna offend that. Okay. Wait, do I not have any? Yeah, I'm with the shard. Like, I just can't do anything. Oh, you're still live. What's up, Latrix? Yes, I am live. I am still live. Can I like hit this bunny? Oops, I can. The grind is crazy. It is crazy. It is. It is. It is. Okay. I'm the only one on full health. I'm gonna go for kills. I think. Or bunny? Sorry. Nah, getting a try is crazy. Nah. Okay. Ain't those leggings? Leggings, please. Leggings. Leggings. Okay. No, that was not Willowhide. Willowhide's still alive somewhere. He's on 19 though. Before I problem. Okay, someone's looting all the chests, and I don't like that. Oh, there's just someone. This. Oh my God, this guy is full diamond. On 43.
Get him.
Wonder what he has. Maybe. He's off-handed cobwebs. Okay, he had a head on me. Uh-oh, Panda Warlord. Nah.
Wait, that guy's on 1. Wait, I want to steal the kill.
How are you full diamond? What the fuck?
Yo, what's up? Oh wait. I looted all the chests. They all had diamonds in them. You know, it's kind of a stroke of luck. Remember, like the pufferfish from earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
Those aren't even my dogs. Yo.
Getting 3v1 here.
They're coming in clutch. I believe in you, but also I'm gonna kill you. So.
I don't think so.
Maybe. You gotta be open to every possibility, you know?
Oh yeah, 100%. It's like, you know that one saying by Oprah Winfrey? You're dead.
You get a car?
No, I gotta just wait.
Oh, okay.
You know that one?
Why don't you just make one?
Make one what?
Just play it.
I don't have no diamonds. I was one piece into this fight.
You literally have it. Just wait.
I don't think you want to both fight me, man. Look.
I kind of do, honestly.
Are you sure?
Like,
what's your healing? Be honest.
8 gaps.
Okay. Sure, we can both fight. But you also gotta hit your shots, you know, Willard.
Yeah. Well,
oh!
Bro, this server's weird.
Oh, coming in for the nah.
I'm hitting some of them.
You are hitting something. Look, I'm about to read my chat right now. Who is number 1 on the leaderboard right now?
Whoa. Don't read. We're in a fight.
Nah, bro, it's fine.
You gotta take this seriously. You could lose.
I mean, you know, you can lose too, but you know, I just like.
Where'd my trident go? Come back. Loyalty one kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, loyalty. You gotta be loyal to your trident, you know?
No, my trident's gotta be loyal to me, okay? There's a one-way relationship here. Oh, man. You got me gapping over here.
So you're down to 7.
Whoa! You're counting?
No.
Bro, that's kind of weird.
Wait, you're low.
I don't even care how many gaps you got, man. I'm gonna win this.
Oh shit!
Where's my water bucket? Hey, yo!
Okay, there's supposed like 3 shots on you.
That's good for me. I like that. Missed a little more.
I'm down to my last gap.
Going in for the web. Oh.
Went in for the web. He's on 11.
It missed.
He's on 9. He's on 10.
How many gaps you got, man? Like you're
like 2.
You're feeling pretty comfortable. Oh.
Yeah, I got like 2. 2-0.
Maybe I should just run in.
Oh, my last gap, bro.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
That's not good at all, bro.
This is gonna be my first win, dude.
Oh my god, maybe. Oh, by the way, I forgot it's 0 at the end of 2.
What?
I said I forgot it's 0.
20? No! You're lying, bro. You're lying.
I kind of like this. Low-key, like, it helps my bow aim a little bit, you know?
Yeah, the bow tools. You don't get to practice this a lot, you know?
Right.
Doesn't help that my bow's power 1.
Oh, I have power 2. Hey, it's like the same thing.
No, it isn't. It's like the same thing as like you having 4 times as many gaps as I do. I need to get better at, you know, getting cover. I feel like I keep going out in the open. Whoa!
Whoa. 7.4 is crazy.
Yeah, let's calm down.
Did you loot all the chests? Oh, you did.
I did. I needed them.
Well, I can make more healing. 1 sec.
What? No, you already have 20. That's not fair.
Alright, I'm back to 19.
Yeah, die to the campfire, dude.
Shot him.
Okay, you don't have to calm when you hit me. Like there's a little noise. It goes like.
Shot him.
Nah, you're dead.
Okay. Shot him. Shot him.
Okay, how do I win this? Like,
I don't know.
Is there a way you can cheese a deathmatch?
No.
What happens when the border
Shot him.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, I don't like this. Oh, GG's. Wait, I'm alive. Oh, I'm the trap door. Wait, are you punching me?
No.
You're not. You were doing a lot more damage a second ago.
No, I'm punching you. I mean, sharp 3 diamond. You know what can I say?
Sharp 3 diamond head. Now I win. You have to pull out the sword.
Oh.
Yeah, pull it out. Yeah.
GG. Wait, I'm back to 20 gaps. GG's chat. GG's. Ooh, Ariana Grande. Hello. GG's. Wait, let me see your armor. Yeah, Trident. Okay. Loki, you could have outbowed me. Oh, Pro 2 leggings. I mean, like, okay. That was funny. GG's Willard again. GG's. All right, now what am I at? Come on. I'm coming up, chat. I'm coming up. All right. We change the title right there, or the wins. 3-2. 3-2. Not too shabby. Okay. I think we go again. Let me see if I can play teams, my friends. My friends are all offline. Bro, everyone has a weird sleep schedule, I swear to God. Wait, I actually need to go restroom. Yo, everyone, if you're on the server, come to like lobby 1 or something. Come to like lobby 1 and like meet me next to grandpa. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the I guess meet me in the leaderboards. I'm going to the restroom because I gotta go really bad. Get the leaderboards. I'll be back. BRB. Yeah, hello? I'm back. Hi. Willerhide. Can you show LB, please? Here you go. Aren't you supposed to be in an event right now? Wait, stop. One sec, chat. One sec. I'm looking for... Wait, I'm not in an event, am I? No? Wait, am I in an event? Maybe. No, it's tomorrow. I think that's tomorrow. You're getting me confused with tomorrow. Okay, we're back in this game. Anyone that I know? I don't know anyone in this game. Why should I, Nick? It's fine. Yo, Willerhide, good luck with this game, bro. Because like Wembu pinged. Wait, really? Wait, what'd he ping? Oh, no. I know what you're talking about. No, fine. All right, cool. I will win this game too. And I get 4 wins today. Ooh, okay. Why is music so low? Not this song. This song already played, what? I don't think this song played though. Fuck. Are you fucking serious? Garbage loot. Okay. I got 2 iron from that. All right. 9 ads. W, thanks for watching the ads. The rich get richer. What can I say? Okay. Go for the same thing again. I don't see anyone that's like... I guess I see one person that can like kill me. We'll see right now though. We'll see what we can do. I need to get leather still. You get leather up there. I'll make iron sword. Yeah, iron sword right now. Actually, yeah, I can make iron sword. All right, let's get this done. Yes, pissing time, Copper. Oh, Copper. How are the moths eating, huh? Also, what's up, Nero? Burbo, I got you, Burbo. I got you. I respond later, Burbo. I got you, though. I know exactly what it is about. I got you, though. Oh, respawn. Wait, Burbo, you're here now. Burbo, do you want access to my epidemic sounds so you can use it? I have like a free. Literally, I buy it every month. Do you still do face cam streams? No, not anymore. Not anymore. Wait, I have cobblestone in my inventory. What am I doing? I also didn't get any no lead from that. Rip. I stopped doing face cam streams back in like maybe like a year ago. Yeah, probably like a year ago now. I remember watching one of your subathons. Which one? Back in March? Maybe one back in March. Definitely back in March. Ew. March. Ew. Bleh. Disgusting month for me. Hate that month. March is like the worst month. I'm not gonna lie. Like, hands down, must be definitely the worst month. Never again do I want to experience another March like that. A year? Are you sure? Okay, definitely. Okay, it was definitely this year then, but still. Never again? Just never again? Am I doing that? How are you, Knight Rider? Are you doing good, Knight Rider? Best month? Just January, December, November. Wait, that's 1, 2, 3. Maybe like May in there somewhere. No, definitely not May. April. Yeah, April's good. April 1st, you know. I don't even know. Like October is good, I guess. It's in there. What am I missing? September has to be like third to last. Oh wait, wait. Oh, I need leather. I have 2 leather or whatever. I'll go in there. I don't know. It ought to really depends. September's my birthday. Fuck. But like, okay, maybe. Here, let me think. Why can December be good? What does September have that October doesn't, or August have? That's no, bro. Wait, actually, you know what? Fine. I think September's better than October. No. September's definitely better than August, then, right? All right. Can we agree? Because like August, like everyone go back to school, like everyone's just like, nah, it's like everyone's just locked in, you know? Yeah, I know. But for sure, May is definitely, I don't know, mid. Yeah, Burbo. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Ping a mod. Burbo, do you know why the obby's not stacking? Obby doesn't stack. It just doesn't stack. A developer. Damn it. We tried. Burbo. Obby's not stacking. Burbo. Mod check? Yeah, exactly. Everyone starts to school in September. That's the thing. Or it's like September, August, though. I love Lil Uzi Vert. He's so good. I love Uzi. Burbo. Hi, Leon, by the way. Hey, Leon. Hi, Leon. Hey, Leon. Leon, no way, it's Leon. Oh my god, it's Leon. I just got an Instagram DM. Monkus. Imagine being a mod. Imagine not being a dev. Rip. Wait, water. Thank you. Is that ex-Hobo? No way. Hi, Hobo. Hi, Hobo. How are you, Hobo? Hi, Hobo. How are you, Hobo? Hi, Hobo. Hi, Hobo. Hi, Hobo. Hi, Hobo. How many wins, Hobo? How many wins? Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead. Push me to the edge. Hi, Hobo. Hello, Hobo. Wait, Sansa, yo, stop the trolling, bro. 400 million? Wait, actually? Wait, bro's on leaderboards. Like, no troll. Do you think anyone will ever get 10,000 wins in solos? Yes. Definitely, right? Hi, am GOAT. No, you are the GOAT. Like, what? Bro's the GOAT. Bro is GOAT. Yeah, I definitely need more music for this playlist, bro. It's already like repeating itself, I think. I swear I heard the song like 3 times already. Jenny, song recommendations? Someone say one song, and if I like it, W. Love Sosa? You know, that's a good song and all, but I don't know. You know? I don't know. I will see. Damn, this is like the rarest coal in the game. The rarest ore, not coal. Oh, I need to put predictions on, bro. I keep forgetting. It's your list. I'll get it literally. I'll get it on Spotify right now. Watch this. Found it. It better be good. Mods? Do I have a mod in chat? Mods? 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 Mod check. All right, my mod is leaving. Don't worry. They'll be back in a bit. Taking a little break. They're quenching their water. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying anymore. They're probably getting water or something. Probably busy. I mean, honestly, my mods this say they're busy as hell this month because of finals and stuff. So, our midterms, whatever. So yeah. It's like any but country, please, any but country. I swear to God, if like the first song you link me is like Luke Bryan, nah, you're banned. Like, don't even link me no Luke Bryan. Baby, you know what I'm talking about? You know that song? I fucking hate that song. This just ain't it. Oh, is it not? You know what song does go crazy though? And it's like before it released, it's this one. See if I can play it. What the? It's not this song. Well, I don't know why. I don't know where it's at. It's the old version of Matt Hardy. On release. Released. Yeah, I can't find it. I don't think you can find it, to be honest with you. Rip. It's fine. We just go. Let it go. YouTube? No, it has to be on Spotify because I want to add it to my playlist, Dan Jeff. That's why. That's the whole point. That's why I'm asking for songs, you know? Because I want new songs that's on my Spotify playlist. Everything hits. It's like first you kill the vibe. What? It's like say the song and I'll try to like see if it fits. Okay. Boring man pushing 50. Wait, what? All right, Dan Jeff, let's see how it is. Don't catch me in a game of solos, Dan Jeff. I'll kill you. In game, of course. Play Let It Go and Frozen. All right, now we're trolling. Let me know we're done trolling here in chat. All right, Let It Go. We're trolling right now. Like what? Might as well start putting Christmas music on, you know? Okay, there's a guy in this cave. And this cave ends. Wait, I'm looking for... Bro, I can't find any diamonds? Are you serious? Oh, bro's making obby right now. What if I just did this? Oh my God, bro might be mad. Fuck. Please. You think bro's mad? All right, let's leave this guy. Wait, I can actually... Let me try comping this guy real quick. Apparently, I'm allowed to stalk and also kill them before PvP. So... Okay. So bet. Nah, dude. Nah, you can't. Nah, bro. We're not going this way. Okay. This. All right, we're gonna go this way. I'm like, I fucked it up already. Okay, I bet. I got this. I got this. I got this. Come on, come on, come on. Nice one. Good obby trap. Okay. How am I going to do this with this guy? How many losses? 0. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? Okay. No, I was about to make healing, bro. Ah, fuck. Okay. Oh, rip. Rip. Dude, I just lost that game. Fuck. Okay. Well, I lost now. No, I'm at 3 wins, 3 losses boost for it. But I think low-key, I am gonna be done here. Because it's like, dude, I'm hungry, bro. It's 2 p.m. already. All right. Chat, I am gonna go. I'm gonna go. No Civ? Wait, is anyone on? Wait, let me see if I can play. Hold on. If I can find a third, I'll play. Who should get on? Let's play. Okay, who should call me? Hello? Hello? Like, okay, NPC talk. Okay,
Hello? Bro, what do you mean you were in a different city, bro?
Okay.
What was that?
I woke up in a new city.
What do you mean did you move?
No, I just woke up in a new city. You know?
What do you mean you woke up in a new city?
Yeah, like I went somewhere last night and I woke up in a new city. It's a long story, bro. All right, we need a third.
I'm so confused, bro.
Yeah, I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later.
Different city.
I'll tell you later, bro.
No, I have a pretty good idea. You dirty dog. Holy.
Like what? What do you think? What do you think? No, say that now. Let's go.
No,
say it, bro. Say it. No, bro, say it.
I'm not gonna say it. It's okay, yo.
Why is Radoon's an ice cream skin, by the way?
Dirty dog, bro. You dirty dog. Holy. Hello?
I'm asking people right now for hot play. I'm asking people for hot play. I'm asking Radoon's. I'm asking you. Rec Rap is not okay. He's AFK actually. I'm asking.
What the fuck is your chat, bro?
What? Boost for Sigma. Boost for Moment.
Like, what is that, dude?
Oh, I can ask Minitech. I can ask Rec Rap. I can ask Prince Sam. I can ask Radoon's. I can ask. I'm gonna ask all of Lifesteal.
Yeah, ask all of Lifesteal. Bro,
surely one says yes, right?
Lifesteal. Yeah. Is Rec Rap still in Lifesteal?
Yeah, I think he is.
Because he definitely hasn't logged on this season. So
no, he did. He logged on day 1. What? Yeah, you definitely have not been watching, bro.
He logged. What do you mean he logged on day 1?
Chad, did Rec Rap log on day 1?
I haven't seen him in anybody else's videos, nor have I
Wait, really?
seen him make any videos. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't see like the lineup on day 1.
Okay, I had to include that with you. Wait, Duzum, you want to play Duzum? Duzum, come Phil. We need a third. Nah, because
no, we don't.
Duzum taking a break. Duzum taking a break. Duzum taking a break.
Taking a break from UHC? No.
Yeah,
way.
UHC. Yep. He is.
Damn, what a loser.
Oh, never mind. He's not taking a break. He's gonna play with Flo. Of course.
Damn. Okay. Is Duzum even on the? He's not even on the leaderboards, bro.
I know.
Damn! Fruit is number 4 on solo wins?
Alright, it's like
put it in
my face some more.
Feinberg is on there as well? Bro,
Yep.
Didn't they start late?
Yep.
Damn.
Wait, we can...
Andres, you gotta catch up, man. Holy. Yo, I'm top 300 on both kills and wins. Let's go,
Of
dude.
course you are, bro. You sweat. What am I? Let's see, what am I? I am 19th in solos and 54, top 50, top 60 and top 55 and
catch up to you, bro.
Team kills. Bro, you're not catching up to me, bro.
Bro, my stats on teams is like a little bit better, but it's just I'm lower there, like with 40 placements, just because teams has much more
Gringe already has 100 wins, bro. Like, okay, this guy can't say I like it. I love it when this guy has 100 wins already. Like, okay.
He has 100 wins on teams or on solos?
Nah, bro went private too. It's crazy.
I don't see him on the leaderboards.
He's the Stamina Farmer guy.
The what?
Crazy. How many games do you have? Look.
Bro,
98 games, 44
teams.
wins.
That's why. Oh, Duzum is number 4 on teams on kills and wins. Ah, so Duzum just plays.
I just play solos and I always die.
Nah, Duzum just plays for the carry.
I'm like,
just plays with
my stats are like 1 in 4. Yeah, that's bad.
Bro, I don't understand, man. Like in solos, I win, right? But like if a lobby has some like for example, I was decently stacked. I needed to get some kills for like extra healing, better stuff, right?
Yeah.
I killed 2 people in Iron. Then the entire game I run around. I crossed 0-0 like 3 times. Not a single soul in sight, man.
You know what you need? Like, you know what you need?
No. Sometimes you need solo games is just.
Wait, I'm adding someone to the call. Okay. Wait, where do you have a call? Wait, I'm just gonna. It's whatever. I'm just gonna make another one.
If it's AJ, I'm gonna scream.
Oh, yeah, it's AJ.
Who is it?
I know a guy.
No way. It's the troll himself.
Oh my god,
crazy,
bro.
Dude.
Okay.
Hello, boobs for.
Why are you calling him a troll already?
Dude, I don't have the boobs for channel anymore. It's
hello, boobs for. Oh, you changed it?
Yeah. Yep.
You're a
Dude,
hypocrite.
you only have 5 wins? Oh man.
Okay.
Listen, man.
That's crazy.
Listen,
bro.
man.
This booster guy, huh?
Only 1 solos win?
I actually got that this morning.
Goodness.
Yo,
I wasn't recording though. I had to clip it. It was terrible. I cried.
Dude, my best solos win where I got a stack of Gapples and Sharp 10 Midas. I only started recording it after the first 8 kills, which was just super fun.
Well, see, basically what happened this morning, right? I was sitting in a call with like Kyle F and some of the other people like Wolfie and we were just vibing. I'm like, you know what? I got like an hour before class. I am sure I could run a Hoplite solos game, and I start playing, and I start doing good. I'm like, huh, maybe I should record. I'm like, I'm already thinking about the fact there's like background conversations going on, so I'm like, nah, I don't need to. And then I just get closer and closer. I get some kills, and I'm like, wait, things are going actually pretty good. And then, like, I don't know where I get to deathmatch, get some more kills. I'm like, wait, there's only 2 people left. God, I should have been recording this entire time. And yeah, I won with 1 heart.
Dude, it's always the games that like you don't record, you do amazing again. I swear to God, I had the same thing yesterday.
Fortunately, I got the whole like GeForce experience thing where like Shadowplay where I could clip the past like 10 minutes.
10 minutes,
but
yeah.
That doesn't pick up the entire game plus your mic.
No, of course it does. Well, it picks up my mic, but not the entire game. So like at the end of my video, I'll just be like, so I did play some more games and I may have won, but I didn't actually record the entire thing. So yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can record that.
Yeah.
You know what I want to do? I want to gather like 5 to 10 creators and just have like a kill competition where we take turns to play solos. Whoever gets the most kills in their game wins or something.
Wait, I thought.
What
of
if
that
it's
idea.
like, what if each creator has 3 solo games? They have the opportunity to get as many kills as they can.
That would take too long. Because what I want to do is I want all the other people to spectate whilst you're playing, right?
But just harass him, just be like, God, you suck.
Yeah. That's why it would be funny. It would be hilarious.
It's freaking cyberbullying.
Like, the 1v1 of their life in deathmatch for like the win. Like, he needs that 10th kill, and then we're just verbally abusing the guy.
At that point, someone's just gonna play like copyright music, so they can't actually even use the footage.
Okay, we'll probably have an agreement to not copyright, but you know, it'll be funny. It'll be super cool.
Also, real quick, I got a new mouse, so we'll see how this goes. I got a Death Adder. It's a Death Adder 3. Fruit Berries recommended it.
Oh, the Death Adder. Okay.
Yeah, I used to the Razer Death Adder.
Razer Death what?
3.
Death Adder 3.
Oh,
is
Death Adder. Okay.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, it doesn't have the buttons on the side though.
No, it does.
It has 2 buttons. What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, I mean like the 12 buttons that I use on mine.
No, that's like the Mamba, right?
Mine is it's the Razer Naga.
Oh, that's it. There's so many random names nowadays, but I don't know.
Razer Naga is the only reason I use it is because of the
buttons
on the side. Yeah, because I need them for hotkeys. I have hotkeys on.
Oh, that's fair.
I love.
You would have.
Yeah.
Do you by chance play MOBAs?
Like League?
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say those mice were legit made for games like League.
Oh yeah, I don't use those side buttons for my abilities. I use
keyboard.
Also, I'm like in the game. Who are we waiting on?
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what?
Starting, bro. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I've been like here the entire time, just in the lobby waiting for y'all.
Yeah. There's no games. Like it's full. Every lobby is full right now, so I'm waiting to get in. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, like
I'm just punching to get in.
That soon, because it's like.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't. Like.
Oh, by the way, did you see what they did with the shipwrecks? By the way, the treasure map is now replaced with a. It still lags when you open the treasure map chest, but it's a diamond instead of a map now, which is.
Wait, really?
That seems worse.
Yeah, I know it's worse, but it's like if you're
at least
you have
something.
Diamonds,
Yeah,
I guess. One, you know, it's like, and it's a renamed diamond as well, so it doesn't stack. It's literally a diamond.
No.
Also, one thing I gotta also mention in a video is, did you see that one video Rank posted about speedrunning diamonds?
In Hoplite, yeah.
Yeah, he made a video called speedrunning diamonds in Hoplite.
He was not speedrunning.
He was not speedrunning. He only got 2. He only got 2.
The only reason he titled that is because he said in the video, the strat here is to get the diamonds as fast as possible.
I had another game where I got 21 diamonds before PvP even enabled.
What? Okay.
Did you run miner kits? Did you run miner?
No, I do run miner kit.
Okay, so that okay, because getting 21 without miner kit, that would be crazy.
I think I technically probably would have gone to like 17 if it wasn't for miner kit.
Wait. Oh,
I'm waiting.
Still be short because it's almost full diamond plus sword plus enchantment.
Yeah, no, it was. I got a sharp 2 diamond sword and I think got an enchantment table and then chest plate and leggings, or something.
You need 19 for full.
Yeah. Unfortunately, what happened in that game?
Appreciate it.
I came to deathmatch. I had like 5, 6, 7 kills, but then like in deathmatch, I think someone like clapped me up. Oh, you forgot. You'll be fine. Yeah, no, we're winning the game. You'll be fine, Andres.
Okay. I wonder what's your IG.
Do you have a problem with me calling you Q Andres? Because for the longest time, I'd call you Q Andres.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you can whatever you want. I don't mind. I'm not gonna hate you for it. I mean, unless you. Never mind. You know what? I'm not gonna say what booster cons, but you know, we're good. We're chilling. You call me whatever you want.
My lover.
Okay, that's just not what you call me.
Oh my God, who was that kid? Yo. Did you guys hear that kid in the lobby? Yo, he said, "Why am I getting triple teamed? I need to kill that guy."
I don't have voice procs on. I got Lunar Client.
Why not? Dude, why do
this video is sponsored by Lunar Client.
Why are people like losers? They just use Lunar Client instead of voice.
Why are you a loser? Sphinx?
I'm not. I use normal.
Yeah, whatever it's called.
Multi-MC fabric, you know.
You are not normal whatsoever, Booster. You're Norwegian.
Oh shit.
And you're part Swedish, bro. Shut up.
Yeah, that's like the better one.
No, it's the worst one. You guys have more crime, bro.
Booster. Okay, Booster. Booster. Have you heard of Minecraft? Have you heard of Minecraft?
Have you heard of school shootings? Yeah, you have, because your country's full of them, bro.
No, that's America, not Sweden.
No, Sweden has had a lot of school shootings this year. Shut up, bro.
I think you're mixing up the countries here, Booster.
No, I'm not. No, I know America has it, but Sweden has had an overwhelming amount of school shootings
listen,
or, like,
Booster.
crimes
Listen,
compared to
Booster.
other Scandinavian countries, okay?
I know
Yeah,
I may not be
Floaters, I woke
your
up at 10
typical
a.m., bro.
Minecraft YouTuber, but I prefer not to get political on the streams, man.
It's not political. It's fair game. You come at my country, I come at your country.
Well, your country's Romania or wherever.
It's not my fault. Your country is just
Did you just
stuff, dude.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to say it's not your fault that you're Romanian. I'm like
Romanian? What do you mean Romanian?
Yeah, Romania.
Well,
or
Andres
something,
is saying Romania. Hey, would it be funny if I like die early on? Wouldn't that be kind of funny?
No. Wait, who are you? Sparkle Exile?
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what's your IGN? Are you Wait. Who are you?
I'm me. Okay, well, regardless, I am at 7 hearts. Things are going a bit tricky down here.
Oh, I see you. I see you.
Yeah, he is Sparkle Exiles. Yeah.
Am I Sparkle Exiles?
I don't think he is. I don't think he is. No, he's not. No, he's not.
I checked the party in the lobby. It was him. You dumb son.
Wait, what if
whoa. Were you about to curse?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Wow.
Do you see that I gotta go through every day?
Also, I can confirm I am in fact Sparkle Exile. Booster was right.
Okay.
He intentionally made that name because he's a Sparkles fan.
Oh shoot, you are.
Oh, I am dude. I am a Captain Sparkles fan.
Like W.
Yeah, I know. I remember. I think I saw you in like an Among Us lobby with him or something. You missed the last
Booster. We have been in Among Us lobby together.
I
Also,
know,
screw
but
you
Sparkles
for that, by the
wasn't
way. No, screw you for that one.
Beef?
Dude.
For what?
No, this guy invited me and Speed Silver to like some random wipeout event, and then last minute he's like, "Hey guys, I want to play Among Us instead, man." And just dipped.
Dude.
Wow, Booster, what a great guy.
I watched Yellow play wipeout the day after you guys, by the way, and their badge just never finished the event because it got glitched.
Yeah,
I'm happy that I dodged the event. I'm happy.
Yeah, but dude.
I'm sorry for bailing, guys, but like, Among Us.
Listen, Booster, but that was such a brum one. I also would have played Among Us over that event. But like, listen,
yeah, I know, but like, if you would have gotten an invite from Fallout, I think you would have also just dodged because Sparkles was in the lobby. I had
Dude,
to.
5UP does typically invite me. I just say no, I'm busy. I'm sorry.
Well, since that one time you and Woogie trolled the entire lobby by just talking to the dead,
he still invites me.
You screw yourself, buddy. Nah, I remember that clear as day.
No. I still get invited after that one, man.
No, I know, but it's like, yeah, don't troll next time, buddy. What are you doing?
What are you entailing here? Because like
you were talking to the dead.
Well, yeah. Well, okay. To be fair,
like half the lobby was pissed at you for that.
I know, it was fucking hilarious.
No, it wasn't.
It was, Andres, it was so funny.
I saw the VOD, dude. I saw the whole thing, dude.
Dude, wasn't it funny?
Annoying,
dude,
man.
Yeah, because I came in, I think it was like the lobby after that. I come in and everyone was like, make sure you please go deafen when you die. Or when you enter the game. And someone was like, yeah, Reduins and Woogie X. I was like, oh shit, okay, so there's definitely something happening.
Bro. Dude,
yeah, okay.
They got so salty, it was hilarious. They don't know.
It wasn't even salty. You were just blatantly ignoring people telling you to follow the rules.
Actually, technically speaking, if you look back in the VOD, I did in fact follow what people were asking. No. If you look at the VOD, you'll realize I did in fact follow exactly what people said. People just said you can. They didn't say you can't talk to the dead. They just said stuff like you gotta.
Said that. I remember I specifically said that. I remember.
Okay, well you
just don't listen to me. You just hate me. It's fine. It's fine.
To be fair, you do insult me at every opportunity you get, Booster. Yeah.
I may be getting stream snap right now. By the way,
I deserve it. What the frick?
Yeah, exactly.
I need to get out of here. This cave.
Frick, bro. Of course you deserve to.
I didn't even know what you're saying right now. You're like mumbling. Can you like speak up if you're gonna insult me? It's hard to understand you otherwise.
Shit.
Okay, Wolfie, like, geez,
oh shit!
Dang.
Wait. Huh?
No, he's saying it because we're the same color. He's racist.
Oh shit, Booster. I don't know.
Oh my god, Swedish people always misunderstand me, man. It's crazy.
Wait. Oh shit. Wait. What?
Misunderstanding.
Still coming at his race is crazy. You know, coming
at yeah. Hold on. That is like ethnicity at that point.
He's
like stereotyping me, man.
Okay.
I'm also Caucasian, bro. What do you mean?
Okay.
Nah, this man, bro. This man. Holy shit.
Okay, Booster. I don't know, man.
Post it on
What do you
Twitter,
mean,
guys.
bro?
Cancel this man now.
Nah, bro. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Give me $100, Booster, and I won't cancel you.
I'm too sick for this. Okay.
Give me like $100 and I will cancel you.
Wait.
Huh?
Don't question it.
So anybody got enchants?
I have 5.5 hearts.
I have. I just got leather now. I'll try to get it though. I just
I
want to
have
give.
sugarcane actually if you want some.
I have no diamonds.
So Booster, when are we collabing, man?
Oh shit.
Oh, you're trying to leech off my content again? Is that?
Oh
yeah, obviously. Because
yo, what's this
dude.
like actual like? Booster,
Dude,
yo,
what
what did you guys do? What's happening?
Hold on, real quick. Listen, Booster, one of us got to upload your ideas.
Dude, okay, you know
If
what?
it's not gonna be you, I'll upload them.
When I joined Skeppy's event, by the way, the first DM I got from Radunes, like in game, he messaged me saying, "Oh, you're also here to leech content? Like, what is that, man?"
Hey man,
Yo!
those
No
are
shame, bro. Shameless.
Hey Booster, what spot did you get? How far into the?
My team got first. Thank you very much.
Your team, yeah, Speed Silver carried your ass.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
How far did you get personally?
How far did you get? You won nothing.
I won
$5,000 from that event. You won nothing, bro.
Listen,
actually, I technically won because I got chosen in all 3 of the corners. Somehow, I was standing on the same color, and that color got picked twice.
I think they're leaking it, but
How's
it's
that
fine.
my fault?
Oh boy, back to the color thing. What is with you in color, Booster?
Oh.
Yeah, Andres, do you see this?
I'm part of the color crew. It's in my nature,
shoot. Wait, he has a point.
Okay.
He's allowed to talk about color. He's part of the color crew.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Like me, I can talk about. Wait, actually, I'm a shade, so I can't really talk about it. But it's fine. You know, I can talk about colors.
Not even a shade, bro.
Hey, yeah, no.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait,
black and white right now. Like you're just copying black and white right now.
Okay, so now you're just coming after my neck for no fucking reason.
Dang.
Right. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So we're not in the same boat anymore. Okay. All right, Booster. All right. Shall I leak your next video, Booster, or what? Huh? I'll leak your next video right now.
I don't talk to you about videos. So
oh fuck, my bad. Oh, you're actually right. I don't know about your next video. Okay, fuck you.
Are you still uploading the Elden Ring thing?
No.
Oh.
I deleted all of the Elden Ring footage. I still have the 10-minute export version. Because it was taking like 1 terabyte worth of space, and I needed it for my other videos.
Well, you're a millionaire, though. Yeah, you're a millionaire.
Yeah, you are a millionaire. Yeah, what's up with
I have like 2 I have like 2 SSDs with 2 terabytes on my PC. They were
get a third.
I don't know how to install it.
You like open up the computer. I'm sure if you asked Andres to fly to Norway to install it for you, he would.
Okay, I'm not putting my PC in the hands of this bald 64-year-old man.
Okay, I don't know where you're getting 64-year-old from. Like that's literally cap. Yo, what? When did you start calling me old, by the way? No, okay, yo, that's actually right. You're actually in every book in the book right now. Every thing in the book right now. Yeah,
every page in
the book. Yeah.
Every book in the book.
You see, Andres, books are pages.
Okay. I'm taking notes. All right. By the way, I have 6 diamonds. I can make enchants and 2 swords.
I have 1 diamond right now. I'm trying to get another one, but I'm just.
I'm gonna get the books done. I'm getting the books.
I'll be real. My life expectancy is not too high right now with 4 hearts.
It's fine. Just
you get full heal. You get full heal when.
Yeah, just wait. Just wait 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's more than I'm just like looking around in the caves and there's mobs everywhere.
I might go up and get enchants now, Loki.
I'm getting books. So just come to me.
Okay, bet.
Actually, wait. What are your cores? Because I'm negative 450.
I'm right there.
Okay.
That's like wait do /PMC.
Yeah, I found diamonds.
Nice.
I did it.
We'll just meet up at 0-0, I guess.
We can make sharp 3s for everyone.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, so Radunes, do /PMC.
What does that do?
That shows us your coordinates. The team.
That leaks your IP and leaks all your public information.
He's closer to me. You should meet up to me.
Yeah, go with you. I'll go. Yeah. I'm just getting
iron
for info.
I'm just gonna get some cobweb real quick.
I got the obby as well, by the way.
Oh,
cool.
obby. Okay, I'll go just get to you then. Get everything from me.
Yeah, do you have?
By the way, Booster, don't drop. Booster is known for dropping, by the way, we're doing. So if you have a G
Oh,
head,
okay.
just get
I've
ready
gotten
to
better.
eat it.
Trust. I've gotten better.
Oh, you have not, bro. We played the other day.
I
You're a
have,
drop.
trust.
Okay, all right. I believe you. I believe you. I believe you.
Okay.
I believe you. I believe you. No, I believe you. I
Wait,
believe
you know
you.
what happened
Okay,
today?
tell me.
I was playing a Civ game, and then out of the blue, Bablu and Fans invite me to play with them, right? But we were already. I was already playing solo in a Civ game because solo lobbies were full. And turns out I was in their Civ game, and after they got dropped by an Iron team, right?
Oh.
And there were like 4 of them. I dropped all 4 of the people that they were chasing.
Oh shit.
Alone. With no healing. Only a G head and 2 other heads. No other healing. I was already 3 hearts down. I dropped all 4 of them, right? And you're saying that I will drop that I'm bad.
Well, okay. Well, wait, what did you have again? You had a full iron sword?
I had a diamond sword, diamond boots, and then 2 iron pieces all enchanted.
One thing that I do notice that you do, but this is like just me trying to like help you. When you have like a sharp 3, you go in by yourself thinking you like get like every single kill in the game. Okay? No. Well, fuck that. You cannot get every skill in the game.
I agree. I was a little bit aggro.
You get aggro. You get really,
Oh,
really
are you an aggro?
No, after I started playing solos,
I
I've
see.
gotten smarter. I've gotten smarter. Trust.
Yeah, I think that's something that Wreck kind of did yesterday a little bit too much. He was playing super aggro in our games, and he kind of.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. No, we were doing. Yeah, we won both rounds. The second one, I decided to go aggro in the deathmatch and kind of screwed myself over with heals.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was very depressing.
So much fun, though. It's so much
no,
fun.
it is fun until you
but-
lose.
Yeah. Until you cost the game for your teammates.
You don't lose. You don't lose if you're good, though.
No, what? You can
I
just get
thought
out
you
healed
just said
though.
you got dropped.
What do you mean? No, I used to get dropped because I engaged not with sharp. I engaged with 1 iron armor. Of course, I get dropped easily. Plus, I was bad.
So you were basically on equal footing with most people?
Yes. Now I'm just good. No, everybody gets prod 2 or iron here.
Do they?
Yeah, at least I do.
I start getting it now. Yeah. I did the test. You take like, what was it, like 2 hearts every hit from a sharp 3. So it's like way better just to get full prot 2 on iron armor.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like if you don't want to drop to sharp 3.
I'm gonna start heading up to the surface. I got 6 diamonds. I got 23 gold.
Damn, you're carrying the gold. Okay.
Yeah. I just gotta hope I don't die.
You guys coming to me, right?
I'm on my way, Booster. Don't worry.
Okay, nice.
Wait, I see
Don't
a
worry,
guy.
man.
Oh my god. Wait, please.
Booster, deep down, I'm always with you, man.
Oh, that'll be you.
This man.
I am always with you.
Wait, Booster just said this man. Okay. Wait, is this true? Wait, like, so is there like, there's no beef, right? There's like actually no beef, or is there secret beef that I don't know? Besides,
I think
it's
lobby.
actually pretty good, honestly. Beef Wagyu is pretty good. I'm not
Okay.
Why you?
Yeah, I've never had it before, but it sounds.
Oh, you're just assuming it's good.
Bone marrow, that was crazy, huh, Booster?
Oh, that was pretty good. I'm not
That was actually bomb.
There was very rich in flavor. I couldn't eat much of it, but
Yeah, it was
pretty good.
I got full fast. Wait, nah, you still wanted dessert after,
I didn't even get full. It's just my
taste buds
didn't want anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Same here. Yeah,
like,
but I
they
got
were just
full.
satisfied, you know.
I almost freaking died, bro.
Oh, bro's on 7.
This man died before PvP. Oh my
Listen,
God.
man. Listen, how many diamonds do you have,
Wee.
Booster? How much gold do you have, Booster?
Oh
I can't
shit.
argue with that. Oh, I
Yeah.
have 4 gapples and 2 gold. So.
Wait, Booster gave me 2
Oh,
apples.
okay.
No, you're not
Okay,
getting
never
any
mind.
apples.
I
Actually, yeah, you can get 2
underestimated
apples,
you.
though. Do you have any gold? I have some apples for you to craft your lights as well.
I have a guy next to me. He's
All right,
Jason.
Yeah, let me get them.
Are you guys like right next to each other?
I'm like 200 blocks from yo,
Yeah, I'm
dude,
Okay,
you're at
Booster,
0
what
0
is-
H. Oh no.
Booster, what's
no.
your name?
I'm kind of not there.
His name is Minuteman. He's a Minutech stan.
Yeah, I'm minute.
Oh, okay. Minimans.
Also,
Oh, I'm
there's a
gonna
guy
be
here.
Wait, hold on.
Fuck.
Andres is closer to me.
Oh, I'm right here. Wait, no,
I'm
wait.
gonna try to.
I'm right next to Oh my god, he's gonna try to.
Okay.
Okay, real
Toss
quick.
the diamonds straight in front of you, and yeah, tossing the diamonds. Nice.
Oh, I thought they were doing a cactus. Brother, very bad. He's running away. Yeah, we're at 0 0. Let's just go to dunes.
All right.
Okay, let's go away.
Yeah, I
Not
could
running
really.
Away. He's still looking. He's still
Oh,
looking.
he's over
I
here, he's over
could
here, he's over here.
utilize some backup.
Oh, there's a guy
Dude is
chasing.
also getting
Oh
chased.
my god, why is everyone getting chased?
By the way, Andres, here's a book.
Wait.
Dude, why are they chasing us, man?
Oh my god.
Wait, we can lead them into a cave and kill them. Low key.
I don't think a cave would be worth it right now. I'm not gonna lie. Just go to
Yeah, follow me.
Yeah, he's over here.
I'll try to cobweb them. I have 5 cobwebs. I can try to cobweb them, and then we just.
This guy's just chasing us for some reason.
Are you in the desert?
Yeah.
Oh.
Go offense, by the way.
Offense. Yeah.
Offense. Okay. Let's go, Andre.
Yo, what is this guy? Oh my god, bro.
I mean, he's a free kill, but you know.
Hey, yeah, he's a free kill, but he's just chasing. Like,
Hello.
oh, he's stuck. Oh no, he's still chasing. He's just gonna.
You have like an enchantment table by chance?
Yeah, but
this guy here is gonna take it.
Steal it.
Oh, that's true.
We're passing a gap booster.
Okay, he's kind of chasing. Okay, I'm gonna place it behind the hill here. He doesn't see it, so we can slowly enchant.
Okay.
Can you give me like diamonds for a diamond sword as well?
Yeah, here.
He's coming. His pickaxe out.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Be careful.
Yeah, I know. I see it.
All right. We'll kill this guy here.
Yeah.
Okay, don't chase too far. Don't chase too far.
Oh, he just put his armor on.
Oh, okay. Diamond as well.
Oh, free.
Nice. 1 heart. Nice. Good stuff.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
Hey, diamonds on him? Or no?
Yeah,
Never
6.
sword.
I got 6. Nice.
Nice. I have 2. We can make chest plate.
Yeah. Do you want it? You're king.
Sure.
Okay,
Hey, who picked up the diamond sword? Was that the other guy or the one of you?
I think our teammate picked it. Wait,
yeah,
make a diamond sword. Yeah, make a diamond sword. It's fine.
Okay.
I can make boots if you
I
can
have
make 2.
gold. I have 17 gold, by the way.
Can I have 1 gold?
Oh, yes, actually.
Please stay in the table
Thank
booster.
you.
Andres. Here you go, Gapples.
What's your healing, Red?
My healing is 2 gaps.
Okay.
I have 4 in a head. You can have 1 for me. I'm just gonna check. Somebody looking around or no?
Good. All right, sharp 3 diamond.
Come on, give me an apple. Where are the apples?
Anybody got an extra book?
Oh yeah, testing right here behind you.
I'm just not getting a single apple, huh? Oh, there we go.
Can you give me sharp if you can?
Yeah, I'll try.
Also, here are the diamonds. If you get any more dropped, just make a chest plate.
Let me try.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I should have made 2 swords. Ah, rip.
No. It's fine. What did you make?
I'm trying. I know I already made a sword, but I could have made another sword and then applied the book and gotten sharp 3.
Oh, here's a sharp book right there.
Get a sharpness on a book and then did you already use your +1 sharpness thing?
Yeah.
Oh, you could have made a book. Yeah, we just rushed sharpness 3 like that. Okay, that's fine. Somebody else.
Okay, hold on. Wait. I wasn't done.
Wait, Booster, come on now. All right.
My bad. Somebody else is gonna. Everybody else does the same thing as you, by the way. Yeah. Where are you? Everybody else does the same thing as you. So we just drop a guy with a diamond sword.
Do you still have that anvil?
Yeah, got it.
There we go.
This guy's naked. Our team.
I made more books, by the way, if you want to try to get like Prod 2 or Sharp, guys.
I'm just gonna try to get higher. Oh, okay. I need to make bottles.
You want to try and go for kills on this?
Oh.
Yeah, go right now. Hold on. I'm just getting the Prod 2 on my chest plate here.
Okay. By the way, we're doing series an extra gap.
Oh shit! Wait.
Wait 1 second. Almost done.
This guy doesn't even have pants? Yo, let me drop him some iron, bro.
Here, I have a Prot 1.
Oh my god,
right
bro
there.
took all my. Thank you. Okay.
Oh wait, we can enchant. Wait 1 second.
Yeah, I can't enchant anything else.
All right, I just need to use some more levels, and then I'll have full Prot 2.
Here, take this right here. I have like 4 XP bottles right here.
Oh, you do? Where?
Yeah, just one right there in front of me.
Full Prot 2 as well.
Over here. To the right.
Let me see if I can get a book for you.
To 4 of them,
What?
but.
I have a sharp book.
Right here, start.
Dude, this guy's
Pick him up.
pissing me
Here,
off.
look.
Oh, there. Okay, I didn't see him.
You good?
All right,
Dude,
sweet.
why did I get a sharp book, by the way? I don't know why I got it.
Just save it. You can make chart 4 later. And take this.
Okay,
Thank you. All right, sweet.
yeah,
I am.
heading to 0, 0. You guys pick it up.
I think I'm gonna eat 1 gap once we find someone, so I could get up to full health. But
Yeah,
hold on for now.
Wait, who got the G? Anyone got the head?
Yeah, I have the G-head. I have a G-head.
Okay, bet. Just keep it. Yeah. All right, we're good.
Oh, there's a team over there. Team coming. Do you guys want to come over here so we can find them, or?
Oh,
where
I
we
see that.
going?
I see that.
Just 3 of
Team
them.
2.
Oh, that's Willerhide. Okay, those are stream snipers. I see.
Yeah,
I see.
Hey, yo, who's that?
No, it's not
Willer,
a
you
different
better
team.
go hide.
We'll stop chasing.
They said we'll stop chasing. Yo,
He
pants
said
switch
it's
behind you.
It's like he's not stream sniping. Okay, buddy. Okay.
This guy here, Full Iron, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, our teammates left alone near the enchant table. They get enchants now. Fuck, dude.
Oh my god. It's fine. Just
There's like 6 people near the enchant
Wait,
table.
Andres, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Right,
okay,
cool.
I'm coming to you guys. There's like 6 people.
Yo, turn left, teammate. Turn left. Turn left.
Oh, our teammate dropped.
Nice.
Now.
I got the head.
Hey, Boost, where are you at?
There's a 5-year-old. No, guys.
Oh
There's a
my.
5-year-old saying I'm chasing this kid. Okay, are you coming? I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. Wait, they're just.
This gets all up.
Oh my god.
Oh wait. Wait a
Andres,
minute.
have a screenshot real
Holy
quick. Have a
frick.
screenshot real quick.
I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
Yeah, I know.
There's no way.
I got him, Booster.
I'm still all kind of dead.
I need water. Booster, you have water?
Yeah.
Bro. I need to put water on me. I'm gonna go get it right here. Fuck. I have no water bucket, bro.
Did you guys drop Buller Hide?
Yeah, he died.
Yeah. Got him.
I need help over here.
Okay.
I just think I might die here. I have no water buckets. I'm getting crit out. I'm good. I'm good. I'm coming to you guys. I'm leading this guy to you guys.
All right.
Oi, oi, oi.
Let's go.
Oh, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Okay. I tried to make my water bucket. I just couldn't make it. He's on 7. He's on 3. Nice. Good stuff. Good kill. Good kills. I have 33 gold on them. Oh my god.
Jesus.
That's actually a good
saying
kill.
Goodbye, you guys saved me. I appreciate it so much.
I had one of the
bro.
guys saying,
died,
"Can I get a screenshot?" And I had to kill him.
Bro, Willerhide was literally saying goodbye.
Okay.
Now, Willerhide, if you're in a stream right now, you're not good enough to kill any of us.
Yo.
Loser, back to the lobby.
Yo. Okay.
I love you, man. I love you. Good luck on your next game.
Okay.
Dude's behind you.
Wait, what?
Oh, he got
Oh, he's trolling. He's trolling.
I have an iron sword.
Hey, so I got like 5 heads.
Wait, I'll take 2. I'll give you 2. Take 2.
I got redstone.
No, we're not.
Hey,
no, we're not doing that, Booster.
Hold on.
I don't
here,
have gold for
pick up-
jihad. I have 1 jihad.
Oh, no, I have 48 gold.
Hold on. Did you pick up the gold over there?
Where?
I did.
There was like a bunch of gold on the ground back there. I'm assuming our teammate got it.
Yeah, there's. Oh, you left amethyst. I'll be taking that amethyst.
So,
All right, I'm gonna do an
anybody got
Ares
extra
blessing
gapples?
just
Anybody
cause.
got extra gapples?
No,
Oh, wait,
I have
hold
3
on.
apples. I just gotta hit a full first.
I got 0,
Wait,
I got
did I
0.
throw away the redstone? Does anybody have redstone?
0 on
I
me.
said I'm staying and praying for that rest, bro. Holy, so
Oh,
we
so
get
your
another free
wait,
kill?
so his
Let's
team is still alive.
go.
Okay, okay.
Another free kill though. That's fire.
Wait, there's like another guy I killed over here somewhere.
Wrapped their entire team in a cobwebs, by the way.
Yeah, I did
There
see
we
that.
All right, Ares blessing incoming.
Anybody got an extra gapple? 1?
You have apples, Booster? I can make more healing if you
I
have
have
apples.
apples. I have apples.
Wait, pass me. By the way,
Yo, I got gold.
A
Sweet.
noober.
All right. Wait, do y'all have an anvil down over here?
I
can
no
make
weapon.
sharp 3.
Honest, where's the gapples?
Oh, here, take this.
Thank you.
How many
Is
apples do you
the
guys
ammo
have? Yeah, I got you. Hold on. Let me just make this.
If anybody needs a sharp 3, or I mean, no, a sharp 1.
I have
diamond.
a diamond sword for you if you wanna.
No, I got a sharp 3, so I don't.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I just I meant more like if any of you guys need a.
Nah, we both have sharp 3. Ask the teammate.
Yeah.
Oh,
sharp
cool.
3.
All right.
Wait, I'll take this. I'll take the spare sharp 3 though.
No, it's a spare sharp 1.
Oh, never mind.
Also, have any of y'all do y'all need a head? Because I picked up a bunch.
I can make another G-head.
All right,
I
here.
can
Where you
do,
at, Andres? Over here.
Actually,
On-
yeah,
behind
save
you.
it for jihad.
Nope.
My jihad crafts are out, by the way. I've
That's
crafted both
Will's.
of my jihads.
Make a head with Will's, I guess.
Oh, Wooler Hide. Okay.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna use another one on the Ares blessing then.
Oh,
No, that-
found
because
some
I've already made
gold in
both.
this pile.
You
What?
gambling addict.
I'm gambling, man. I gotta get them profits.
All right, let's see what you get.
Let's see what I get.
Ooh,
Power 4. Power 4. Oh my god.
Okay.
Do you have any arrows?
Team,
I have 2.
Team in Mesa?
Well, Booster, careful. Come, Booster. Come.
Hold on.
Booster by yourself. Booster by yourself. I don't have any arrows
Yeah, I know.
now.
They're not close. Oh, one of them has full diamond.
There we
Not
go.
almost full
Okay,
diamond.
okay. They're chasing. He has a katana.
That's fine.
Our teammate just blocked my
Well,
arrow.
okay.
Wait, they're coming straight to us.
All right.
There's 2 of
do
them.
I pick
Hey, Andres.
Careful.
Oh, it's.
Nah, enabling. Careful behind you. Oh, it's a teammate. He's on 18. I'm getting pelted by bills right now, but it's fine.
What's up with these guys having like OG names? Oh.
We can chase this guy.
All right.
I'm coming back to you guys.
Shot him at 36. The teammate just killed. Their teammate just died. Fuck. Got him.
Nice.
Just get on. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Where's the
I picked it up. Picked it up. Here, take the sharp. Have sharp 3 for someone.
I can try to combine it to sharp 4. Yeah, behind you.
I need arrows. If you guys have arrows, I got a power 4.
Okay. Wait, where did you drop the sharp 3 on, Jace?
I still have it on my inventory.
Okay, diamond guys.
Let me.
Sharp 3 here, Bruce. Right here.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's really good that we just did that, by the way.
Ow.
Huge.
Just be careful with taking shots.
Hold on. Do you guys have arrows? Real quick.
No, I got no arrows.
Fuck. All right.
I got one.
Hold on. I can pick up some. Here, just try to cover me for a second. We gotta see if I can pick some
I see.
up.
Yeah, I'll be around you.
Just
be careful
because
that you force time in.
I got that power 4. That power 4 is gonna be deadly.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my god, I need two more levels, bro.
Who's right? Wait.
Nah, we'll kill some people for it. I'll kill some.
I know, but this is 2
Hold on. Let's push those guys. They are
sure.
moving right now, and they're not with their guys at the moment.
I have only 1 jihad that is healing, so I'm gonna be careful.
I got 2.
I have 3 gaps. I'm chasing one guy right now.
On
kill
this
this guy.
Flipper.
I'm just trying to stay.
This guy's on 4. I can kill this guy. Keep going for that guy together.
Oh my god.
Got him.
Nice.
He had arrows. He had arrows. Yeah, I had 22 arrows. Yeah, I'm good. I just did head on accident. Look, it's fine. I can give you the arrows, by the way, Regions, when I get to you.
Alright, sweet. Yeah, we're gonna stay on this guy, Flipper or whatever his name is.
Yep. By the way, this Dracaton has sharp 3 on it, so I'm gonna be doing damage.
Ooh.
Serious? Lagged?
Yeah, there's a bit of lag right there.
That's not his team,
Oh.
by the way.
Is it not?
No.
Oh, there's a big team there. Hold on. I don't know if we should push that.
That's only 2 people.
Oh, there's another team over there of like 2 or 3 people.
Oh, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to deal with that.
Gaps, by the way? 0 gaps?
Oh, I got gaps for you. Here. Here, 1, 2, 3.
I can low-key, like, kill this guy.
He's at 39.
I'm just looking behind us for that.
What? He just lagged? Server lagged, and I just TP'd in water?
Oh. He's going towards that team over there, I think.
3 people. Yeah, there are 3 people chasing, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know if that's worth Andres.
Nah, we can
no, it's fine.
Like, play stupid.
Again,
Did they fix both finally?
Maybe. Wait, this guy's on 27. I can drop him real quick.
Alright, sweet. Coming over.
He's going in the water. Wait.
Oh yeah, there's like an extensive team up there.
Oh my god, server lag, but I got the hit on him.
Yo, that's his team right there, Andres.
Oh, it's his team, yep. Team, come back. Just bow him off. Yeah, bow him off. Yeah.
It's not doing enough damage. Alright, yeah, hold on, gonna gap. Yeah, oh, it's just, that's...
No,
that's
I got him, it's fine.
That hurts my feelings.
Bro, you're bringing 2v1.
Am I? Oh.
Guys, this guy's in that cave. He's free.
Make sure you're by yourself.
Yeah, I know.
We're taking like a 3v1
Yo,
here.
my teammate left me. My teammates left me.
You're fighting someone, bro. They're fighting someone.
Yo, teammates, save me, save me.
They're not your teammates, bro.
Bro, save me.
Andres, can you drop the arrows real quick for me?
Yeah, I just used them all, but they're 9 right there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice.
Oh my god.
There's a team behind us.
Yeah, hold on.
Alright, we shouldn't. Yeah, we should look. You just back up. Wait, where's it behind us?
Right.
Where?
That on the other side of the river. I was fighting one of the.
Alright, let's just back up over here.
Wait, they're chasing us. Yo, surely. Yeah, I don't think you want to fight us, bro.
Yeah,
I'm going back in.
Wait, sir is lagging.
Kill me, bro. Like,
Oh, they're half of them are very low. Dude, there's some at 7. I don't know who, but
Let me know if I can eat a jihad, by the way, if you want me to.
drop one.
10-2, 6.
Getting dropped by the other team. They're getting dropped by the other team. Turn on the other team.
Blow this guy. He's like one.
I'm trying, but I keep missing.
You good?
Oh my god.
I need help.
Where are you?
Where you at? Booster, come here. You need Booster. You gotta come with us.
I'm dead. Thanks.
You're good.
Holy shit, half a heart?
Wait, what is Gertie on?
I don't know.
Or up tie?
Up T is on 24. Below tie returns is on 16. I'm out of healing. So.
Oh, I got a young for you. Come over to me. I got 5 gaps.
Holy shit. Huge.
Oh shit, yeah. Meet up with them.
Coming to you.
Here, I'll drop some.
I have like 10 dogs. That's the thing. That's
yeah, I'll drop some over here. I'll drop 2 booster.
Yeah, thank you. Moving around for other teams. Another person like far away behind us, by the way. He's looting the bodies that we killed.
Oh, you got fishing rod on you, I see.
Yeah.
He's at 11.
12?
Yeah, he's at 11. I don't have any more arrows. That's fortunate. Oh, that's the last red guy. Okay.
Yeah, we need his armor too.
Yeah, if we drop him, he's on 13?
Nice. He's a 1.8 player.
It's on 13.
Yeah, we need this guy's armor.
Does popping a regular head help your teammates with the?
No idea.
Oh,
no.
Only G heads. I have mine still, so if we need to use them, just let me know.
Okay. Letting this guy go.
It's better to save a G-head than to. What is happening?
You just went out of border.
I can't get those.
That is so disgusting,
okay.
Man. Oh, guy.
Yep. Man, there was a freaking dragon katana there, and then there was also arrows, but I couldn't get them.
Went out of border. GG's though.
Wait, hold on. Y'all were able to run out of the border because I wasn't.
Wait, what happened?
You stand and wait for it to come like in front of you, but you take a lot of damage from it.
Yeah, and it's just not worth it. I only have 1 gap. I'm gonna go.
This guy's toxic. He called me a nerd. Let's go.
W.
Huge.
Are you like listening to the voice procs?
Yeah, I'm just don't want people to get like upset.
Oh damn, that's a lot of wolves, by the way, Booster.
What is this, like the modern equivalency of like a COD lobby?
He's trying to snowball me.
Yeah, there's a lot of 1.8 players.
My dogs are fucking me over.
GG.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real, man. Your dogs are kind of screwing me up with like block clutching and stuff. It's very irritating.
I'm chasing this guy to the end of the earth.
Yeah,
I don't care, man.
Yo, soft.
I mean, that match is in like 2 minutes, so like.
Yeah, we target him.
Yeah, I'm trying, but he's getting away. Dude, I'll be real. I'm very concerned about that Earth team, man.
Oh my god, yeah, the grass team is crazy. Wait.
There's a high chance they're just people who weren't in action.
Wait, does it have any apples?
I think I may. I just can't open my inventory at the moment.
22 gold though. Wait, do we just stop and get?
Yeah, we just stop and healing.
I think we should prep
for the GM.
Man. No. I don't.
You guys have? Should I go for an Ares blessing?
No,
you should go for. Well, actually, hold on.
No, I can't make G-heads. That's the thing.
Okay, then go for Ares blessing. Actually,
wait, I think maybe. I'm not sure if I can make mine.
Yeah, because if you guys haven't made yours, then.
No, I'm thinking you go for gold from the Ares blessing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But you can.
And then you can make a gap.
How many diamonds do you guys have, by the way?
I have none.
Booster?
Zero.
I have 4. Here, so I'll make boots. Tossing on the floor here. Right behind you. Boots.
All right. What were these enchants again?
I got the enchants right here.
Come on, please, something good. 8 gold, huge.
Oh, did you pick it up or?
Diamonds?
No, the boots. Oh, the diamonds.
Oh no, I gave you diamonds so you can make boots.
Oh, you're right.
Oh
so
my
I have
god.
A question. Do the dogs go over
no.
to deathmatch or no?
No.
Oh, hold on. Frick, hold on. I need to enchant something else. I don't have a rod.
Ooh, wait.
Wait, Boost, do you have any redstone? You know how redstone can make my dog still.
Yeah.
I also have 1 gap, by the way. That's my only healing.
Make your dogs.
All right, my healing is 3 gaps, 2 heads.
Wait,
okay.
wait, Radunes, you can make your dogs as well. Come here.
What? How?
Do you have
I have bones.
Bones.
And iron.
I have no bones.
Make 2 compasses.
Here, look.
Make 2 compasses with this.
Yeah.
And then bones over there as well. Make 2 compasses.
Hold on. I don't have the freaking inventory space. Oh shoot.
Okay, well, yeah, that's fine. You can make.
Whatever.
Just fine.
Okay. I only have one gap.
Nah,
by
we
the
gotta,
way,
we
but
gotta rush. We gotta rush in for the meds.
Yeah,
Heals.
I have only 2 gaps, so
I'm gonna mute my comms so no one hears me. The team to our
See,
right. I think we just had to target that grass
just
team,
rush.
Loki.
Nah, I think we need to rush in.
Yeah.
we
You rush in, get the heals.
Oh, it's the
I can
bad
drop
mid as
people.
well. I hate that.
Oh, I see them. They're to the left. Fuck.
Oh
they're, like-
my goodness!
Oh
They're like
god.
actually stacked too.
Oh my goodness. There's teams running in from all directions. I'm backing up. Oh.
Yeah, back up, back up, back up. Don't get pinched. Yeah, we gotta stick together and just kind of. We gotta bully up.
By one.
Careful.
They probably will, but we gotta target them. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're running away.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's just.
Like
try
that
to
Rafsy
clean.
guy's on 19. Yeah, we gotta help out the other teams fight them here. I see the Rafsy guy. I'm just gonna target this guy. He's on 19. This guy gotta run.
What about this? What about the snow parrot guy? Yeah.
Oh. He's a king. He's on 59.
Oh.
I'm going with the Andres.
Behind you. Watch out.
Oy. Okay, I'm good.
Dude, who plays water on this? Did you place water there?
Yeah, place water to like hit him back.
Fuck my car.
Okay, I got this. I got to eat ahead.
Why are they lagging? Why are they lagging, man?
Wait.
That guy's low.
Oh, some of them is killing my.
I got like 2 of them on me. This is fool iron just fighting each other. See this guy?
This guy popped that.
Yeah, push off to that guy. Chase him. Chase him. Chase him.
Yeah. Booster, you're by yourself, by the way. You should probably come to us if you can.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
No,
Oh, you are?
I'm alone. I'm right behind
shit,
you guys.
okay. 11?
They're wrapping around.
7? Fuck, I'm gonna eat my last apple here.
Hold on. I'm gonna push on that guy. Okay, I'm gonna.
I got the full diamond guy away. It just tried to single something out.
Should I pop?
Yeah, pop it. I'm dead here, I think.
That's the last guy. Push him, and you guys should be good.
I'm
shoot.
1 heart. I have no healing.
Oh shoot. Ah.
14. Getting chased now. Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die.
Oh shoot, this is tricky.
I don't even know. Like.
Oh, this guy's 56 health. What is this?
Yeah, he's a king. And they got ahead from that. Oh no.
Okay, yeah, I dropped 0. We just had 0 healing. It's fine. Yeah, I fully expected that big team to just be understacked people.
Nice.
Who just didn't fight, but they had like 5 stacked people, bro.
Okay.
I have gold. Do you have apples?
I need to eat a gap, actually.
Oh, I'm
okay.
dead here.
You know what?
The XD, one of them is on 60, man. What the fuck? Okay, one of them is a bot though, so.
What's Eddie? Eddie's on 10.
Yeah, okay, Reduce, the guy behind you is a bot, and you could go pick. Yeah, he has all the gaps that the other guy just dropped, by the way. He is a bot. You could try to.
Could have made. Yeah, could have made more chance.
Oh, you have 2 people on you now, so. Yeah, the best guy on their team is definitely the guy with the chest plate.
Got him. Ah, rip.
I'm dead. Yeah, I can't do anything.
Yeah, it's kind of
this Sean guy.
It's unfortunate.
It was like
I mean, hey, I think we did pretty good, all things considered. I got 5 kills, 5 assists.
I got 5 kills as well. Yeah, that guy.
Kinda...
Low key, the guy at the end there, the one that read it like straight into border, and made like he just died. He just cost us all the. Yeah, he fucked us over.
Yeah.
His name is Uptie. Okay. We're in it again.
Fair play. I mean, that's a strat.
I mean, it's a strat, but it's a rat strat. I did it one time and I felt really bad after, but I mean,
yeah, because like if somebody, I feel like in solos that's okay to do.
Yeah.
No, not in solos. I mean, it's in Civ that's okay to do because it's like you get killed if you get targeted by 3 people. It's kind of hard to win.
Yeah.
But if you do that in solos, for example, like if you're losing a 1v1 and then you decide to fuck the other guy over, like he won fair and square against you, he deserves the loot. But if you do that, you know, it's just kind of.
I mean, we can do that strat again. By the way, I know how to do the netherite, the katana strat. It's pretty easy to do. All you gotta do is better bomb.
Outside of the border?
No. The katana rush. Obviously, you have to like all mine like at least 6 diamonds.
Okay,
right?
so
Or like 2 diamonds each. Yeah.
If you rush nether and you get a netherite ingot, why does nobody go for a sharp 3 fire aspect 2 netherite sword?
Because you can just get a katana. It's way better. Like what?
No, with the netherite ingot you can't uncraft it.
All right, I'm ready for next round if we want to play another.
Yeah. I'm just waiting. There's no lobbies right now, so I'm just queuing up.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah.
Booster. The thing is though, it's like you can just make what's the axe called? Mjolnir or whatever. Mjolnir. Yeah.
Mjolnir.
Yeah, that
Mjolnir.
one. Yeah, you can craft that with the netherite.
Use it.
You get.
I don't think Mjolnir is worth a netherite ingot. If there's a if there's a
I'm gonna be real. I think fire aspect is actually kind of worth.
No, the thing is, I think a netherite sword with a fire aspect 2 and sharpness 3 would be broken because it does the same amount of damage as a katana, and you can't uncraft the ingot, right? And you can't put a fire aspect 2 on a katana. You can only get fire aspect 1 through enchanting somehow, right?
You can get Grimoire. You can get fire aspect 2 on it.
Yeah. No, but doesn't Grimoire? Oh, Grimoire is like the plus sharp 1 book.
It's plus sharp. No. It's like an anvil book though. But still, it's like you can put it on the katana.
Do you need to anvil it, or do you?
Yeah, anvil.
Just drag and drop it.
No, anvil.
But you can't anvil things on a katana though.
You can. You can anvil. You can't anvil like weapons. We can anvil books to katanas. Yes.
I thought because I've tried that on other swords.
I literally I killed someone today. Literally like first game on, I killed someone with a sharp 2 katana.
Yeah, I know. I've never tried it before, but I've tried with like a Midas and I couldn't put fire on it.
Oh yeah, that's Midas though.
Other swords are the same.
No, yeah, it's only Midas because it's like an upgrade sword, you know. You don't wanna, yeah. We're just waiting for the save library.
I thought like somebody told me that you can only like enchant it through enchant table and get the fire aspect that way, but
no. You can get like Grimoire, get books on it.
Yeah, okay.
Any books you get, you can put it on the katana.
Yeah. I'm just so sad that like rushing a fire aspect 2 trade just didn't work out for us that one time.
Oh yeah, it's. But then again, we just took.
Genuinely could be. No, I genuinely think it could be a strat. The only issue was that we had to wait for babies to grow up for like we wasted 10 minutes on that or something.
Yeah, we wasted like a long time.
So like villages would be a good strat if they weren't constantly contested, you know?
Yeah. Oh shit.
Wait, hold on, Booster. How many kills did you get there?
I didn't check, but I don't think I got much because I was like low on healing. I think I got some in like the first fight, and then you guys like kind of saved me in that game.
Yeah.
I was probably just like super low, man.
That's
I think
fair.
Booster had 3 kills that game. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, what is Floatives doing up there with 106 wins for solos, man?
Yeah,
I know.
Then, soon 2,000 kills. 2,000 kills soon. You'll see.
Yeah, Floatives was crazy.
Yeah, it's switched to teams, by the way. Duzum is just up there. Same thing, but just in teams.
How do I can't switch for teams. I don't know why.
No, you just face the leaderboard, not where it says the click button, but you face the leaderboard and you right click.
Wait, what?
Like
I face the leaderboard. What?
Oh, okay. So you basically
look at what Andres. Look at what.
Go inside like the leaderboard thing and.
Like, I see.
Middle, yeah, go right in the middle.
Inside, you just face it.
That is very stupid.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, Duzum is just the same stats, but just on teams, you know.
Okay, I see. Okay, then Duzum is up there. I played one game with that guy. You, me, and Andres. That was my or no, you, me, no, hold on. Andres, you, and Duzum and I.
Wait, that's 4 people. Wait, what?
No. I'm saying like as in like you, Andres.
Oh, me, Andres. Redunes
you. Yeah, you, Andres. Redunes me.
You can just say
Redunes me.
Redunes and Duzum, honestly.
What?
Well, he is Redunes though. Why would he say Redunes?
No, but why would I say Redunes if I am Redunes?
Yeah, so.
You can just say Andres, me, and Duzum, you know? You can say that.
Duzum, Andres, and I. Duzum, Andres, and I. There you go.
Duzum, Andres, and I. But you were in the call. Therefore, I had to address you directly.
Wait, shit. So,
yeah.
You, Duzum, and I.
That's why I said, like, you, Andres.
Oh, okay. Wait, that's actually, like, English 101. Something I didn't do. Okay, we're Desert Team.
All right. I'm gonna hope that our team doesn't, like, get clapped immediately this time.
I hope so. I hope not. We got, I don't even know our team. Wait, also guess my nickname, by the way.
Andres.
Agent Tacos.
No. Okay. That's gotta be a little racist, Boostford. That's gotta be a little racist, but
No, it just had underscores in it. Okay. No, it just had underscores in it. Bro, I swear.
Yeah. Okay.
I just guessed it because I just realized it after.
Yeah.
I just had.
Okay. So you're not gonna guess that I'm Tubbo. You're not gonna guess that I'm Tubbo 787.
And you get red. No. When you like slash Nick.
Yo, chat. Clip that,
please.
I
swear.
No.
Andres, Andres, I want you to know I would have guessed Tubbo.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but you don't know the meta. So when I slash Nick and get random
meta,
name,
what do you mean the meta?
No, I just get two.
What is the meta behind Agent Tacos?
No. Okay, so whenever you
I don't know. It's not looking good, man.
Type in a custom nickname and you don't type in a custom nickname, you always get at least 1 or 2 underscores. At least for me, that's been the case.
I do not have a single underscore.
Because that's the only underscore.
I don't have a single underscore in my name, Booster.
Yeah, I know, but
your logic is already flawed.
Case, brother. Okay. Brother, you're not beating your case, man. Just, it's racist and that's final. Yo.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro.
Not gonna lie though, tacos do sound bomb right now. Oh,
they do sound pretty epic. I don't know. I'm more of a burrito kind of guy though.
You're a burrito? Wait, you like Chipotle?
Yeah. No.
Oh, why not?
I had a friend who actually worked at Chipotle, and they were saying that, like, you know, the working conditions and the way they handle food is not, let's just put it, the most sanitary.
Oh. Also, I just found a structure inside a, I don't even know what this is. I just, oh.
Guys, I might be suffocating one.
I took no damage from that creeper, from the explosion. Okay. Okay.
Guys
but are you saying you're more of like taco kind of guy, Andres?
Yeah, no, I'm a a burrito bowl kind of guy, like a bowl kind of guy, you know, like.
Oh, okay, you're like a bowl.
I knew you like tacos.
Okay, now that's gotta be racist. Now that's gotta be racist.
What do you mean? Tacos are great, dude.
Bro was like unironically trying to be racist.
Now you're constantly suggesting me to try Mexican food. That's why I knew you like tacos, you know?
Well, I got rid of my smelter's pickaxe. We're over. Can we quit? I accidentally threw it in the lava.
Wait, you pick it up. It doesn't burn.
Just jump in. You don't.
Oh, you're right. Wait. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. You guys are in my game. Love you guys.
I got a fire spec book. Yeah, I'm going for Katana. Okay.
Guys, I'm not racist. I swear. It's just
okay. That's what a racist would say. Like what?
That is what a racist would say.
Guys, come on now. That's what any normal human would say. What do you mean?
All right. That's also what a racist would say. Like, I don't even know. You're just
what?
I don't know. Booster, you're just beating yourself.
What would a racist not say? What would a racist not say?
Well, they wouldn't admit to being one.
Yeah.
So I'm just supposed to say I'm racist, and that's
there you go. That's
one.
GG, you're racist. Like
but that's something a racist would say. Like there are some proud racists out there.
Okay, well that is true. There is some proud racists out there.
Exactly. So like
Also, I got 5 diamonds.
Already? Okay,
I need to rush another then. Videos when he infiltrates.
Yeah, like I said, man. Like, listen, Rack Rap speedrunning got nothing on me. All right, my speedrunning diamond techniques are just top notch.
Stop lying, man. Stop lying, man.
I got 5 diamonds. What do you mean?
You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard. Come on now.
You know, I can make a huge rebuttal and just end your career right now, Booster, and you don't want to see it.
Wait,
all right, fine. Fine.
Yeah.
Says racist.
Oh, wait, Booster, he actually cooking in the DMs right now.
Because
Booster with the button.
You don't want me to tell the world that you're copying my videos and you're leashing my videos, like.
No, I admit. No, Booster, I admit to it.
Oh.
Exactly.
Wait.
So, like,
yeah.
Wait, but Booster, you don't admit being racist though.
Cause I'm not, bro. Please, guys. Watch. I'm gonna get canceled on Twitter. Watch. Nah.
Well, at least Radoon's uploads.
That is a very good point, Andres. I'm glad you made it.
You're welcome. See, pretty smart out there.
Okay. I'm gonna upload a video where I make a cake as well. Come on now, like.
Wait, you are? Wait, do it.
Yeah. Can you upload actually?
Yeah. No, I'm actually gonna.
And you should actually like you should actually like invite me to the recording session as well.
Ooh.
I'm actually never inviting Radoons to a video ever.
No.
He actually the last video that I invited him to, he uploaded a video without my consent.
Okay.
I literally hold on. Whoa.
That's crazy.
No.
Radoons?
No. Dead ass so many times, even before recording, I said, hey, if I get a good POV, can I upload this? And you're like, yeah, sure, until after I upload it. And then, like, I literally wait like a month and a half for you to make a video. And then eventually you're like, hey, guys, I'm not going to make a video on this.
Okay, true or false? Did I ask you to wait until I upload before you upload?
And then you asked me to upload.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did. I'll pull up the group chat right now. I'll pull up the group chat right now. Hold on, I am fucking pulling up the group chat for Who Killed the Village.
Photoshop, sir.
Yeah, Boost, remember that recording we had a Kieran Dev, and it was like, who was it? Was it Radoons?
Hold on, here, and I quote.
Oh yeah, where
hold on, and I quote. I'm actually not sure when I will start working on this video, so if any of you guys have plans on releasing any videos about this, feel free to do so whenever. Smiley face.
Okay, Booster?
No, that smiley face does sound like Booster though.
That does not sound like me.
It does sound like you.
Wait, I just remembered. Wait, yeah, Loki. Okay, so we could play it really risky. I can go Nether, find Netherite, and Booster go mine it with the non pickaxe, and we can all make Netherite swords or whatever it's called. katanas?
I don't know. I'd rather play it safe. I'm not gonna lie.
And just make it sharp 3s. Okay, we can do that.
I mean, sharp 3s are powerful, and if you have a fire aspect.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, I can go try to find village. Yo, low key.
Yeah,
Wait,
like,
can we just make it Grimoire? What is it?
It's too much.
That does sound like a lot.
Oh, and I just.
So it needs 5 diamonds. Okay. No, it's 4 diamonds.
Yeah, 4 diamonds total.
That's not that
Hold on.
hard
So, is one of you guys like getting the lava or the obby, or?
I can get the obby if you want.
All right, cool.
I just play circumstantially. Like if it happens, it happens. You know? Like.
Yeah, that's how I play every game. I just like, but like, it seems to be like, Dragon Rush is still the meta. Like, it just does crazy damage. I think that it should do. It requires what's it called? It should require a netherite ingot itself. Yeah. No,
I think it should require an netherite to craft. Honestly.
I mean that, and I mean it's literally. I mean.
Didn't it need an netherite to craft at first instead of a fire charge, and then they changed it?
I don't think so. That was Enderbow. I'm pretty sure. Enderbow was broken.
Oh, okay.
Dude, that's like, isn't that? Yeah, that's the game I got my first win with, and I didn't even record it, man. I'm crying.
That was
I didn't record that game.
Oh, you should have, dude. And I honestly, I wasn't recording either. That would have been like, oh my god, that bow was so broken. Yeah, it's crazy.
No, but like that was like my first, like one of my first hoplite experiences.
Oh really?
Andres, you abused that bow, by the way.
Yeah, I'd abused it, but that's why I got nerfed.
Every single match I saw you play, yeah, you just won because of that bow. It's crazy, man.
I mean, yeah, it was the tracer rewind. Listen, like I don't know.
Listen, man, if it works, it works.
That's why I said, you know, I got like 10 wins with that bow.
Yeah, if it's glitched to the point where nobody can beat you with it, yeah, we should abuse it. Yeah, let's abuse it. Let's make the game less fun for everybody else because
I wouldn't say it's less fun because people find a way around it.
They can't do anything about you.
No, you can't. What? Yes, yes. If you're smart,
you go back to full health after fighting them. What do you mean?
Yeah, but like that's why in deathmatch people would like pressure me if I had it, right? They would like target me or like they would like just
yeah, I know, but
full bow me or something.
People do that regardless if you have the bow or not. If you just have an extra diamond piece more than them, and if you heal more than them, you know.
I still think bow should do less damage. I hate how people can just bow spam and run away.
Death matches where just nobody goes in. I had a deathmatch standoff and I just couldn't take it, so I
the death match I had earlier. Yeah, no, the death match I had earlier. I've noticed a lot of people like bow spamming in deathmatch.
No, dude, people weren't even like peeking to bow spam. Everybody was.
Just really?
Still.
Yeah, no, like I had these guys that just run around in a circle and bow spam, and then like I was supposed to like either heal or like because I couldn't push them, they just kept bow spamming.
Yeah, but the thing is, I had iron and diamond boots. The other two guys were full diamond, and I still was doing better than them, and they for some reason targeted me, man. I had less healing. Just because I don't know, maybe I would just had more.
Listen, you are a popular YouTuber, Boostford.
I nicked. They don't know.
No, they can sense it.
That's true. I give off that aura. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, they know you're a YouTuber, but they definitely do know. I mean, I don't know. Because I've gotten like people. There's a way to find out like if you're nicked or not. Someone was telling me that if you press tab and like you're the first team or something like that, then you're like a nick team or I don't know.
Nah, somebody's gonna release a mod where you can like see hoplite nicks at some point. You know?
Okay, like you're giving people more. Okay, nice, Booster. W.
No, mods like that exist already. Where you can
like what? Like where?
See through people's disguises. I don't know if it works on hoplite though or not, but
probably doesn't. I'm guessing it's like an API thing.
I don't know.
A burrito sounds good.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Dave's Hot Chicken?
No. I've been to Los Pollos Locos, so.
Oh, Pollos Hermanos, right.
Yeah, see, claro.
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad reference. I've never watched Breaking Bad in my life. Apparently it's a mid show, huh?
Taught me how to.
Taught you how to what?
They teach you to cook.
Yeah. I'm a great cook right now.
Wait, Booster, whatever happened to like you being like a chef? Like, weren't you like gonna start like that grind of being a chef or something like that? You told me one time.
Dude, when I ended 10th grade and when I was gonna move forward, like you can choose either to go with further education and move on to college, or you can go to specific subjects already,
or be a YouTuber.
I was almost considering being like taking cooking.
Really? What stopped you?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, Boostford.
I realized that I don't want to stress my entire life and go bald by the age of 30.
Okay.
Wait, Booster, you speak like Norwegian, right?
Yeah.
So like, do y'all have like the same like gymnasiet, like system as like Swedish?
What is the Swedish system?
It's like basically like it's a high school where you like choose your discipline, whatever.
You mean like it's basic high school up until the grade 10, and then you either choose to go to
college something,
best, which is 11th to 13th grade basically, for then to move on to college after that, or you take like yrkesfag. I don't know what it's called in Sweden.
It's like, isn't that like an apprenticeship or training?
Yeah, basically, it's first 2 years you are learning. For example, to become an electrician, you first
so it's like an apprenticeship,
and then the 2 next years you're kind of an apprentice.
Yeah, I think they have that.
Me. I have a feeling he's
I found more diamonds.
Yeah, I have a diamond sword already. So, and 3.
Oh, sweet. Do you have obby?
Yeah, I got the obby. I just need a book. I just need one book.
All right, I got sugarcane, but I'm assuming you probably are gonna.
I got 3 diamonds. Wait, do you guys have your own swords already, or no?
I do not have swords, but I got 9 diamonds, so I'll be able to make one.
God. Okay, I have 3. You can just craft a sword and a chest plate then.
I have 8.
Yeah.
I found more diamonds. Like what?
Okay, you guys craft yourself chest plates then.
Okay, so wait, who's making enchants? Like who's saving 2?
I only have 2 obby.
Also, Amfrod just said I'm getting banned because I'm extraing. Okay, guys, I'm banned.
I can make enchants and then I can give 1 diamond to Redunes.
Hi. Dude, my room just got really cold. Hi, Ant. Oh, fuck.
Oh, is Antfrost watching?
Yeah, Antfrost is watching.
Hey, guys.
Yo, Antfrost, how you doing? You're going to Tubbo?
Wait, why are you going to Tubbo? Okay. Wait, so who's making enchants? Wait, am I making enchants?
No. I got 3 extra diamonds, so give me 2 obby and a book. I'll make enchants, and then I'll give 1 more diamond to Redunes, and he can make a chest plate as well.
Okay, so I don't need to give you. I can just give you 2 diamonds then, right?
Yeah. No. You don't need to give me diamonds. I have.
Okay, so I'm not. Okay, 0 diamonds given to you, right?
You're giving me 2 obby. You're giving me 2 obby and a book.
Okay, I don't have a book, but I'm making. Okay, I just made
a book either.
Okay, so we just need leather.
I have sugarcane. I just need leather.
Okay, so we all need leather.
I'm trying to find a cow. I'm at
Bro, get egoed?
negative 150, 300. If you guys want to come to me, then.
What's your in-game name? Oh, you're Minimans. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Minuteman.
I just want to go to cave.
I think I'm real quick gonna make my iron armor before I show up because we're kind of getting very close to that.
I'm not gonna. Yeah. Okay. I found more diamonds. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I just had to stay down here. I'm not X-raying. I'm literally not X-raying. Okay. I can make it. Like, dude, I'm okay. I can be stacked.
I have my teammate's head, by the way. So if anybody has like 6 gold, I can make a G head already.
Or we can Ares Blessing and get really lucky. I think G head's worth it though, right now.
Yeah, I got 9 gold, so I think we should go for that.
Okay.
I got 30 paper.
All
right, Minimans, I'm coming over to you.
Okay. I still don't have any leather. That's super sad.
Let me see if I can find some on the way over.
Yeah,
actually, no, this is a desert.
Just look on the way. I'm kind of in a biome that could have.
Yeah, see, I'm in a biome that's called the desert. I don't think many mobs.
Yeah, it's close. I just actually.
No, I meant more for like the sake of mobs. I don't think many cows spawn in the desert.
Oh. I'm just afraid that like a guy that was talking to me earlier is gonna jump me, you know?
Okay, I'm just gonna come up.
Oh, okay, you're over in the spruce?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I'm definitely coming up right now. I'm definitely not mining this last bit of gold I see here, and I'm going up.
Goodness, this guy.
Also, I'm getting stream sniped, and Antfrost is allowing it. Help! Help!
And the frickety dickety, bro.
Why did you say frickety dicky like that?
What do you mean?
Wait, Ant, did you know Boosters are racist?
Sick, dude, nah, please, guys, please.
We should probably cool off with the racism a little bit.
Yeah, guys,
wait, hold on.
Guys. I'm Caucasian. This is a danger territory for me, okay? This is danger territory for me.
I'm going up, coming up.
All right, Booster, is that you up there?
Yeah, it is. Do you have a book?
I could not find cows, but I can.
Okay,
I have sugar cane.
I have 30 paper already, so that's.
Okay. Booster, don't freak out. But I think PvP's about to start, and we're kind of fucked.
Wait, what? I'm going up. Wait.
I have 0 healing.
I have 3 gaps. What? Wait, what offense?
Oh, there's a player over there. I don't want to deal with that.
Vote for me for king. Vote for me for king.
No, fuck you. No.
Nah, vote me for king. Fuck you, bro. Actually,
What?
wait. Vote Radoons, because have
What?
you not crafted your chestplate yet?
Me?
What?
Radoons. Wait, here, craft a chestplate.
Wait. Fuck you, dude. Okay. Wait,
Hey, do you want to make the unit, by the way? Here.
Name behind us. Name behind us.
Are
Oh
you
wait,
sure?
we can drop him.
Are you sure, Booster?
Yeah, he's so...
I thought you said you didn't have healing.
Dude, this guy's a bot.
Wait, what's cap or cake on?
Bro.
Let's just... Yo, Andres, can you like get
Yeah, I'm coming up right now. I just what's cap or cake on? Because he's like right next to me. He just killed someone.
He's on 15.
I'm up. He's running away from me, I think. Yeah, he's running away.
No, please.
Oh, he's running toward you guys. Wait, he's wait, what is he doing?
Oh, you blocked my single arrow that I had.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Watch this long shot.
You missed greatly.
No, that wasn't miss. I saw it.
Okay.
What? I literally saw it hit the tree. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know. It was right next to him, bro.
We have enchants?
No, we need a leather.
Wait. This is you guys.
He had leather. Please tell me that guy had leather.
No, but there's leather here. I got leather. Got leather.
He did not have leather.
Come to us.
I'm killing a horse. Okay, I got the leather. I only have one leather though.
That's a power book.
I can't.
Oh wow, he had a lot of gold. Hold on. Wow.
How much?
He had 26. Booster, come over here.
Probably came from the nether.
Okay, yeah.
Here, take this.
I have 3 apples. Okay, nice. Do you need apples?
No, I have apples.
Okay, I see the stream sniper. He's running away from me.
Andres, come to us, bro.
I'm coming. Minutemen's 400 blocks away. I'm coming though.
I got insta sharpness from that guy. Wait, hold on. No, I didn't.
No.
I lied.
No. That we got that from us. Don't use it though.
Don't use it.
Wait, if we have a grindstone, if we can get a grindstone, we can just unenchant the book. Okay.
Wait,
just come to us.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah, hold on, Booster. We should look around for a cow. We need to deal with that.
Yeah, he has a leather though.
Oh, he does.
Hi, Compro.
Should we go up the tree then?
Also, sorry, I'm literally eagling everyone in chat.
I think we should
Sorry.
go up the tree.
I'm fully focused.
It's like the tree house.
Okay, bet. I'm like 300 blocks from you guys, but I'm coming.
All right, cool. We are we're going up the spiral staircase.
Yep. We're gonna.
Oh yeah, check there's books in there. Yeah.
I'm fairly sure it'll be looted,
maybe,
but
no, there's bookshelves in there. Maybe we can.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Maybe nobody has mined them.
Which tree is that in, or which house is that in?
No idea. I have absolutely no.
I do know one of these. One of these rooms can have a gold in it. Oh, they already got it. Rip.
Books. They got the books too.
The books.
We're
just checking. I think it seems like it's just fully looted though.
Yeah, but yeah, it might. Wait.
It is relatively looted.
Yeah. We see you're glowing though. Is that?
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, it's me. I'm coming. I just gotta go up now.
Nice. Yeah. Do we have books for getting?
No.
3 on our swords?
No.
How much leather did you get?
Only one. I have 1 leather.
All right, that'll do.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine.
Oh, I got a grindstone. We can grind our power books. The plus power books.
Yeah.
Come here.
Oh yeah.
This is insane strat. Bring it into the middle.
Can you actually do that?
Yeah, I just grinded it. Grind your plus power 1 book.
I see this stream sniper, by the way.
But I like power.
I mean, if you don't want power 3, then you know.
I see the stream sniper.
Do you have any food, by the way? I'm gonna run out of sprint.
Here. Oh yeah, there's a stream sniper over there. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Andres, go. Give me a book.
I can give you leather in that.
Okay, there we go. Yeah,
Hey, do y'all have any copper by chance?
No, 0.
Frick. All right, I'll just do a power 1 normal bow.
Watch out for the stream sniper so that he doesn't.
And it's right here.
Does anybody? Okay, let me.
I'm gonna enchant real quick.
He's slowly coming up.
Booster, why'd you take off all your armor? But you're really risky, man. Alright, I have it. I got the sharp. I got what I needed. Just watch him, yeah.
I'm dropping lava on him.
That
okay, he
works.
went all the way down to the bottom.
Did he not die? No, you need to kill him, bro.
We'll kill him right now.
Can you get sharpness on my book? Anybody?
Oh, I need glass, bro. I need 1 glass.
Here's a book. No, here. Come here. There you go.
I don't have sharpness. Hold on, let me check my chest plate.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. Check my chest real quick. No sharpness.
Okay, Redun, can you check if you can get book on the sharpness on my book?
Yeah.
Toss it.
Where's?
Toss
Wait, I can wait. Hold on, check real quick. Yeah.
Wait, can I take that? Okay.
Sure.
I got sharpness, but I need XP levels.
Okay. How much? How much?
I need to wait. Hold.
There.
Thank you. All right, here we go. I'll be real. I accidentally lied. I did not need XP levels. I needed lapis. But
that's fine.
Thank you.
Here you go. Here you go. 48.
No, like I had it in my inventory. I just hadn't applied in the thing by accident.
Oh my goodness.
My bad.
Okay. Well, I have 33 gold. How much gold do you have, Virgins?
I have 5.
Okay,
Okay, here.
3
If
gaps.
you want to take that, here. I got 3 gaps too, and a G-head.
Bet.
Oh, I have a
here.
G-head though. Ooh. Okay, I'm ready to go.
If you guys have any spare iron, I could probably make like spare leggings and spare boots, and then I could try getting like
if you have 1 iron, I can get Prot 2 like chest plate. I think that's what I need.
It's actually like a bunch of iron. I'm gonna get
Here.
gold. Let me get some apples.
Take that.
I have 33 gold. So.
Ooh, okay. Probably start going for kills.
Alright, I'm just gonna make a spare Prot 1 boot so that I can take that on the go.
Oh, I can still make my
there
mine.
we go.
All
Alright. Oh, am
Yeah.
I carrying the stuff? Alright.
Yeah, you're the least likely to drop. You normally suck at the game. So.
What? The fuck? Where's the
I don't know if that information is very valid, but alright, sounds good.
Boost first sucks. Wait, I hear the guy. Where'd he go?
I've seen your solo games.
Oh, he ran away.
Oh,
I see one of our teammates. Oh, he's chasing. Uh-oh.
He's chasing our teammate.
Yeah, there's 2 guys there.
What's happening?
Come to us whenever. You have virus?
Yeah, I said it first. Oh. We chase
You
this.
fall down in a cave.
Yep, I'm just gonna go out and grab this. Wait. Oh, you got this, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, let's just guard the top.
Got him?
Tag.
9 gaps.
I'm gonna.
Two more name tags. 2 more name tags looking at us.
I'm gonna see if he has arrows.
They're saying don't drop, so we're good.
Did he have arrows by chance, or did he pick it up?
4 name tags.
Okay,
4
coming
name
up.
tags, guys.
Yeah, no, I don't think he had arrows.
Rip.
4 name tags, boys. It's the.
Coming. I have 44 gold.
Hey, Booster, can you drop the?
One drop.
Booster, can you drop water?
We need water, Booster. Booster, you're by yourself, by the way. There's 4 of them there, bro.
I'm getting. Yeah, I'm getting. I'm turning behind them.
Okay, you got knocked down.
Okay. Are we? Okay, let's go back down. Let's go down.
Yeah, come down.
Yeah, here.
Look at these noobs. Noob. Try 1 guy. We'll go for this guy.
Down.
Artist, you need help?
No, I'm good.
I'm chasing after this other guy. Got him.
Got him. So 1 heart. Nice, good stuff.
Got another one. Oh my god, look at the
ancient
gold!
debris. Ancient debris. He had ancient debris.
He had 2 stacks of gold.
Wait, these guys had nether. Ancient debris.
They went to the nether. 2 stacks of gold. TNT minecart. TNT minecart.
I'm not doing that, by the way. You can have fun. A stack of gold. Yep. Okay. I have a stack. I have 2 stacks of gold.
Yeah, same. We need apples.
I got a lot of gold. I got 7 gaps. I got 2 stacks of nuggets.
Oh my god.
I got a stack of gold as well.
I have a lodestone. Wait, I have a lodestone. We can make. Oh my god. Okay.
Hold on. Here, hold on. Boost for take
2
this.
diamonds.
Make it.
Loot package.
Wait, actual loot package. It's not fair.
Also, I got 5 diamonds, so I can make diamond boots.
Make that.
Make that.
Wait, I made it.
Oh.
Guys.
You made Mjolnir?
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, let's go up.
Hold on. Wait. I'm not ready to go up yet, boys.
Yeah, Booster.
No, I have
it.
I'd love a katana.
No! Okay, well, I ruined these boots. I accidentally get them projectile
No. Grindstone.
Yeah, grindstone.
I don't have a grindstone.
1 second.
Booster, I'm crying right now. I accidentally made them.
It's fine. You got it. No. It's fine.
I am very sad right now.
Okay.
It's fine. Don't cry. Okay, anybody got any apples? Because I have 50.
Yeah. Here,
I have
I
2
got
stacks
it.
of
Where you
gold.
at?
Like what?
Here, take this.
Oh yeah.
Wait, Booster, you want to craft the katana?
Yeah, hold on. Wait. Do you guys need any gaps?
Charge, if you
How many gaps do y'all have?
11.
I have 4.
Okay, here, take this.
What do you have?
How many do you have?
I had 8.
Oh, look at that. Wait.
Hold on, where's the grindstone?
There's a guy.
Yeah, someone's mining to us.
Someone's
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, he's like right here on this one.
You have wood. Anybody? Wood?
I do.
TT marker.
Oh shoot!
You're good.
I was on 1 heart.
Nice.
Got him.
Nice.
Oh my god. It was a sniper. Yo.
Of course it was.
Sniper.
It's fine.
Okay.
Give me wood.
Okay.
Also, for the katana, does anybody have the fire charge? Because I'd love a katana.
Hey, so I may need that gap or like 1 gap back. I'm not gonna lie, Booster.
Yeah. Come take it.
I may or may not.
I have 3 G heads. I'm good.
I may or may not have dropped to 1 heart.
Yeah,
dude, I didn't drop to like 1 heart just because I'm.
I found wood for you, Booster.
I mined right here, and all I see the TNT minecart being placed. I'm like, oh no, this is bad. This is very bad.
Dude, hold on. Here. Come over here. Yeah, no, dude, your call just being TNT minecart. It was like, like the freaking Hurt Locker, man.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna eat a gap. God, I went.
That's fine. We have more gold to craft more gaps.
Yeah, I only have 2 stacks of gold. Where's the border at?
Yay! Now I could actually get Prot 1 boots. Yo.
Do they have any diamond pieces? Diamond?
I don't know, but if you want Prot 2 boots, I got that.
Yeah, give me.
Okay, never mind. I got 2 Prot 1s, but I could turn into Prot 2 real quick.
No, give me. Yeah. Sure.
Here you go.
Wait, anyone have We'd just take this. I know you want to craft it later. Does anyone have a sharp 3 extra? I can make a sharp 4 fire.
Craft what?
I have a sharp 2 diamond at the moment.
Okay. Did we loot the stuff over here?
Wait, somebody else mining or is it you?
No, I'm placing blocks. Did you loot all the stuff from the guys?
I mean,
all right, I guess I'll pick up the.
Let's go out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pick up the stuff because.
Yeah, pick it up.
Yeah. Let's go out.
All right.
That was actually
that was
game-winning for us.
Oh my god.
We'll see.
Wait, I got 3. Dude, I got 3 kills. That's
they
crazy.
were also just saying don't drop, but they went in anyways. Why would you do
that was dumb of them. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, we gotta get a lot of apples. Yeah, 16. We can craft 18 apples right now.
Oh, sweet. Okay, I got 9 at the moment.
I have 11 on me.
I gotta eat 1 more to get back to like 15.
Yeah, just eat a full. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll bring me to 15ish hearts.
Oh, I forgot we just lumberjack axe. I also have an amethyst shard in case we somehow get. Yeah. Wait, we should have 1 flint booster.
Oh yeah, hold on. Hold on, wait. Can you cut down some trees for me so I can get blocks?
Wait. So do we want to?
Oh, guys, get to the surface. The board is right here.
Wait, where is it? Oh,
it's right over there.
Yeah.
Hey, Booster, can you just cut down some trees for me? Thank you.
Yeah, I am cutting down. I'm looking for apples.
Monsonos.
Do you have any iron for shears?
Yeah, here, take.
You crazy maniac!
Oh my god.
I saw a craftable. I was like, all right, I'm crafting it.
Just shear the.
What teammate? What team? What does he want? What teammate want? Teammate? It's fine. We win this without our teammates.
He's just a silly little guy.
We just beat our teammate. Wait. Anyone have redstone? Just asking for.
Yeah, I do. Where you at?
Right here. Just toss it on me.
Yeah.
Our teammate has puffer's cannon. Okay.
Oh dang.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
Who just aeried?
Okay, let's see what you're about to get.
Come on. Gamba.
You guys still haven't crafted them.
What'd you get?
A multi-shot book. It's mid, but
it's
only good if I have.
On that.
It's not terrible. Real quick, can we try to find some gravel for flint? I have yet to make my arrows.
But
I don't even make arrows. I just wait for people to drop them.
You don't? Dude, the most arrows I've gotten from kills was 4. That's about it.
I genuinely haven't experienced much bow spamming besides people who have flame
Dude,
bows.
I have experienced so much bow spam. It's not even funny. My win is literally from bow. Or not? No, hold on. I did bow spam. It was countering bow spamming.
Maybe I'm just a hard person to bow spam because if I genuinely come across a good person who's good at bows, I strategically make myself to them. I don't allow myself.
Okay, that is fair. I get so infuriated that I try to rush him.
I used to do that as well.
And that's Andres, watch out. I just kind of get clacked.
Wait, can you put multi-shot on a puffer's cannon?
Ooh.
Oh, that's interesting, actually.
Interesting.
Someone in my chat just told me.
Hold on. I got
That would be
ammo here.
Well, I don't have it. Our team has the pufferfish cannon.
Interesting.
And I don't know where you went
observation.
anymore. We try it later when a teammate dies or something.
Anybody got?
Hi,
extra
Jocelyn,
apples? I
hi.
got 34 gold still.
I tried getting some apples, but I was not successful. My thing broke.
Yeah, I can make 2 more right now.
But I got 1 head. I got 8 gaps, so things are going pretty solid.
If we somehow get 5 diamonds, we can make what is it called? Grimoire. We can make another fire sword.
See, I'm hoping that our 2 other teammates are not completely brain dead for deathmatch.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, that's offensive. Whoa.
What?
They're human
No, I'm
beings, man.
I'm basing that off last round, man. You remember what happened last round? There's only 3 of us left, bro.
It's fair.
That's what, dude. One of our teammates literally just, after mining 4 logs, he just logged off. I got ahead from that. I suffocated an AFK teammate because he logged off after mining 4 logs.
He just cut down a tree. Was like, well, that's UHC.
Yeah, he was literally AFKing in that position while cutting the tree. He's
like, well, I'm done.
Crashed. Nobody logs like that. There's no.
Oh, quick foreshadow. My Wi-Fi may die for like a split second. I need to rejoin. It's college Wi-Fi. It just loves to screw me over.
Okay, college dude. Okay.
I hate it. I just want to play Minecraft, man.
Dude,
it's very awkward.
Was so good.
No. It's like good when it's working, but when it's not working, it's terrible.
Is it like a
but do you know when it's gonna crash
or college dorm?
No, I don't know. It's a college dorm, but essentially what happens in my building, it didn't happen last year, but this year, this building has like outdated routers and like Ethernet cables and stuff like that. So like once an hour, it like dies for like a split second, then it's back up.
Wait, do you guys have any food? I'm kind of like walking right now with
that.
I got like
you're making me okay.
Well, I got like a mutton
I'm gonna bring
for you.
I'll bring some.
Okay, bring me some. Yeah, bring me some mushroom. So I want. I mean, I can eat a gap. I mean, it's a gap, and I don't really want to. You know.
I have only 2 gaps. How many do you guys have?
I have 12. Like, how do you only have 2 gaps?
Yo,
I have
3
8 gaps.
heads, I have 3 G heads.
A 3 heads? I mean, you toss me the G.
Do you need a G head?
Yeah, I'll toss me a G. Yeah, I only got 1. I got 1.
I have 1.
I have a tracker pack. This way.
What?
This way. On the road. This way. My dogs are pointing this way.
Okay.
Oh, does it actually go towards players?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
sometimes
I didn't know that.
And they just sit down.
Sit down, yeah. I already submitted
it. Because
ticket.
the person they're tracking goes to the nether or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Or they're underground. We haven't really tested it out yet.
Guys, should we test how strong the warden is? Maybe we get a reward for killing the warden that spawns underground, guys.
Oh, maybe you get the crossbow itself, huh?
Wait, hold on.
How cool would that be?
Does the ancient city actually exist in like the normal?
Yeah, it does.
Because the only time I saw the ancient city was back during the alpha testing.
Dude, we had a game where we killed teams, and me, Andres, and one more person, maybe a pack steal, somebody. Andres and the other guy had that ice staff, and I had the crossbow, the skull crossbow. And a team was rolling up, a team of like 7 people. They were fully confident, and then we blasted them so hard that they all lost half of their health, and they started running for their life and screaming, "They're just spamming! They're spamming!" Like, you know, it's just so funny. It looked epic, though.
Just watchdog report them.
This way.
Bro, are your dogs high, bro?
I think so.
Oh no, there is actually. Hold on, wait. Did I see a team out there?
Yeah,
there's a diamond guy.
It's a full diamond guy. Yeah, he's by himself. Software.
Oh, it's the toxic guy.
I'm picking up his diamond. Or enchantment table.
He's running away now.
Yeah, he's good at running.
And 12.
Oh, there's a team behind. What?
Behind you as well.
Oh wow.
I'll just come to us.
Okay, coming. Yep. Oh, we can kill this. We can kill this. Yeah.
I need this chest plate.
Did you get him?
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna be stuck.
Got him. You can pick the diamond. Pick the diamond stuff.
There's a diamond chest plate.
Yep. Guy here. I'm gonna go for him.
Got him. Okay. Oh, hold on. Wait, I already have them. I have a diamond chest plate. Yeah, here. Take it. Right there. Teammates coming to help from behind Andres.
Okay.
They have a guy up in the tree as well.
Got him.
Nice. Is that Softcore?
Oh, it's a 3-letter name, Bob.
Yeah, Softcore guy just left them, by the way. Oh, behind you.
No, it's behind Red Dunes.
Hit him behind. Hit him. I just want Andres to like hit them with the fire aspect so they can't run.
One of them said Diamond said 17.
Okay, like you got punch twos. I think he pushed this guy. Yeah, push the guy to the right.
Okay, yeah, push the Diamond guy. Okay.
Yeah, here. I'm going this way.
Push him.
Just, yeah, sandwich him. You can't blow all 3 of us together.
I call dibs on the bow. Watch out for
There's
the panic snow right here. Yeah, powder snow. Oh, his teammate's about to come and help.
No. He only.
Wait, I forgot.
And he's not gonna engage. The soft care guy just plays 4.
Oh my god.
I forgot I had this.
I got him.
Nice hits.
Nice.
There's no water here.
Yeah,
we got this.
I was looking at the teammate and then.
Yeah, the teammate's coming back. He spawned those dogs on us.
Okay. You got it. Nice. Good stuff.
Yes! Finally arrows!
16. Good luck. We're gonna chase this guy. Full diamond.
Alright, sounds good. I'm having like issues picking stuff up. Oh shoot, border! Fuck!
Yeah, border, yeah. Careful. You can't block up anymore. You need help? You good?
No, I got out.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say you can't
Oh my god. That stressed the heck out of me.
Oh my god, you can boost me with the hammer?
Yeah,
and
you
then
didn't
drag me back again?
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
be careful.
I got out of there, but I didn't get the arrows.
It's fine.
I didn't get their bow either, but I did get boots. I got their head, and I got a sharp 3.
Okay.
So if anybody wants my sharp 2,
9? Okay.
would any of y'all want it?
No, I'm good. I already have a sharp 3 diamond. So
No, I
good.
have sharp 3.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, we kill this guy. We think this is winnable, low key. Just gotta get another hit in.
Yeah, the only concern are the pink team. I think honestly, if we're strategic, I feel like we could probably take them on in a 3v4.
It's on 3. Literally, yeah. Don't bow. Just keep running. Keep running. Yeah. Keep running for him, and then.
If y'all kill him, pick up the arrows, please.
Just keep getting him with a hammer.
Yeah. Where's he at? Right there. Okay. I think I kill him here. The hammer.
Yeah, kill him.
I just gotta like see him.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes of deathmatch.
Oh, you missed. What are you doing?
I missed that one.
Hold on. Okay. I do see a guy or a person from.
Come with us.
Oh, but it's dark green. It's one person.
It's Will.
Yeah, he doesn't have healing.
It's Will. Does he not have healing?
No, he's on 15. Oh.
No, he is healing. I see him with yaps.
He just healed. I don't know why he wasn't healing though.
Wait.
That was so close.
Interesting. No, he's just running at the moment. I think he has a trap or something.
Yeah, I'm careful.
Ran out of blocks, bro. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh, just get the stuff. It's fine. We have healing for it. Get the stuff. Make sure inventory is full. Inventory's empty.
Oh, okay. Wait, why should I make sure my inventory's empty?
It's fine. We have healing for days, Booster.
Yeah. I just picked up his head. Wait, does anybody have redstone? We can low-key. I have 3 heads to.
Oh, what?
I do not redstone.
Oh wait, there's a spyglass. We can make Artemis if you have TNT.
I don't have TNT now.
It's too late.
I have apples. Like we can make so much healing. Like.
Do you have redstone?
Yeah.
Okay, come to me.
Hold on, let me make sure I don't. Okay, yeah.
Drop me some redstone. We don't have much time for.
Okay. I see the pink team. Interesting.
There's be careful. Don't make any more blessings. There's a border.
Yeah.
Pink team has 1 diamond guy. The rest are mostly an iron, it seems. They got. Okay, some of them have diamond weapons. They got a pufferfish launcher.
Okay.
Yep.
Sharpest
4. They also.
Sharpest 4 book.
Ow. Wow, they got a guy that's good with the bow.
I got a sharp 4 book.
I can put that on my.
Sharp 3.
I can put that on my fire aspect.
Yeah, do it.
All right, watch out for the pink team.
Yeah, I'm tossing it to the left a little bit.
Oh, if I had apples.
Don't pick up the book, Rodins.
I'm not trying to, but I'm getting like.
Okay, this is good middle. So, there's a full team there. They're stacked.
Oh, yeah. There's that one guy with the bow. I think it's Artemis.
Yeah. There's 2 team behind us. It's them.
Yeah, the guy with the Artemis bow is like
Booster. Don't throw a Booster.
I'm good.
Here, help me with this guy, Firewalker. Oh, hold on. He's not part of the pink team, is he?
I'm getting 3v1 here, guys. I need help a little bit.
Yeah, here. Hold on.
I need a G.
Oh
here.
shoot, yeah.
Run. Yeah, Booster, run. We're taking too many fights. Booster, stop. Stop. Okay, Booster's not stopping.
Okay,
Booster's getting third going. Yeah, just run away. You have to stop. Let them fight. Yeah, they're fighting now. I see them. I see the guy behind you. If you want to turn them, you can turn them now, because I'm here with you.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
watch out, Midas menu. Midas.
2 legendary weapons. Turn. 2 legendary weapons.
He had
Half heart. Literally half
Green
heart.
glow is on 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
What, is green glow at half heart?
He's a 4 now.
He's on 3. 4, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
Midas
gonna
hit
go
and he's dead.
for the Midas guy. Yeah, I'm going for the Midas guy.
Got him.
Nice.
Nice. I'm looking around. Just loot.
Sharp one Midas. It's not really good.
Artemis. I
3
need
people
arrows.
fighting here. Come.
No arrows. Oh, yeah, 33 arrows here, Redunes. I got you behind you.
Thank you.
You
Alright.
want to take the purpose cannon? Take the purpose cannon.
Hey.
You're projectile guy. Wish you're by yourself. Get them on Cobblestone.
Nice.
Smudger 25s. About the jihad.
Yeah.
Wait.
Hold on, let me get this guy.
Yeah, you got him. 27. He's low. He's on 18.
I'm getting 2.
I'll put a fires. Okay, there you go. Have fun. No, he's on 1 heart.
Thank you.
Redunes. Nice. Good job.
Alright. Watch out, whoever this is. Andres.
Got him. Okay, you're just comboing him.
Nice.
Now with the axe. Char for a diamond.
Oh, yo.
I think Witherhide might be the last guy alive. I'm not gonna lie.
No. I mean, don't get the guy that I'm chasing. By the way, I want to get him.
Oh, so you want the kill? So you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, please. I've been chasing
Hold
him
on,
for like
just...
5 minutes, please.
Okay, he's at 12.
He's on 10. He's on literally 4. You're welcome.
Please.
Oh, he's getting his stuff.
Come on, Booster. Come on,
Please
Booster.
no. Reduce, please no.
He's at 5. There you go. You got this.
No,
Hold on,
I swear to God.
hold on. No, I'm gonna combo him for you. Oh, you did it.
Okay.
I'm getting this first kill.
Okay.
No! This is so. I'm so dead.
Don't let Booster. Don't let it
Wait,
Booster.
take off your armor. Take off your armor. Take off your armor. Take off your
No,
armor.
Okay, I won't.
Take off your armor. Take off your armor.
Nah, take off your armor, buddy.
Yo, we all take off our armor. Fight like men.
Wait,
nah.
actually.
Yeah.
Everyone take over.
Nah, Booster
Don't
takes
be
his
a
armor.
bitch.
Nah.
He's lying.
Nah. Oh, Booster, you might die. Honestly, Witherhide, go ahead and kill Booster.
Die.
I'll kill Booster.
There's no way.
Oh my gosh! I almost killed Booster.
Get him,
Bro,
Redunes, get
there's
him.
no way on this. You're toxic, man.
I'm
He's
hanging
at
on to
1.
life.
I'm going to kill him.
Bye.
Guys, I'm going to kill him.
No, I'm gonna kill him.
No, not now. Not now.
Sorry, now's your time to die.
I'm going to kill him naked.
Wait, where's
He's
Booster?
at. He's like
Wait,
at
he's
like
coming
3,
through the
man.
hallway.
He's like about to die.
No.
I'm killing Booster.
GG.
Oh, I didn't die. One heart.
Dude, nah,
GG.
bro. How you got the kill, bro?
man.
How?
Wait, I got like 8,000 XP, bro. What is this?
I got 7 kills there. Oh my god.
I got 6 kills, 1 assist. Let's go.
I got
Yo,
10
not gonna
assists,
lie,
man.
that
What is
team that
this?
jumped us in the cave right there kind of threw. I don't
No,
know.
for real.
I don't think that was
I'm
smart enough
actually
for them.
surprised. They had a lot of stuff.
Somebody got to kill naked here, guys. Shh. Get on my level.
Okay, like you kill naked, but you're still poop.
Get on my level.
Okay.
Yep.
I still have like, I wonder how much gold I had there.
You guys actually have no balls for not taking off your armor at the end there? Like, that's crazy.
Okay, okay. We play one more, guys, or is that it?
Yeah.
I'm done for another.
Okay, bet.
Wait, I actually completed like 3 big quests. Holy.
W?
We kind of popped off, so I don't really want to stop. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we can't stop on a loss.
Was this our first game?
Well,
No, second game.
Oh, that's our second.
We miserably lost the first game. Sure.
Yeah, we lost our first game because you dropped, and then we won our second one, and then yeah, this is the third.
You're talking in game, bro.
I knew that. Stop talking to me. Okay, I'm just. I did that.
Oh,
a
that's
lot.
actually something I haven't thought about. That they're saying in your chat, use your offhand. I've never used my offhand. In this game mode.
Wait. Oh yeah. I
I've
can
like
use-
generally been treating this like as if it's like 1.8.
Well, I use my offhand only to use blocks in there. I only put blocks up there.
Why am I getting targeted?
Booster, why do you sweat the pre-game lobby? Like,
it's the best part of the game of the server, bro. No,
wait,
please.
also, Booster, are you buying COD tonight? I know Dev wanted to play COD.
COD?
Yeah,
Fuck
Call of Duty.
that.
$60 down the drain. Come on now. Or they up? I think they
COD
upped the
3 is
price.
probably gonna worse. It's gonna be worse than the second one, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to buy it just so I can play with Dev again.
Dude,
It
did you try the
in-
finals game? Did you
No,
try
I
the finals
haven't.
game?
No, no. Remember, you told me that.
Yeah, I
went
know.
out
The
beta?
playtest is over. The playtest is over.
Hmm.
What do you mean? I don't sound like Minitech. Wait, I've been on open mic this entire time? Holy shit.
Yeah, brother. Heard you talk trash, bro.
God. Whoever kills me
it's
gets
sloppy.
$1,000.
Wait, really? Bet. I forgot you're a millionaire, so I mean, I can just kill you.
Yo, what's Nobody's chasing me. What is the entire lobby chasing me?
Wait, where are you?
Oh my goodness.
Yo, everyone look for Tech Minute or Minitech,
Tech
whatever his name is.
Minute.
He's giving me $1,000.
Minitech's here. Oh my, 1,000. Ah!
Okay, don't kill me, bro.
Oh, I just killed someone.
Wait, you're still hiding?
Minitech? Where's Minitech? Where's Minitech? Where's
Yo,
Minitech?
stop hitting me,
Oh
bro.
shit! They're cutting me off.
Bro, I'm still.
Chill.
Yo, they call me a monkey.
Okay.
They're racist. There's a racist.
Oh, guys,
You
where's
kill him?
Minitech?
You killed
Where
me
is
twice
he?
to get $1,000. That's what I meant.
Where is he, guys?
Wait, shot me down.
There he is. He's
Relax,
in the nether
relax,
side.
relax.
If I
He's
get,
in the nether
yo,
side.
curve, bro. Yo, curve, bro.
$1,000, bro. $1,000.
What's up?
Please.
What's up? Everybody suddenly started talking in their mics, bro. What is
Whoa,
happening?
are you killing me, bro?
Go.
Minitech's right there.
Give me $1,000, bro. I swear to God, if I could crit
I
out.
killed first. I killed first.
Oh, free
Please.
kills?
I'm gonna kill you, bro. I'm gonna kill you. Right here.
No, no. Dude,
Oh? Oh, yeah! I just killed
Fuck
Andres! I
you.
just killed Andres, bro!
Fuck you.
I just killed Andres!
Follow
Yo!
me.
What is that knockback? I'm not a boy. I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man.
Yo,
Full!
I'm at
I'm
top
full!
of that leaderboard. Look at me.
Holy
Wow.
Nah, somebody's cheating here.
Teammates leave and then I'm stuck with
Yo!
I hate when I have to one. I hate.
Somebody's
I hate when I
cheating,
have to
bro.
one-v-one a Minotaur, that's crazy.
Hello.
I hate when I have to 1v1 Dragon.
Free kill?
Okay.
You're full iron armor with no HS.
No, not
Oh, I'm not a free kill, I swear, please.
Okay.
Force team, let's go team. Let's do this.
Okay, so that's all my
Oh.
skill down the drain. By the way, I'm gonna be useless this game. Let's go.
Oh, we have, okay. You have ice spawn next to us too. Can we get a little?
We have the temple, by the way. Who's going
We do. Where is it? Oh, you see it? Okay. I see it. See it. See it. See it.
I'm not going for it.
Do
I'll
you
go
rush
for it,
the
I'll go for
temple? Or
it.
do you get like wood first?
I rush temple.
I hate contesting things with people, so I just go for the.
All right, cool. No one's here. Okay.
I actually seen a dude collect sugar cane before the
2 diamonds.
Nice.
Why do you just say it's so seductively?
I got a Channeling book.
I don't know. Did I say it seductively?
Wait, me? Or
Oh, I got a. He's saying I'm seducing you.
Yeah, you're not allowed to speak seductively with that
Huh?
with that thick voice of yours. Dude.
My bad.
Yo, Booster.
Yeah.
What about?
Oh,
Wait,
by the way,
aren't you the guy that I just wait. Aren't you the guy that I just killed in the lobby though?
Shut your fucking mouth, bruh.
Why are you
Okay.
talking to me, bro? Why are you talking to
Yo,
me?
what?
Yo, so I feel like I should mention that I did get a e-pearl from
Oh shit.
the thing. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
Honestly, just keep it. If we somehow need to go nether and get.
Use it for
Yeah.
chasing. Use it for escaping. That's what I've learned.
Well, yeah, no, that felt reasonable.
Yeah, because
Okay, hold on. I gotta get out of this cave. I don't like this cave.
Okay. You bro, I think it's a fire shard. No, it's just an ender. 2 diamonds, an ender pearl. I forgot the. Damn, I forgot.
Yo, guys, should we put a bounty on Andres?
Like what?
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm fine. I was about to suffocate.
Sure, why do you hate me so much, man? I thought we were friends.
It would just be fun, bro.
Yeah. Fun when the whole lobby starts chasing me? I don't think so.
Guys, I'm not allowed to shout. My brother's going to sleep.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't shout anymore, Booster. Your brother's going to sleep.
My bad, guys. My bad. He's gonna
Wait, do you still have those bells that are still ringing, by the way? Oh, they stopped.
They only ring on Sundays.
No, but they ring on. Remember, they ring on Wednesday. They rang yesterday, no, or Tuesday.
I don't know what kind of holiday it was, but I did not like it.
What are you talking about? The ringing? What?
I live right next to a church.
Oh.
So I hear
we were playing hot play,
like,
and all we heard was ding, ding.
Oh, like that ding dong,
yeah.
ding
Yeah,
dong.
even if I close my windows, bro.
Bum.
No, not that. It's just like dung dung dung
Dung,
dung,
dung.
like for 5 minutes straight, like multiple times a day as well. It's just like
Well.
I'm not against you exercising your religious right, but it does have to cost my sanity, dude.
I feel like Booster like just knows like the noise it makes already, like dum.
He
Boom,
hears it in
like-
his sleep.
Yep.
He's
You
just
know-
traumatized.
Okay, guys, do you know how like it feels when somebody plays the alarm sound and you suddenly have that boom, that like you suddenly
Adrenaline
get
rush?
the adrenaline pump and stuff?
Yeah.
That's what I
No,
get
it's not
from the bells, 'cause the
adrenaline
bells-
rush. It's
the
stress.
bells-
It's anxiety.
Yeah,
Anxiety,
the bells
yeah.
have woken me up so many times that it literally feels like that. So it's
Oh,
literally
really?
hell every Sunday, bro.
Yeah, I finally got the smelter's pickaxe.
W.
You
Wait, did you record that
Thanks for
game,
not-
Redunes?
What?
Did you record that game?
Yeah, I've been recording.
Okay, good.
you just got the pickaxe?
Listen, I
just
got
now?
stuck in a cave, alright?
Just now?
Just now.
Just now?
Just now.
That is crazy fast, bro. Like,
Yeah,
it's
I have,
so
like-
fast that I can't even like, like.
Oh yeah, you proud of me?
I'm so
What the
proud. You're like the
fuck?
best teammate ever, bro. Like I couldn't
Thank
ask
you.
for a better teammate. It's insane, bro. Like,
I'm
I
glad
want
that
you
you
to
acknowledged
carry
me and my
I'm
carrying
glad.
skills
Yeah.
skills last round. I mean, Andre's
Fucking
also carrying.
loser!
Hi.
You better pick up the pace.
Wait.
Wow.
I'm gonna have to come over and
Please don't.
take all your cake batter. Okay?
Who, me?
So,
Dude, I'm in college.
Yes,
Do you
you
think I
too.
can afford cake
Wait, what?
batter?
You didn't even know where I live.
no. Bro, I lived off of custom tacos. It was mostly just
Custom tacos? What do you mean custom?
low quality chicken.
Ew.
And not even like a chicken breast. It was like the mashed chicken.
Oh.
And the
Oh,
pineapple.
interesting.
And sour cream.
And the
That's what it
pineapple
was.
and the sour
Yeah.
cream. Okay.
In-
Oh, do you
in
mean like
in
one of those
a-
taco
like a
kits?
tortilla. Yeah, in like a tortilla. No, I just
Oh.
bought things, put them into the tortilla, and if it tasted good, I just continued making them. And that tasted good to me.
Interesting.
And
Okay,
one
Wait,
time
yeah.
I
wasn't that you
put-
that told me that you can put anything inside a taco and it becomes a taco?
Yeah,
No, that's just not true. What? You can't just put like chow
But it is,
mein.
though.
No,
But it is,
what?
though. But it
Chow
is, though.
mein.
It is, though.
You can't put
Oh.
chow
So if you
mein and
make
just
a
name
pizza
it.
crust and put
Well, I
anything you want on
definitely
it, won't it
need
technically be
to
a pizza even though
participate
it's
in
not
this
good?
conversation, dude.
Like chocolate pizza exists even
It
though it
seemed like a
shouldn't, but
very
Have you had chocolate
accurate-
pizza? How do you know
I'm
about
never
this
gonna have
monstrosity?
chocolate pizza. I never want to have chocolate pizza in my life.
Then why are you
I'd
talking about
rather chew
chocolate
off my
pizza?
own balls, bro. Because it's technically a pizza, you know. That's
Yeah, but it shouldn't be.
Okay, fine
it shouldn't be,
diamonds.
but it is, you know. Like
I
laws of
don't.
physics.
I just don't approve.
Me either, but what can you do, you know? Like it's just
Not
this is how
approve?
the world works.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can not approve, but
Dude.
I don't approve of the
Dude, this booster
as
guy,
a
swear to
black
God.
hole. Like I don't approve of the sun exploding in 5 trillion years, but it will, and it will suck the Earth.
Wait, Will?
Yeah, it will destroy the Earth. Like it will eventually. Like stars explode. That's what they do, and it's just
Booster, I don't want to die.
We should stop. You're scared with it.
you're gonna be long dead before that ever happens, buddy.
But I don't want to
Be
die.
safe. Everybody dies someday.
Can we just go to
Booster.
Mars?
Oh yeah, if we go to Mars, do we live forever?
I think it's like infinite death, no? Like
Why
no,
would
like
Mars
free death?
change your biological structure and cycle? Wait, what?
Well, because it's Mars, obviously. Duh.
I'm gonna. Actually, you know what? I agree with you. You are so smart.
Yeah.
you can never have like a argument with Booster because you just never win. Like it's just Booster is just like always on
My
top of you with
brain
whatever.
starts hurting, and I just
Yeah,
stop
yeah.
disagreeing with you. That's what happens.
Like you can just like think of like I don't know, just one little topic and Booster would just come at you with like a reverse psychology. Like people bring science into it somehow.
I'm too sick for that because science
All right, go ahead.
is correct.
Booster
What?
doesn't seem like a science kind of guy.
Oh, trust me.
What do you mean?
This guy's a science nerd.
Do I strike you like an angel spoke to me kind of guy?
No,
What?
I wasn't saying like theology or science. I just meant that you don't seem like a science geek.
What do you mean geek?
Someone that's
No,
passionate
but like,
about science.
Specifically, like, what do you mean passionate about science?
Like a science dude, like you
I'm-
love science,
are
like
you
Bill
calling
Nye
me
the Science
dumb
Guy.
right now? Are you calling me stupid?
Well, I was gonna use that word, but
Are you calling me a fucking idiot?
Okay.
Are you saying that my IQ is lower than average? Is that
I
what
mean,
you're saying?
I mean,
Because I have
Lucifer.
proof that it's not. My IQ is 131, according to the Mensa.
is that like good?
IQ test. I mean, you can take the same test as me and check if you're on the same level. You know, because
I think my IQ is higher than yours,
in
Booster.
the top 98th percentile. So I don't know, like.
Booster, I think
Top
my IQ is higher than yours, Booster.
My question is, why do you know this stuff off the top of your head?
What do you mean? Because I took the test and I know what the statistics are. Like what?
No, but like, why are you recanting it as if it's like an SAT score or something?
Because I have a. Because I'm proud.
Does it matter? Does it matter that much to you, Booster?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm proud of you.
My biggest insecurity is being stupid.
So you took an IQ test?
No, like as a kid, didn't you take like IQ tests for fun?
No.
I don't know.
I just take everything too seriously, and I took the IQ test too seriously. You know.
Oh, okay. Just like that one Among Us game.
That one Among Us game. Okay.
Had a lot of that type of
plenty of Among Us lobbies where he's very smart.
Well, the one where you like yelling at me and Woogie for vibing.
No, at the end I just gave up. I think. No.
No, but you and Fire Breathman were yelling at us. It was very hurtful.
Oh, did I yell?
Yeah, you yelled, man.
You probably fully deserve it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was getting like flashbacks with all that yelling.
Uncle.
But like, you probably deserved it. You actually definitely deserved it. I remember.
No.
100% deserved it. Yeah.
No, but I don't think so.
I completely think so.
No, but I insist.
So.
No, but
I had an idea of this like a content idea, right? I'm thinking of like. Okay, so like there used to be like a lot of like old UHC players, but they already quit right now, right? They're like they don't rep blood anymore. I was thinking of like having like an old Minecraft player, old Minecraft PvPer, and like a new gen Minecraft PvPer on the same team and make like a series kind of thing on my channel. I don't know.
So like a bunch of 1.8 versus 1.19 or 1.20.
Doesn't that mean that it depends on the version?
No. I'm saying like on Hotplay, like we all just like play a game and like like.
Yeah. So the 1.8 guys that know nothing about 1.9 PvP are just not gonna have a fun time, is what you're saying. No.
When they still like UHC though. It's like it's basically UHC. They quit because there's no servers that were like fun anymore. Hypixel was just full of cheaters. So like okay, like now what?
Got enchants, by the way.
Andres, I think you should make content on the public Lifesteal server when that drops.
I'm
okay.
Yeah, I am. Bro, I had like 27 hours in one day. Like I just no life.
Andres did actually play a lot on there. I can confirm.
Yeah, I know. I saw him on there. Like,
dude, I was addicted. And then Leo woke.
Oh yeah, Leo woke freaking messed up the economy. That
gave me
was
keys.
very silly. I'm telling you, me and Perry yelled at that man.
Oh my god.
Bro,
I thought it was also Pangy. Didn't Pangy also like ruin the economy?
Well, Pangy was the one that ruined it. Leo was the one that provided him with the money to ruin it. So we kind of yelled.
I thought you were the guy that's like always like you're a communist who wants to ruin the economy all the time. I thought that was you, bro.
No, I think that's like Stalin.
Yeah, but like
thanks for comparing his friends to Stalin. It's crazy.
From what I've gathered from your videos, you're kind of similar there.
Okay, Curve, bro. Okay.
Oh yeah. Have I spread communist propaganda in my content?
Yes.
Okay, yes, what is the number one sentiment that I've shared that you have related to?
Do you believe in sharing is caring?
No.
Which I have diamonds, by the way. I see 2 diamonds. And this guy just giving me all his stuff.
Do you have 2 diamonds?
I have 8 diamonds now. Yeah, I have 2 diamonds for you. Yeah.
I have 2 diamonds.
No, I have 8. I'm making a chest plate.
Wait, we're all here.
Hello.
Hi.
Also, I'm at 4 apples. Or no, 4 hearts. My bad. I was crafting apples.
You're good.
Oh.
Would you have obby? Booster?
I have 1 obby.
Fuck. Okay, let's find obby.
I can make 3. I can make 3 obby.
Yeah, I can make all of them too. I just need lava. Oh, you can make obby? Oh, you just need 1 more then.
I have 3. We need 1 more.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Oh.
Technically speaking, I can make one obby. It's just I was using my lava for PvP, but I don't mind using it.
Oh, free head.
Free head.
Mine.
Picked it up.
I dropped the obby.
Okay, I need one more lava.
Here. I'll just give you my lava. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll find more on the way.
Sad. Can I have the bucket back though?
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
So
what? Why do you lapis? Also making G head.
I have lapis.
Hit me up. I don't know why I wasn't mining it.
Wait, anybody got an extra book?
No. Yes, I do. Wait, how many diamonds does everyone have? 0?
I got 0 now.
Wait, do you need a diamond sword? Oh,
no, I made a diamond sword.
Yeah. Booster, you don't need a diamond sword, right, Booster? You have a diamond sword already?
I have one.
Make a diamond boots then. Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna make a spare chest plate and leggings.
Please, can somebody get sharpness on my book?
I'm trying to get sharpness on my book first.
Okay.
Got it.
Can you get sharpness?
No, I made blast prop by accident. I'm an idiot.
Yes.
Here, Booster. Right. Now I just need to, yeah. 20 versus again, still never got your team. Bruh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Bring the free kills to us. Yes.
Okay, we can't do that, Booster. That's bannable. Accepting sacrifice is bannable on the Hoplite network. I mean, not accepting them, but like, you know, people sacrificing. I mean, I guess you can't really stop that.
He's just saying that his friend is getting chased.
Oh.
So I told him to bring the kills to us.
Oh yeah, bring them all over.
Okay. Bring them here. The kid just said he's coming. Why did you laugh? Why did you laugh? What did you think?
You keep placing my damn blocks.
Hold on. Andres, do you have like Pro 1 by chance?
Oh, by the way, vote offense when we're voting, and vote for this Tubbo guy for a king, okay?
No, you can do red runes this time.
Oh, actually,
that's so much work though.
You get free health? What do you mean so much work?
I don't want to be president.
Okay. You get apples.
Yo.
You need some?
Okay, I'm gonna spare 9 for a head, but I got 5 gaps.
Okay.
I got 2. Can I?
All right, hold on. Wait, I'm gonna get bow real quick. Forgot about that one.
Oh shit! I forgot to get string. Fuck. Okay, it's fine.
I got. Hold on. I got 5 spare string if you want a bow.
Oh yes, please.
Can I have an extra gap?
String.
Offense. Tubbo.
Let's see here. Oh, I wish we could find lava somewhere.
Wait, we can maybe go to that thing.
What?
Over here. There might be lava over here. Maybe.
Should I like pick up the E table and stuff?
No,
no. Let's do it in chat. Yeah. Our teammate's naked. Oh, no, mind. She's not naked. I'm just seeing things.
No,
there could be lava down here. We'll see.
Hello.
Oh, there's diamond. There's just a diamond here.
A little bit sick. Yeah, we're gonna go for kills, guys. Pick up the E table when you're done.
There is lava down here.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you want to go when I cheat down there?
Yeah.
I don't trust that right now because my health is like okay, now it's solid.
I can do it for you.
All right.
What are you doing?
Here, let me drop my bucket. Here, you can get lava.
Bet.
All right, I'll keep a lookout.
Okay, I'm gonna go towards 0-0 then. You guys.
You're by yourself, Booster. Again, okay.
No, I'm here next to the temple. I'm here next to the temple.
Oh, okay. I thought you just. Wait, can you drop water down actually, Redunes, so I can come on faster?
Oh yeah. Here.
I just hope no one has.
Oh, don't forget to put your sharpness on your sword, by the way, for sharp 3, because
I did.
Got it.
Nice. Okay, what are you guys doing down there, bro?
Oh, getting lava here. Dropping it right here, Redunes.
Why are you getting lava?
Thank you.
Lobby?
For PvP? No, for PvP. All right, let's go 0-0.
Oh, we can probably come across lava.
Yeah, but.
I mean, might as well be prepared.
Probably is like. Probably is like weird, you know.
Lava's a little bit overrated.
Okay, Booster.
I don't know. I won my solo game because I was like super low on lava, the guy, and then I aggroed, so I don't know. I see it as like being a good utility just in case.
Like, yeah, but like for me, I don't know. Like good people literally put themselves out. Fire aspect and flame is just ridiculous.
I think it's more that although people will put themselves out, if they're getting crit at the same time, typically you freak out and you don't know what to do.
I take it back. Lava is not actually that bad, but you know.
Yeah.
And I kind of wish I had a fire aspect again. Fuck.
Yeah, dude. Fire aspect is like.
We just Ares blessing it whenever we can.
Yeah, but.
Like I just. Oh, where?
I see one person. He's crafting.
Okay.
Oh, I see a team. They're enchanting.
Where are you at?
Booster, yeah, where are you at?
Yeah, I'm like here. So
oh, you're like you're literally at 0-0. You left without us.
Yeah, track me. Yeah,
you lied to me.
No,
you said you're next.
I'm not gonna engage.
You said you lied to us. You lied to me,
yeah,
Booster.
I was next to you when I said that, and then I traveled. Okay, one is coming for me.
Okay. Wait, lead him. Wait, lead him to me. Lead him to me. Can you see me? Can you see me?
He's not engaging. He's not engaging.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll just go for it then.
You guys could shift like behind a wall, and then I'll bring them to you. Like get a little bit low, and then I'll bring them to you.
No. Don't even get low. Okay.
Okay, 5 people. All iron. Some of them have a diamond sword.
We.
I need food. I got it. Okay, see
they're turning around.
Are you guys here?
Yeah, we're behind you.
It's like 4 people here. Our other teammates are right behind us, by the way. So just FYI. Be careful.
Out. Nice. That guy down.
Why did he say run?
Hold on, I need to gap real quick. Watch out.
I'm dying. You guys need to drop into the cave. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
he's a knockback.
I mean, I can eat you, by the way.
I'm gonna fucking die here.
No, you're not.
I am. I'm dying. Oh, never mind. You guys got him off me?
Yeah, I got him off you.
Going back.
He's dead. 1 heart. Nice. Good stuff, dudes. I'm going for this guy now.
Dude, they have sharp 3, all of them, because I took so much damage. Even
yeah, you went, I don't know why. Like, told you not to go in the cave.
No. I got punched down there. My bad. Okay.
What is this guy on?
One guy's coming behind.
Yeah. I'm with you. Do you have extra healing?
Here. One gap, and then I'm gonna make a head. Here, do you want me to use the head by chance?
Yeah, make a GN.
No, better should I use it because I know that Booster's kind of lowish. Yeah, well, I was gonna.
Yeah, take this, Booster. Take this.
You're just.
Oh, that's for Booster. Booster, take the caps. Eat the caps.
Yeah, but Booster, if you want to use the G head, go ahead because I'm at 12 hearts and I'd love to get some.
Yeah. Oh, we all get regen.
Yeah, we all get
regen.
We
don't want to pop it. Just
yeah.
No, I'd say use it right now. To be honest.
Oh, I can give you a gap.
You sure?
Yeah, I have 2. If you're missing.
Oh no. Here, keep that.
Okay, I'm going up.
I need to
wait. I just realized.
The moment.
Okay.
I think a guy did run away. I could be wrong.
Another person.
Oh yeah, there's a guy to the left. Yeah. Let's go for him.
Are we going?
I see him.
Yeah,
she's an iron sword. might be a trapper though. Be careful.
He's trapping. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's a trapper.
Kakarot the Great. That's freaking Dragon Ball Z.
I'm hoping that he's a trapper. They have like a full team. I've been waiting to get back at trappers because one day I just got trapped and killed.
Oh really? I've gotten trapped once. It was because I was talking to my mom and had to deaf and I was not paying attention.
No, I'm just embarrassed because like I like intentionally cut off was trying to cut off the person, so I took a different path, which is why I didn't pass his trap the first time. And then
it's right there probably, huh?
And then.
Maybe not.
Maybe he's not even trapping. Just be careful, like the tree head hitters. Just be careful with those. I can tell when it is or not. Lava right there, by the way.
Hopefully our teammates don't drop. Well, one of our teammates is getting dropped.
One of our teammates just dropped.
That is the teammate that was with us, by the way. KMT is also getting dropped. Yeah, they just got cleaned.
Yep. Should we go back?
Yes.
Yeah, we should probably go back.
This guy, I'm actually trailing this guy. I'm dying to go back though.
Oh wait, no. Our team is right here. Never mind.
Okay. We'll just keep training this guy.
Yeah,
this guy might be chasing us to his team.
That's fine. They only have.
Yeah, it's right here. His team, one teammate here.
Yeah, we can take it.
It's actually not his teammate. It's not his teammate. But he has diamond armor that we need. Yep. He's bad. I can kill him.
Yep. We're with you though.
Yep. 20. Can you make a boat, Booster? Make a boat. Yep. He's a 14. We know we crafted it.
Nice.
We need this armor really, really badly. Okay. Cut him off. Nice.
He's at 6.
Got him.
Nice.
Okay, nobody's on us. Just loot it.
The chest plate go.
Okay. Anybody got
There's damage right there. Pick him up right there.
I think Radoon's got the chest. Oh no.
Oh, I have 5 diamonds on me. Here, someone take these. Here, we give the boots to Radoons. Right here, I'm tossing him right here, Radoons.
All right, sweet.
Okay.
He also. Okay, I can make healing here.
Yeah, I have a head by the way. If you want to make a G head.
Yeah, make a G head first. Yeah.
I too have a G head. Hold on, I'm gonna pick some.
I dropped the
Gold.
head above you. Jump.
You know, there is one guy just vibing over there in the boat.
Oh.
I don't know
That's the
why.
guy we were chasing. That's the guy we were chasing.
Yeah.
We just leave him. We just leave him. Hopefully he follows us into the. Yo. Let's walk a little bit in this direction and then shift behind.
Might be watching stream. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's fine.
Where's that? Where's the border? Oh, it's right there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
look
gonna
at you
check
go.
my chest
Look at
plate.
you go. Look at him go. Just like Minitech for real.
I'm just better. Just the better looking Minitech, honestly.
I have no idea what you look like.
Want to see what he looks like? Yeah.
Okay, relax, bro.
I'm telling you, when I first saw. Okay. When I mean,
look like Radoons,
you
bro.
do, dude. You do. Right, dude. I told Radoons that you looked like, dude. You. Okay. Okay. Actually, you know what?
Just, like, blind.
No, wait, Booster. You know who he looks
you
like
met
actually?
Me after you met.
Yeah, I know. But I also saw your face like on FaceTime before. That's the thing.
Yeah, but
and, like,
but it
I
doesn't
saw
look
like a
the
sliver.
Same. It doesn't look the same.
Yeah,
bro.
like no though, bro.
Hey,
But like,
hold on. Booster knows what I look like.
No.
He's showing me a picture.
Wait, no, I didn't. What?
Yeah, you did. I
did not.
Exactly what it is. Yes.
Oh, no, I did not. Like what?
You showed me a
Bro's
picture.
lying?
Yeah, because I was claiming because I was saying there's no way, and then you showed me a picture, and then I still claim that I did.
Nah, I just didn't. Nah. Definitely did not show you.
Hopefully you have nothing against me knowing what you look like.
No.
I don't care. I don't really care.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like everyone met me at like VidCon.
Wait, you went to VidCon?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I was with the Lifesteal guys.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. I thought you didn't go.
No, I went.
Wait, no, did I see you?
I didn't go to Vid Summit. I think we saw each other. I know I saw Fans and Bablu.
Yeah, I was with them. I was with both of them.
Yeah.
I was with the Minitech management.
Yeah.
Oh, our teammates died right over there.
Are they dead?
Yeah, the two
we have one guy. I don't know
Oh,
where.
shit, you're right. What's up with us always like having teams that just kind of die very early on, and then we're forced to kind of try to survive on our own?
What else do you expect from?
Wait, how many diamonds do you guys have, by the way? I have 5 diamonds.
I have zero.
I have 0. I got a spare sharp 1 sword though.
Okay.
I got a spare plus sharp book, so we can get a sharp book.
Oh, hold on. If you got plus sharp, hold on. If you give me that plus sharp, I can turn this into a sharp 2, and then I can merge mine into a sharp 3.
Okay. I mean, could you not just put the plus sharp on your sharp 2, or did you already do that on your?
No, I already did that.
Okay, there's the sharp plus sharp book.
Wait, do you have any books?
No.
Fuck.
Oh, frick.
Redstone?
Okay, never mind. I can't use it because I already used one. That guy's sharp 1 on it. So apparently you can only use 1 sharp 1.
He didn't even enchant his sword, bro?
No.
Wait, do you guys have a redstone? Any redstoners? No.
No.
I have 7 apples.
Fuck.
7 apples.
Okay,
Do you guys have extra gaps? I have 0.
I have 4.
Give me one.
Yeah, here.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is definitely my last game because I haven't eaten food at all. I ate a biscuit.
Yeah.
No, I ate a bagel today. That's all I ate today.
Ooh. Hey, do y'all have any food?
No. Wait, I need food too. What the fuck?
I just dropped bread behind us, guys. Come on.
Damn.
Oh, you did.
Damn. Okay.
Thank you.
Where is everybody?
I mean, we're not at 0-0-0. I mean, I think we're just at 0-0 actually.
Okay.
You know what? Someone once told me, always go northwest.
Why?
Okay.
There's always people at northwest. I don't know. Someone just told me that, and I was like, okay, bet.
I believe that 100%.
It was Duzum. Well, honestly, he told me to go northwest one game, and ever since then, I just started going northwest, and there's always someone northwest. So I just go northwest.
Telling that to everybody, and everybody's been following his orders, bro. Holy
yeah, but like, there's always someone there though. Yeah, I'll get food after. Okay, I'll get food after.
Be honest, guys. Do you think we'll win this game?
Yeah, I think so.
The rest of our team also died.
Yeah.
I think it really depends on what happens with those 2-6 teams. If they can drop down to 5 or 4, or if we go to deathmatch and those big teams clash, I think we can probably just kind of.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's 5 people here.
Sayo,
we run. One's full diamond.
Yeah.
They shifted their attention to us.
Yep.
I see.
We gotta find the others.
Guys, let's run to the trap, guys. Let's run to the trap.
Oh, you unmuted?
I know.
Wait, come to the trap. Come to the trap. Come to the trap. Go to the trap. Go straight. This is the trap's over here. The trap's over here.
I think they're gonna fall for your deceit.
Oh fuck! I can't. Okay, my movement is crazy. You're still chasing.
Wait, we're doing split. Oh no, he's there.
He's there. He's there. What?
He said he's a YouTuber, bro.
No, YouTube. He said YouTuber group. What the heck? I'm not a YouTuber. I'm on Kick.
I only see 3 of them. I don't know. Did they split or are there more? I don't see.
Oh.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh, I'm turning. I'm turning.
Oh, okay.
Run.
Never mind. I'm not turning. No, don't turn.
Oh,
don't
okay.
Turn.
Why would you run?
Well, I gotta.
Wait, run.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, they're still high health.
Sorry.
I don't know if I have a spare with lava bucket.
Fuck. Yo, why y'all chasing, bro? Why y'all chasing, bro? It's not smart if you get chased. You're just gonna get drained, and it's not gonna be cool.
Then why are you running?
Because we don't want to drain each other. Like what? I mean, it's common sense, no?
Wait, but there's like only 3, maybe 4 of them.
Yeah, you're one to drain.
Yeah, there's only 3. Hold on, we could take this fight.
Oh, he's actually attacking.
Yeah, but we also jihad.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I died.
Oh, okay, there's a 4. Oh, jihad. Oh, we double jihad. My bad.
That's fine. Drop the minus guy.
No.
There's another team rolling in. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out.
Peace out. Peace out. Peace out. Yep.
Okay. I got an emerald sword from that.
They're both kind of low.
Andre's just
here, man.
17. Are you good, Andre?
One of them is German. I could tell. One of them is German. He's a mango.
Yeah, I got a jihad still.
Build a redstone contraption.
Oh my god. Shoot.
Okay. You guys. Circling back.
He has health. Wait.
You gotta be careful.
Why are you with the other team?
I'm so sad. We dropped him and then we just.
Yeah, hold on, Andres. Let's cut over to this mountain over here.
Hello? Somebody still chasing you? No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh,
I think
you're being
that's
chased.
overpowered. Wait, did we kill the other guy?
Hello.
Emerald sword is not that over. Okay.
I can't tell if they're still chasing.
It's only if you have like a
let's
lot of
see.
emeralds.
Does no one have a bow?
Oh wait, I'm muting in game. We can look and take this team. The team of 3 is chasing us right now.
Yeah. How low are they?
I don't know. 1 to 35. But what do you guys have?
I'm at
32.
I don't know 17 hearts plus 4 absorption.
They're backing off.
Okay.
I only have 1 gap. I think it may be worth to pushing. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm making boots.
Go for it.
Anybody got an enchant table?
Yeah. Trusting right there.
Hold on, wait. Can you? Here, I'll put a crafting table.
Need water, Loki. We gotta go clean that right now. Like Loki gotta.
Yeah. Let's.
Because I think
we
they're
should back.
I have no healing. Anybody got extra healing or no?
I do. I can give you like 1 or 2.
Oh wait, somebody dropped behind us.
Behind us, really?
I just heard a sound. I just heard a sound of like somebody.
No, I think it was this way. I think it was this way.
Booster. I'm gonna drop it. Drop the gap right there.
Okay, I see it. I'm gonna make it look like I have gaps.
I think the G hit there. I thought they were gonna chase me. They're going this way. Look.
Yeah, I accidentally also
we
double G-ed by accident.
It's fine.
It was my fault. I didn't call out
and I was
gonna use it.
I just used Jihad because I was getting targeted and I needed the.
No, that's fair.
19. 15. Got him.
Nice.
6 caps.
Huge. I got the gold as well.
Can I get some?
Yeah, well.
Oh, wait. I'm cutting them off.
No, there's 2 guys there, Booster. 2 guys there. You're getting 2 aggro again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, well, I'm backing up now. He's at 4. One's at 14. 1, 8, 4. I'm not gonna boost. I'm gonna boost him to the left of you. He's on 15. He's on 15 still. Booster to the left. Turn left. Booster turn left. Turn left. Get a Jihad.
Okay, I only have 1 gap. Can you drop
Take
some?
this. Yep. Right there.
I have 0 gaps. I have 0 gaps. They potted something.
There you go. He's back on full health. But Redoons just fucking annihilates him. Like, what? 13? 9?
Oh, I gotta,
the other guy's just not there. The other guy's just not there.
That's fine. Stay on the diamond guy.
Got him.
Nice. Huge.
He had healing.
Oh my god, I have a stack of gold.
I'm picking that Artemis up. Power 4 Artemis. Come here.
Nice.
Where are you?
Wait,
where'd that guy go?
He had a sharp. Wait, I have 20 gap. I have 25 gaps. Yo.
What?
Come here. I'm dropping like.
Oh shoot.
Here.
Okay. Dang.
And you too, Andres? There.
I think they might have. Okay, I have 7 gaps total. There's still a lot of gold here.
Yeah. Okay. Can somebody play? Okay. I think I have sharp 4 now. Huge.
Oh my god! Wait, what?
Nice.
Can I make my
Power 2. Okay, nice. Anybody got a better bow? I could give you the arrows.
I tossed that power 2. I'm not sure if you want that. Any blocks?
I only have power 2.
Book? I want to try to get a power.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Can you place down the E table?
Yep, right there.
Yeah. Does anybody have books? I want to try to get prod 2 on my chest plate.
I don't have any books. Do you have any books? I can take some books if you have any books.
No, I don't have any.
Okay.
Books.
I don't have. I got enchantment books. Like,
nice.
Okay,
wait,
that's
you have
fine.
any prod?
Just go kill.
No.
We go kill.
Okay, but who's trying to kill? How many gaps do you have?
I have 9.
Okay, I have 7.
Okay,
cool.
Okay, I got 13, but I got a gap up real quick.
Gap to full.
Yeah. I gave a lot to Redeems. Okay, we should be good. Let's go.
That's an amazing kill, by the way. Like okay.
Yeah,
I sadly did not get a kill, but I got 5 assists, which I think is solid.
It's good. Wait, what's on your Emerald Sword, by the way? Because you're literally shredding him. Oh, what?
Yeah.
I thought that was a sharp 3.
What's your Midas? What?
What?
I don't have Midas.
I don't have Midas.
Oh, I thought that
Midas?
was a Midas.
No, sharp 2. I mean, it's Emerald.
That's Emerald Sword. Yeah, you get Emerald Sword and Midas confused, dude.
I mean, they look very similar. It's just one's yellow, one's kind of greenish.
Also, Booster, sorry that I keep telling you you're by yourself, but you're literally by yourself, and we're nowhere near you.
I knew I was gonna take hits, but that's just because I wanted to hit him back towards you guys, and then I was just gonna back out.
Okay.
Obviously, there's a chance that I die, but it's just to set him up.
Okay. Just my bad.
Not all good. I think maybe my call was actually bad because I could have easily died there if the other teammate was just gonna go full aggro on me.
I'm sorry. I just gotta do it.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Apparently, just CP'd.
Wait, hold on. Apparently, with the Emerald Sword, you can kill mobs for emeralds.
Oh yeah. That's a new update.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Wait, I should probably do that.
Yeah, just kill everything we see.
Yeah, hold on. If I can, I don't know if I'll get 32 before. Wait, what?
Yeah. Just kill.
It's 0 to 5. Yeah, you got some right there.
Oh, I see. Let me see. Okay, 2. All right. I don't know if I'll be able to get all of them before.
No, that's fine.
Try.
I think you can get up to sharpness 10. Why are we going to?
No, it's sharp 5. It's only sharp 5.
Hold on, I'm gonna go into the plains. I think there'll be more mobs over there.
More mobs in there. Go for it.
Yeah.
But Booster, you need a redstone booster?
Redstone? No, I don't have a head.
I'm asking for redstone, not for head. Okay.
No, I don't have any redstone. I thought you said.
Also, I have a powerful Artemis. If anyone can cause him some arrows.
Okay, I got 8 emeralds, which doesn't feel very.
Yeah. Andres, how many arrows do you need?
Huge.
I mean, I have a power 4. I'm just gonna be bowing. I also have 16 levels. Damn, I really wish I could do something with these levels.
Do you have a better sword than sharp 4 or no?
I have a sharp 3. Someone has a sharp 3 diamond spare.
No, I have sharp 4.
That was my Emerald Sword, bro. Witherhide, I swear to God, bro.
Oh.
Witherhide just dies to us every single match.
I know.
Okay, I got 13. I need more mobs. Shoot.
Oh, there's
I don't know if I'm
right
gonna
there.
make it. Oh, there is. You're right.
Oh my God, yeah. It's a team of 4. They might actually all have giant katanas. Fuck. Okay, well.
I mean, we try our best. We have
that village is outside. Never mind.
Ah, rip.
I mean, it's too late anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, I really wish I had redstone. We can make dogs.
I wish I knew about the emerald sword can kill mobs for
emeralds.
So
emeralds. Yeah, because I didn't actually know that.
It's like it's new.
I think that's the strongest team is definitely gonna be the Taiga one.
Yeah. Yeah.
The mushroom team was kind of like lost when they were fighting us.
Yeah, the old Fallon guy is just gonna target me. By the way, he was just like, "Oh my god, it's Andres, kill Andres, kill Andres." I was like, "Okay, well, guessing they're gonna kill me here."
That's fine. That's fine. We just
You love stream snipers.
Yeah, Andres, you just stay back and bow, kind of, I guess.
Yeah, I know. I have a power farm.
Yeah, you got the Artemis, right?
Yeah. I probably should get more water, low key.
Yeah, you should go into like that deathmatch with like 4 water buckets because of flame and fire.
Yeah.
Here, you could trade. Yo, trade. We're doing trade.
For what?
For emeralds, bro.
Oh yeah, for 10 seconds. Trade
I got 22. It wasn't enough.
Okay. I think. Wait, what do we have? What's our armor looking like? Okay, we're literally all just missing leggings. Okay.
I'm
That's
just
chill.
prot 1 though. I'm only prot 1.
Yeah, me too. I'm also prot 1.
That's bad.
All right, let's just rush for the gaps.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Rush middle.
Yeah, but if you see like a huge team,
yep.
Here, go for the side house. Go to the side house.
Okay. I can get the mid actually. Actually, I'm gonna Actually, no, I'm not doing good.
Okay, I got a gap.
I'm gonna go for the further side house.
Do we want to go for that team in mid? They're like all iron.
Potions? They have potions. They have
oh, do they?
Potions, yeah. Sweet spot.
Oh, okay, maybe not.
Wait, I'm on myself. Where were you guys? Oh, you guys went to the other.
Oh,
shit.
hold on. Oh,
okay,
come over here, Andres. Oh, hold on. They got some sort of mosh pit in there. I think we should interfere.
Interfere with this a little bit.
Yeah.
Bow.
Got him.
Hold on, I'm gonna turn around. We gotta focus at red team.
Got like 3 on me.
Yeah, we should peace out.
Okay.
Peace out.
You sure?
Yeah.
Peace out.
Okay. Well, yeah, they're both swimming.
I think they have slots.
Wait, what is that? Is that fire aspect or is that strength? It's an 8.
How low is he?
4, 3, 4.
Nice. He just ran into the wrong
3.
place. Okay, let's.
Got him.
Nice. Okay, don't go too aggro. Don't go too aggro.
Yeah.
Oh, but we gotta aggro the red team.
Try and Katana on me.
Where?
He's on 10. Oh, he's on 3. Nice.
You guys good?
I'm gonna get the Katana. I'm gonna get the Katana.
Yeah, go for. I'm trying to clean this guy over here. These guys over here.
Sharp 2 Katana. Nice.
Alright, I'm gonna help out Andres.
I think. Okay, I'm coming. If you want my sharp 4 sword, Andres, you can get it. Andres.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to kill this guy first. He's on 10.
Okay.
Yeah,
11?
that's like
11 still. I just like shot him.
He's
He's
at
on 4.
2.
He's on 4.
Behind you. Andres, behind you.
Oh, I'm trying to help Prudence here because this guy's on 6.
Alright.
I think you got him. No,
Nice.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
My bad.
Hit him Midas, I'm gonna pick it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sharp 4. Okay.
Oh, it's sharp 1.
Across
It's
the
sharp
other
1
side.
Midas. That's not worth.
Yeah, nice. We all have good swords now.
Yeah.
Wait, what is your emerald sword? Is it sharpness 2 only?
It's sadly it's only sharp 2, yeah. Hold on, wait, I'm gonna go back for those emeralds.
You should shift to sharp 3 diamond then. Because you're not gonna get any better sharp than sharp 3.
Yeah, true.
Emerald and just rolling with
I don't have sharp 3.
Andres has a sharp 3. Actually.
Yeah, I have a sharp 3
Oh,
for
do
you.
you?
Yep, sharp 3 diamond.
Okay.
We can try the Taiga team, by the way. They're like the here.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready to go in.
Wait, no, yeah, well, come over here. Oh, I see that.
There's a guy up there.
They're kids. They're
Here.
crafting. They're kids.
Take this.
Oh, I found it. I got a sharp 3. Hold on, do you have an anvil? I can make a sharp 4.
I don't have an anvil now.
They don't have healing. They're under 30. So yo, come to me.
Okay.
I'm chasing a kid.
So I'm 29. So I'm 25.
I got a sharp 4. Oh my god.
Nice.
Bro.
Wait. Nice. 14. Nice. Good shit.
Huge.
13 gold. Oh, what is this? I'm picking those leggings.
I have 13 diamonds. Wait, let me make.
Just make leggings, yeah. I can make healing.
Yeah.
I look, you need more arrows. If you guys can toss me some arrows.
I have. Here, 2 stacks.
That's not.
Hold on.
Where's
Where's this 3 team?
They're on the other side. They're on the other side.
Take this here, stack.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Come to me. One
Yeah,
hour,
coming.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me know when you're kids. Wait, I can make Loki.
I have 4. No, I got 14 gaps. I got
going in,
a sharp 4. Okay, I'll go into it.
I can tank so much.
Okay.
I have a jihad, the heads,
okay.
and the gavels.
Oh yeah, we go for this. They're TPing out. I mean, trying to at least. Got one. Oh, W combo from this guy.
Combo.
Got him. Oh. Okay. That's GG's.
Where's the last guy?
I have no idea where this last guy's at.
Yo.
I know one was hiding on the. Oh, he's over there.
If you jump off, we'll.
He's right there. He's right here. He's literally right there. He's literally a full iron.
Whoever gets the kill, wins the game.
I mean, I have 9 kills. I mean, you know. Oh my god.
4.
I have 8
Juke him.
assists, so I.
No. Run, boy, run. Nah, I wish we got it. I got it.
I was gonna pearl in. GG.
How did I get that, bruh?
I was about to shoot him, man.
Wait, why don't you use your dash on him?
I wasn't close enough. I didn't have a dash, bro.
Oh, okay. Well.
I missed 2 dashes on the other guy that was like that had a mic. The kid.
Wait, guys, screenshot. We gotta get a screenshot. We gotta get a screenshot, guys.
Oh, you're right.
10 kills. I got 10
right,
kills.
Oh my god.
Nice. I only got 3, sadly, but
it's fine. It's fine. How much did you get?
Enchanted leggings. I got 4 and 6 assists, bro.
Okay. Wow. All right. Well, GG guys.
GG.
Thanks for the games. That was
yeah.
2 wins tonight. 2 wins tonight. I love that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, big dumb.
Hey, shut your mouth, Boostfer. You didn't carry shit. Redunes is better than you, Boostfer. Redunes is better than you. Okay.
Hey, he's better than you too, bro.
Okay. I mean, yeah, he is. I mean, he's better than you, though.
No, it's not.
Yeah. All right.
Guys, please take it easy.
Well,
all right, but that was a lot of fun, boys. Talk to y'all later.
Yep. Later. Bye.
Bye.
Chat. GG's. Chat. GG's. All right, guys. I am gonna go eat something because I am hungry and I'm hungry and I'm hungry. So Redunes. Yeah, Redunes is better than everyone. Chat. Redunes is better than your average bear. All right, chat. I'm gonna go. Thank you guys for watching the stream. Thanks for all the follows and for all the gifted subs. Thank you guys. I am gonna go. I'm gonna grade. I'm gonna rate X Shatter. I'm gonna rate X Shatter. Yeah, I'm gonna X Shatter. Okay, because that's literally. Unless I can rate Feinberg. Wait, is Feinberg doing hoplite? No, he says hoplite later. I think. Yeah, rate X Shatter. Okay. Bye, bunny. Bye. Okay. Bye, chat. See you later. I'm ready, Shatter. Be nice in the chat. Okay. Cool. Okay. Bye, guys. Take care. Good night or good afternoon. I don't know. Good morning. Good something. It's afternoon somewhere in the world. All right. Enjoy your meal. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, also join my Discord. Yeah. Join the Discord, please. Join my Discord. If you guys join my Discord right now, I don't know what I'll